It was one of those mornings, one of those special summer mornings in Saratoga Springs, New York. Rain or shine, people are here, a long line down Union Avenue, waiting for the gates to open. And once they do, it's on. Every year the same scene, except last year. Last year we couldn't do this, no fans, no family and friends, no energy. That's what makes today so exciting. Everybody's back and ready to celebrate one of the biggest days of the summer. This is Alabama Day at Saratoga. Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. So much energy here at the spa alongside New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Andy, that's seeing all these people here at Saratoga. What's all the excitement about? What makes this day so special?
It's prime time here in Saratoga. You get to Alabama Week, which essentially is the equivalent. It's the Philly equivalent of the Travers. Mile and a quarter, same distance, the 3-year-old fillies. And this is the time, right, when you run races like the Alabama. Travers Week coming next weekend. We are at the heart of the meet. There's a big crowd here, a lot of excitement. And I'll tell you something, this year's Alabama is a very, very exciting affair. And part of the reason, I think, is because Malathaat lost last time in the CCA Oaks. You got the rematch, the top three there, and you got some new shooters as well.
The Alabama, and that's what makes it interesting. As you mentioned, the CCA Oaks, you said, looked a little boring going in. The outcome, not so much. And now you get them hooking up once again. 3-year-old fillies going a mile and a quarter. Top three exiting the CCA Oaks. Number 4, Maracuja, upset winner. Number 6, Malathaat, defeated CCA Oaks favorite, even money, morning line, Alabama choice. Much more on the Alabama throughout the course of the afternoon. Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. First race you'll see in race 3, the Smart and Fancy. That is on grass along with the Grade 2 Lake Placid. All other turf races are off the turf. 5, 6, and 11. The Alabama race 10. Post time 6:13 Eastern. For all scratches and changes, visit NYRA's website, NYRA.com. Of course, we'd love to have you play with us here at NYRA Bets. And today, this is what you need to take advantage of. The $25 free play. New members use promo code FREE25 when signing up and get $25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com. $25 free play if you join this afternoon on this Alabama Saturday. And the first of 11 races, we're going to start with a good 2-year-old race. Maiden special weight here, a $100,000 purse. There's the field and updated odds. Scratch number 4, Union Lights. The entry, Andy, Napa Valley, Major General, 2 for 1. You're getting 5 to 2. What do we know about Major General, the first-time starter by a former Florida Derby winner in Constitution in the WinStar colors?
I mean, this is a first foal from the dam. They paid a lot of money. I mean, Constitution's been a very, very successful sire, but it's an unraced dam. First foal, they must have liked something to have paid that much money. I was going in a different direction, and I do wonder a little bit if it's kind of a 2 for the price of 1 that's going on with this entry, and you could do worse than take Todd Pletcher with 2 first-time starters in a race.
Todd Pletcher seeking his 3rd Alabama later today. If you don't have your past performance in front of you, Equibase has you covered. Get all the stats, horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. So we welcome in the 3rd member of our broadcast team, Liza Hendricks, standing by. Liza, welcome to the show. You've been tracking these 2-year-olds since they arrived in the paddock. Now front side, what have you noticed?
Thank you, Lafitte. Yes, always exciting to start off this Alabama card with a great 2-year-old race, and many of them making their debut. The number 6 in the paddock looked very professional. He has a great pedigree. He is by Into Mischief and a half to Made You Look. And his Graham Dam is Serena's Song. And he had a very impressive work last out. Worked with Reserve Currency, who also runs in a maiden special weight today, the 7th race. He looked very professional in the paddock, loved what I saw. Moving on to the number 3, Gilded Age. He also looked great in his last breeze. They had him kind of sit off a horse and catch up with him, which makes me think that they're going to have him sit about mid-pack and try to catch the leader. He was a beautiful mover warming up, looked very relaxed and professional in the paddock. Moving on to the number 7, Bourbon Heast. He has the most experience in here, and I expect him to be very competitive. in his last start, he was acted up a little bit in the paddock, but he was much more professional and relaxed in the paddock today. Lafitte liked what I saw out there.
Liza, with Bourbon Heist, liking what she saw in the paddock, so important, the behavior of these young prospects. Bourbon Heist, though, while so many others are making their professional debut, Andy, Bourbon Heist has done this a couple of times, but things need to go a little bit better right from the start than last.
He had trouble at the start, there's no doubt. The problem is you don't ever want to just focus on one incident of trouble.
Right.
You've got to look at the race in entirety, and the horse will get shut off, and we'll show the hen at the start, and he makes a nice run after that. You'll see him, he's the 3-horse, Red Silks, and you'll see him, he breaks a little, stepped hard, he gets banged by the 4, and then the door shuts on him. That's what happens. And the reality is this was a very weak maiden race. It was a slow race, it got a 60 buyer, but beyond that, it also had a very fast pace. And so even though he had trouble at the start, his running style was flattered by the way the race was run. I bet him in this race, and for my money, he had absolutely no excuse to lose this race based on all of the circumstances. This race got a 60 buyer. Now, he could improve in his third start. He's got that edge and experience. It is highly unlikely that there aren't at least 1 or 2 horses in this race, given the connections and the pedigrees, that are faster than 60-ish buyers. So he's going to have to step forward. I mean, the 3, Gilded Age. The Dam was a Grade 1 winner. She finished second to Cavorting, of course, who is the Dam of Clairiere in today's stake. You've got the 2 Todd Pletchers. You've got Raymond on the outside for the dangerous Steve Asmussen barn. The Dam, Teen Pauline, she ran a 92 buyer in her debut, okay, to put that in perspective. And I like Triple Elvis in this race, even though Major Look is a turf horse, but Chad Brown trained Major Look, and he's running this one in the dirt. Has to be a good sign.
Some strong pedigree, these young prospects, and we are all set. First of 11 from Saratoga on Alabama Day.
And they're off. Number 1, Napa Valley, jumped up at the start and is the trailer here in the early going. Napa Valley's at the back, but his entry mate, Major General, is on top here. Challenged here on the outside by Raymond. Major General by a head. Raymond's on the outside in second. And then on the inside, it's Fan the Fire in third. Judge Davis is alongside in fourth. Bourbon Heist runs in fifth. Then comes Triple Elvis in sixth. And farther back is Napa Valley and Gilded Age. The quarter went in 22 seconds. It is Major General leading here by a half length. Raymond is on the outside in second, and just in behind is Fan the Fire down at the rail. Now Judge Davis moves up on the outside. Judge Davis makes his move and is going up to challenge Major General for the lead. Judge Davis and Major General come to the top of the stretch together. The half mile went in 45 seconds. It is Major General, Judge Davis on the outside, Fan the Fire down at the rail, and Bourbon Heist out in the middle of the track as they come down for the 8th pole. Major General now trying to hold off Bourbon Heist. It's Major General on the inside, Bourbon Heist on the outside. Bourbon Heist and Major General, they are shoulder to shoulder as they come for the finish. Major General wins it, first time out. Bourbon Heist was second, then Fan the Fire and Judge Davis.
The Constitution Colt for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Major General repelling the late charge from Bourbon Heist. A lot of will and determination displayed in this first race at Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, this horse ran very, very well. A lot of people, I mean, especially the horse, a little bit of a drunken sailor act, right? Weaving a little bit in the stretch, because honestly, there were about 4 instances in here where you thought this horse was going to get beat.
He looks beat right there. He's under a heavy drive before they straightened out.
He looks beaten by about 4 different horses at different times, and yet he hangs on, and the track is very rapid. That's a very strong final time, but we saw quick times yesterday. So I think the track, with all the rain we've had, is very, very quick. But this guy, I mean, the 7, Bourbon Heist ran fine, but he had him beat dead to right. That's 2 times in a row the 7 is hung on the money.
You think he's going to go by. Major General, the fatigue hanging on his left or wrong inside lead. There was a bump that maybe we can get a look at right when they came together.
Head on the stretch?
Yeah, inside the 16th pole. You're going to see, yeah.
I mean, this guy, Major General kind of looks like a horse that won despite not really knowing what he was doing out there.
The will to
it's
see right
there.
there, shoulder to shoulder.
Didn't
right
the 7
there.
come in and bump him, though?
That's why I'd like to see the head on and get a better perspective on who initiated contact and how much contact there really was. I'm surprised okay, here it is, Andy. Take a look at the head on.
This horse, here's the head on, and he's the horse in front with the white. He's drifting in a little bit there. And the horse in red is the second place finisher, Bourbon Heist. And he is running that Drunken Sailor act. You could argue a little bit that maybe he's sort of getting in the way of the third finisher, but nothing major.
That's like
That's a
55, 45
I
to
call
me.
that a kiss.
Yeah, that's just a
That's
slight trading
incidental.
of paint. The fatigue, the will to find the wire, and yeah, you can say A, Major General dug in and held on, or like you mentioned, Bourbon Heist just coming up a little bit small when push came to shove late.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not encouraged by the fact that the horses with experience ran second and third, because neither of them had run that well in their prior races. But experience is a big advantage. It's disappointing for the other firsters, the 6, the 8, the 3. They didn't run particularly well, and they had their chances. This horse could go either way, but if he's able to become more mature, and you have to imagine they're thinking about races like the Champagne, New Year's Futurity at Keeneland for him, he could be very good and make that $420,000 look like a bargain.
Major General by a Florida Derby winner, Constitution. Would have loved to have seen what Constitution could have done in a Kentucky Derby. Injured, would have been one of the favorites. Tremendous sire, Winstar, Major General scores in his debut. Meantime, for Todd Pletcher, America's Best Racing's Race of the Week, represented by the favorite, is Pletcher with Malathot, field of 7, mile and a quarter, the most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies at Saratoga. And we go back to the Coaching Club American Oaks here, Andy, and Maracuja with Malathot. Take us through the stretch.
I feel as though this is a race you'll remember for a long, long time. Malathot, John Velasquez had no choice but to go. He was the speed from the rail in a race that was paceless on paper. Maracuja, who was with him early, in a contested pace, she dropped back when Irad Ortiz, he tried to win the race with Clairiere. It didn't work, but I don't criticize Irad. I think he made an aggressive move because he wasn't going to win if the pace slowed up. So Malathot, who could never get out of that position, she battled with Maracuja early. Maracuja got a nice breather. Here came Clairiere. She couldn't handle the pressure she put on, yet Malathot was able to battle down to the wire. She lost. She lost the race, but she kind of won the war in the sense that she comes out of this race, in my opinion, a better horse than she did coming in. Now, Maracuja, you should take nothing away from her because even though she backed out of that pace battle, she was right on it while they were getting to a half mile in 47, which is fairly honest for these type of horses and these type of races. I guess one of the questions is, do any of these horses take a step back from that race? Do any of them take a step forward? And are any of these horses going to be helped or any of them going to be hurt by today's 10 furlong distance?
That's the key. And you go back to why Malathot is a top-ranked 3-year-old filly in the country. It was the Kentucky Oaks, and after a very poor start, you've referenced this several times, John Velasquez, the brilliant ride. This race won at the start when he kept her forward when she broke sluggish. Otherwise, she's going to get shuffled, and this stretch duel here with Malathot able to emerge victorious in the Kentucky Oaks.
And I could have been in the winner's circle in the Kentucky Oaks.
You could have been.
A little bitter. I think we have an incredible group of riders here. And John Velasquez is, like you and I, especially me, getting older. He's not going to get the opportunities these other guys are getting. But he's still, not only is he a great rider, but he has a lifetime of experience that not all of these guys have. And you can't be sure, because I think if you're John Velasquez, when that trouble happened to start, John Velasquez's brain went off and said, if I don't do something right now, I am going to lose all chance in this race. And I'm not saying that other riders wouldn't have done that, but the experience of John Velasquez was such a big advantage in that particular important moment.
And for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher, back at the racetrack and healthy after having been diagnosed with COVID-19 at the racetrack today. He's looking for a third Alabama, just won the first race here at Saratoga, and standing by live with Liza.
Yes, Lafitte, here with Todd Pletcher, and Todd had previously tested positive for COVID, but now has tested negative and is feeling okay.
I'm feeling better every day, thank you.
And you had a very exciting debut winner in here today. He fought hard in the stretch. Did you expect that from him?
We did. He'd been training very well. He's still a little bit green, which we'd seen in the mornings, a little late switching leads, but I would love the fact that when he got battle tested down the lane by a horse with some experience, he fought back.
Any ideas of where we'll see him next?
We'll see how he comes out of it, but you know, generally this time of year you don't have many options other than going to a stake, and he certainly has trained like a stake caliber horse.
And you have Malathot coming up later today. How is she coming into the race?
She's training great. I like the post position today. I think that's a much better draw for her. Hopefully the race unfolds honestly and Johnny can do his thing.
Lafitte, glad that Todd Pletcher is feeling better now and is negative, and looking forward to Malathot later today.
The best news, most important, healthy. Todd Pletcher, Liza, thanks so much. Back at the racetrack, wins the first of 11 on Alabama Day, Major General. So yeah, does a lot of things wrong, including tire, and still wins, Andy. That's the key. Still figuring out a way to win.
I agree. And not only that, turning back a horse who had everything sort of go his own way, had experience, and had him beaten. He was by him.
Yeah.
This race was over. And he came back to win. A lot to be encouraged by. You know, there was a time when Todd Pletcher won just about every 2-year-old maiden race we ran up here. So a win like this just seemed like, ugh, so boring. It's another Todd winner. But, you know, things change. Steve Asmussen, they're buying a lot of horses, and Chad Brown, different trainers, Brad Cox, are getting a lot of the horses that Todd at one time may have been getting. So it's not as routine when Todd wins. And this, winning a Saturday maiden race here, it's a pretty strong list of good horses that have won Saturday 2-year-old maiden races over the last 50 years or more.
Was Good Magic one of them?
He
Maybe
lost.
on
He lost on Travers Day. He lost the Champagne as a maiden. He won the Breeders' Cup as a maiden. And Chad Brown had tried this with a Klarvich horse that he liked the maiden race that lost, and running back to Champagne and finished third. And I think that encouraged Chad to try it with a good horse. And he always had confidence in Good Magic. But Uncle Mo.
Who won? Uncle Mo. Who won that first race, Travers Day? Was it Forense?
No.
Who was it? Obviously, Good Magic
It
made
was
when he won the
Todd
Breeders'
Pletcher
Cup.
won it. Good Magic was third.
Yeah.
Todd won it. It was a good rail with a horse I don't believe ever went on and did anything. It was a horse that rode a very good rail that day and actually went on disappointed.
I don't like it when you remember these things.
I don't remember the
more
name.
Clear than I do. That really bothers me.
Especially considering I'm like 50 years older than you.
Yeah, that's why it's
You're
embarrassing
deteriorating and I'm
completely-
not.
To be completely
It's clear.
honest.
See the looks. You don't really need to hear us talk.
And when's that Luis Saez guy going to get going? God.
That guy sucks. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. It feels like every single day he wins the first race, right?
We're on
I
for
mean,
18 hours today. That's the line of the day. That guy
I
sucks.
mean, that guy, he just can't win a race. He does nothing right.
You know, maybe it's the agent. Maybe he needs a new agent.
Yeah, he definitely
Maybe
getting rid of
that's
Kieran McLaughlin. Clearly, he doesn't know what he's doing either. It's also nice because of last year. You know, I missed the first 2 weeks with COVID, and I feel like we spent the last 2 weeks of the show saying, what if Luis Saez hadn't been out the first 2 weeks?
Now we're finding out.
Right.
In a big way. Wins the first race here on Alabama Day at Saratoga. And the Alabama, not the only 3-year-old graded stakes race this afternoon. We have the Lake Placid, the stakes races on grass today. Technical analysis. Andy had him at 7-1 on the Lake George. You're not getting 7-1 today. 8-5 morning line favorite. In this filly, Runaway Rumor. How will she respond? Can she turn the tables on technical analysis? Gorgeous day at Saratoga. Glad to have you with us on YouTube. Great to have you with us on Alabama Saturday. Coverage on Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Tractors and trucks better drive around the logo. Lake Placid, 3-year-old fillies, $200,000 purse, grade 2, field is 6, and the top 2 here exiting the Lake George. Let's meet the field, the contenders for today's Lake Placid. This year's edition of the Lake Placid Stakes features a compact but competitive field of 6. Chad Brown saddles Technical Analysis, seeking a record-tying 3rd win in this contest. Technical Analysis enters this race off a win in the Lake George Stakes and received a career-best speed figure for that effort. Runaway Rumor looks to return to her winning ways after Technical Analysis ended her 3-race win streak in the Lake George. The filly finished 4th after a wide trip and found her best stride late. A win by Lovestruck would give Hall of Famer Bill Mott a record-setting 4th win in this event. The daughter of Tappet captured each of her starts, including the Teppan Stakes as a freshman, but was soundly defeated by Runaway Rumor in the Wild Applause Stakes on June 26 in her seasonal debut. Which filly will shine at the Spa in the Lake Placid? Field for the Lake Placid and the contenders in Technical Analysis. That terrific ride from Jose Ortiz. Yeah, 7-1 on that particular afternoon. You've said this morning in the pregame show, Talking Horses, that last time was the time to get Technical Analysis.
Right. Well, there's 2 ways to look at it. We're talking about betting. From betting standpoint,
sure,
you're getting a fraction of that today, and if you got her last time, then you made money. But I think the difference was Jose understanding that this horse has speed. She's not slow. And he used her speed. It worked in 2 ways. It forced the pace because there were 2 potential speeds, so it heated up enough, but it also got her that valuable position going forward. And I think in learning from that, Chad Brown and Jose Ortiz, they'll ride her the same way. They'll leave. Now, there is more speed perhaps from Lovestruck, maybe Spanish Love Affair on the outside. There's no reason at worst she shouldn't be seeing that good sort of tuck behind Lovestruck in here. She's handled given the ground. The turf's list is yielding. It's probably closer to soft, and I want to address that in a second. But her first race was in an absolute bog, and even though she didn't win, she had an awful trip that day, and she was much the best. I like that we're running this race now on the inner, as opposed to Mellon, because we have not run a single race on the inner turf course this week when we've gotten that deluge starting during the break. We ran a jump race in the outside part of the course. So even though the course tail I ran, I was talking to Christophe Clement, who said that Joel Rosari riding the Mellon, said the turf was soft, but very safe. He was very comfortable on it. But the inside part hasn't been used all week, so I think it'll be very pristine ground, all things considered, and I think that's going to be a real benefit to this race.
Technical Analysis trying to sweep the Lake George and the Lake Placid. How about a maiden with ego trips? Lightly raced, just 2 starts. This can't happen at the start again, this Euro break from ego trip, if she's going to defeat the likes of Technical Analysis and company.
No, I agree. Hopefully with the 1 start under her belt, you know, a lot of times you'll see Euros that get left, especially the first time.
Very common.
Unfamiliar situation in the gate. You've got a trainer in Brendan Walsh, who's a terrific trainer. I don't care that he struggled a bit at this meet. He's a very, very good trainer, and I'm sure that is the single biggest thing he's worked on since her last race. I don't know if this is the case, Lafitte, but don't you get the feeling that they thought, we think she could be a stakes caliber filly. We're going to break her maiden with her first time up here, and we're going to go right to the Lake Placid with her. And I think after the race, Brendan and his connections may have said, you know what? We did everything but finish first. So I'm going to view it like we won.
The filly that beat her's good.
Very good. Rastafari, for Peter Brandt, Chad Brown, very good. And she had a perfect trip. And this horse had anything but a perfect trip. She ran a winning race that day. Without that trouble, she runs a Beyer figure that's in 86, 87, puts her in hailing this Technical Analysis. The only problem I have with her is that every sort of wise guy like myself likes this horse today as the possible upsetter or the second likeliest winner. And when we all sort of jump aboard and see this, it never seems to work out.
That's something to watch. Somebody just yelled, "I love you, Andy Serling." That was pretty cool.
You know.
Caught me off guard. Usually we hear something else. That guy just said, "Love you, Andy Serling."
Yes, you hear Andy Serling.
I'm trying to go to commercial. You won't let me go to commercial. Part of the Saratoga tradition. The Whitney viewing stand. Thank you, Mary Lou, for so much around Saratoga and this as well. The background, the influence, and how it all came to be. That's next on Saratoga Live. You're watching on YouTube.
Located at the Oklahoma training track, the Whitney viewing stand provides a picturesque view of morning workouts. Modeled after the 1892 Judges Stand at Saratoga Racecourse, the Whitney viewing stand opened in 2013 to honor the racetrack's 150th anniversary and the Whitney family. The Whitneys have been intimately involved with the track for more than a century, and their contributions to the facility and community remain evident today. Mary Lou Whitney, considered by many to be the Grand Dame of Saratoga or Queen of Saratoga, was present for the stand's public debut. Mary Lou bred and raced 2003 Kentucky Oaks winner Birdtown. She's the only woman to have done so and was inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame as a pillar of the turf in 2019. The scenery from the Whitney viewing stand is a true testament to Mary Lou and her family's devotion to the sport's most iconic racetrack.
There's so much to thank Mary Lou Whitney for, and the Whitney viewing stand here, and what's it like there in the atmosphere in the mornings, Andy, and everybody watching the horses breeze, and nothing like it in the mornings here, specifically at Saratoga.
No, I mean, unfortunately, I'm sleeping a lot of mornings or getting work done, but there really is nothing like
Midway
going
through
to the
that question, I
Oklahoma.
realized who I was asking.
Right. I've been there plenty of times, especially with my good friend Nick Zito. But it's a glorious place to visit in the morning. I mean, there's so many special things about Saratoga, and I think that the mornings of the Oklahoma is very high on the list, and having that viewing stand, letting the people come in here, just another way that Mary Lou Whitney was able to contribute to the people that love Saratoga and make their lives better. And it's a great way to remember her and remember how important she was and how much she cared about everybody.
So much more than just racing at Saratoga. The Whitney viewing stand, Clare Court, the Hall of Fame induction that took place a couple of weeks ago, the sales, and of course the racing is top notch, but again, just so much else than just the racing. The racing's awesome. We have Alabama Day going on here, and race number 2 of 11 is coming up next with horses in the paddock. Good allowance, extended sprint here for fillies and mares. Compact field of 5. Zaina Larab, even money. Shadwell filly for Chad Brown. There she is. Won her debut. Take a look at her second start, Andy. This is at Churchill Downs. What did you notice from this performance?
I mean, I don't think she had a bad trip, but you're talking about a young horse, behind horses a little bit, eating a little bit of dirt, coming off of a layoff. And she lost to a horse, Australasia, who won a big stake in her next start, dramatically improving her figure, the Jersey girl at Belmont. And I think this was her 5th win. She's a Louisiana bred, so she fit the condition. But I remember Chad Brown saying to me, this is some horse to lose to, and a non-winners have won. She's a nice horse. I think this race is probably a little bit better than the 72 buyer suggests. But one thing that concerns me a little bit with her is it's just her second start in almost a year. So that kind of concerns me a little bit. But she's the horse to beat. And also, the horse she has to contend with, the 5, was controlling speed. So now Rob has speed. She can sit second to that one.
Liza Hendricks with us in the paddock, Liza, so we know what she looks like on paper. We saw her second career start. What are you seeing? How does Zaina Larab look in the paddock?
She's a beautiful filly, as you would expect, being a $1 million purchase. She's little, though, but she is very fit, and she looks great in here today. Great mover. And moving on to the number 5, she was acting up a little bit in the paddock. They had trouble saddling her. She was wanting to rear up a little bit. They had to bring her outside and put the overgirth on at the walk. She's a little washed out now still and prancing around a little. So a little more keyed up than I would like to see. But Linda Rice had her settled down a bit. Lafitte.
Liza, thanks so much. Riders up, post-parade momentarily, but heads up with a cross-country pick 5. This all-stakes cross-country pick 5 today, featuring racing, course from Saratoga, and a big day at Del Mar in Southern California. You play both tracks on one 50-cent wager. You have to look for the XCP5 in the wagering menu in your online betting account for free past performances. More information, visit NYRA.com/cross-country.
3 grade 1s, all graded stakes.
Here's the sequence, Andy.
And what I love about it, Lafitte, is that you can watch the first 2 races here, go out to dinner, perhaps have a couple of cocktails, and then it's starting around 9 o'clock. You can see the last 3 legs. I mean,
Let
to
the
me,
whole thing breathe.
this is awesome.
Let the whole thing breathe.
Right? This is awesome, right? I mean, I end up watching those Del Mar races this day every year, you know, in some place in Saratoga. I love that. I think it's a great sequence. And we have a third pick 5 today, by the way, races 4 through 8.
The mandatory payout.
Yes.
Yeah, get started race number 4.
Yes. People wonder what that means. We've got nothing to carry it over to. So it has to be paid out today.
So 3 different pick 5s today. That cross-country pick 5, coast to coast. Top caliber racing from Saratoga and Del Mar. Let's meet the field for the second compact field. You're looking at Halo City. Ricardo Santana, a date with Maracuja this evening.
Listen, reality is based on her last start at Monmouth. She ran a Beyer figure fast enough to compete, but she does feel like the rank outsider.
Wonder about the 7 furlongs for Zaina Larab?
I don't. I mean, she's supposed to not have a problem with it. I think she's finished in both of her races, so it shouldn't be a problem. And tactically, she should be well placed.
Just watching her late in that 6.5 furlong race, Churchill. Here's number 3, Primacy. Chad Brown trainees side by side.
To be fair, she actually has the fastest Beyer speed figure of anybody in this field in her victory, but overall, she's been a bit of a disappointment.
Portilla, Luis Saez looking to sweep the early double.
I thought she was interesting cutting back. Her sprint races were okay to begin her career, mile and 1/8 too far.
On the outside, and Dial Me Up, the second choice at 2-1.
She's my top choice to wire the field, get the jump on Zaina Larab. I don't know that she's necessarily as good as that one, but she has run some good figs, and pace, speed at 7 furlong races is very, very dangerous.
Field of 5, race 2, post time 6 minutes. Haven't forgotten about the Saratoga Showdown. Play against your friends, fellow fans with the Showdown. Free to enter handicapping contest following the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now. Watch your name climb the leaderboard and earn real prizes. Visit NYRA.com/showdown to get started. Each and every day, the Saratoga Showdown contest. Another look at Dial Me Up, your top selection, 2-1 second choice. Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice teaming up.
It's fairly simple. Go the lead. This is her race back at Aqueduct in the winter, and someone's going to say, but this is Saratoga, and the 2 cost $1 million. We have some pretty good race at Aqueduct, and maybe the second choice in the Travers next week is a horse that ran very well at Aqueduct over the winter. We've seen Grade 1 winners come out of there. Now,
Dynamic one?
Yeah, I'm not saying Dial Me Up. It's Tricky comes to mind when I think of that. I just thought she was the controlling speed. Linda Rice's numbers off these kind of layoffs, I looked up 3 to 7 months. So you sort of smack dab in the middle, it's 5 months. She's $1.92 ROI. The horses seem to perform to their odds, so don't say a reason she shouldn't run well here. As a controlling speed, I thought she had a little bit of advantage, and she won't be favored.
Andy's top pick, 2-1 second choice, Dial Me Up with Jose Ortiz. Second currently in the WinStar jockey standings. There's a look at Luis Saez, and like a loose front runner who's just getting stronger on the lead and not coming back. Luis Saez, who won that first race, and now this cushion here, 11 races, Andy, and I mean, we're after tomorrow, 2 weeks left.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's over, because Irad or Jose could win 5 in any given day.
Yeah.
But this is I mean, if Luis Saez, look at it this way, if Luis Saez wins only 5 races in the remaining, basically we've got 13 days of racing, because most days left, he wins not even a half a race a day. They've got to win 17 or 18 races to beat him. They've got to win 1.5 races. And that's if he wins 5 races. The guy's winning 2 or 3 a day. And also, I guess, and I'm sure you've talked to your dad about this, who is one of the greatest riders in the history of the game, if not the greatest rider in the history of the game. When you ride with that kind of confidence, you feel like every decision you make is the right one.
And my father discusses your mental, where your confidence is on any given day. He says when he was in that zone, he didn't care who he was riding. Every single race, he thought he had a chance to win. Like, I can make this horse win. On other occasions, he could be on affirmed and say, I'm in trouble today.
Right.
You could be on an absolute cinch and feel like just a lead weight in the saddle, just hindering that particular racehorse. For a jockey relying on their instincts, and we see that sometimes, guys not trying to make mistakes, not relying on their instincts, and bad things can happen. It's incredible how that confidence or lack thereof, how much of an impact that has on riding races for these jockeys.
I'm sure it's true of all athletes.
Yeah.
We're talking about baseball. Paul could talk about it as a baseball player. When you're in an hitting slump, they're throwing fastballs down the center of the plate, and you're late, you're missing it.
It looks like a BB.
Right. You know, when you're hitting, they're all big. And really, for me as a horse player, not to compare the athletics, when you're winning, when you're in a good winning streak, man, your horses are leaping off the page, and I'm sure our viewers have had this, and they just jump off the page, and you think, how do I ever lose betting this game? And when you're losing and you're in a bad
By
run,
saying things like that and upsetting the handicapping gods.
But when you're losing, you look at the race and you go, I have no idea who's going to win this race, you know, and every race just looks like it's in a different language, and it's like, you know, and Luis Saez right now, it's just everything he's doing is right. And listen, Kieran McLaughlin is also putting him on the right horses, to be fair, but he's not doing anything wrong. And I'll tell you something about Portilla, the horse he's riding here. You X the last race out at 9 furlongs, and her first 2 races are okay, and they fit in here. And if you're looking for a horse at a bit of a price, and you got the right rider, 6-1 to me seems very generous on her. I would rather bet her than Primacy, who's 2/3 of the price.
Portilla, Liza, with the hot rider in the saddle, Luis Saez. What are you seeing from her as we near post time?
Thanks, Lafitte. Yes, I agree with what Andy was saying. If you toss out that last race, she fits very well in here. And I found it kind of interesting that after that last race, when they tried to stretch her out, they then worked her on the turf, which adds a bit of a question mark for me. It shows that they were trying to test out different things, and maybe that it didn't think that she would work out well sprinting on the dirt, so they stretched her out and then worked her on the turf, but now is going back to the dirt. She was beaten by Played Hard, who comes back to run in the Alabama today, so it shows that she was in good company in that race. Moving on to the number 2, Zain El Arab. I think she looks really good in here today. She warmed up really well. She's a beautiful mover. As I was mentioning before, she was $1 million yearling purchase. And she was entered in a race up here earlier in the meet and was scratched from that race, and was beaten, as Andy mentioned before, by Australasia, who was undefeated at the time and went on to win the Jersey Girl at Belmont. So I'm going to land on the number 2 in here, Lafitte.
Zain El Arab, Liza, yeah, that strength of schedule, the $1 million purchase on her toes, and what could be a massive afternoon for Shadwell. Of course, they own Malathot, even money morning line favorite for the Alabama as the fans look on here. And what a different feel. You remember what Alabama Day felt like last year.
Yeah.
Incredible performance from Swiss Skydiver, and nobody here, those fans right there, not able to enjoy it, adding an added layer of energy to today's
If a tree
race.
falls in Saratoga,
Does anybody hear
nobody's here. You know, if a monster performance happens in Saratoga, nobody's here, and it really happened. It's a big day for Chad Brown, too. He's 3 behind Mike Baker. Todd Fletcher's creeping up, too. And
that'll get interesting.
You know, it's going to get interesting. I agree. Mike Baker, though, has had a fabulous meet. But Chad Brown and Todd Fletcher, they're lurking very close. And Chad Brown is live throughout today's card.
Fletcher taking down the opener with that Constitution Colt for Windstar. Let's see if Chad Brown can strike with Zain El Arab or Primacy. Look at Portilla, Luis Saez. Luis like, watch this. Watch me sweep the early double on Alabama Day and kick 12 clear in the Windstar jockey standings. Trying to coax her forward. A little stubborn Portilla. It's like, I won't go. I won't go. All right, fine.
It's a lot of strong people pushing forward there.
Another occupation at the racetrack you and I could not do in a million years.
Unlimited respect for those gentlemen.
Dial me up. She steps forward. John Embrial with the call. Post time for the second from the Spa.
The gate. And they're off. Dial Me Up from the extreme outside is going out for the lead and quickly opens up on the field. Dial Me Up has a 2.5 length lead. And then it is Portilla who's running in second. Zain El Arab down on the inside is next in third. And she's followed by Primacy in fourth. And it's another 5 lengths back to Halo City, who trails the field in fifth. As they move up the backstretch, it's Dial Me Up. And she ran the opening quarter mile in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Dial Me Up in front by 2. Portilla is in second. On the inside is Zain El Arab, who's racing in third. 3.5 lengths Back now to Primacy, and farther back it is Halo City as the field races midway around the far turn. It is Dial Me Up, challenged here on the outside by Portilla. Just in behind is the odds-on favorite Zain Al Arab. The half went in 45 1/5 seconds as the field comes for the quarter pole. Here is Portilla now to take over from Dial Me Up, and on the outside, Zain Al Arab. Zain Al Arab has swept to the lead. Zain Al Arab in front with an eighth of a mile to the finish. Then it is Portilla, Halo City putting in a late run, and on the outside it is Primacy. Zain Al Arab has a 4-length lead as they come on for the finish, and Zain Al Arab gets the job done here. Halo City from last to complete the exacta, and Primacy was third.
Too much class, too much talent, too much Zain Al Arab in the second at Saratoga. What could be a big, big afternoon for Shadwell.
Very confident ride by Javier Castellano, just sort of sitting along in the rail. My selection, Dial Me Up, had absolutely nothing when they hit the top of the stretch, as did the chase, the stalker, Portilla. Zain Al Arab just accelerated and was just way too good for this field. And I'll tell you something also interesting. Look at that final time of 1:23.10. That compares very favorably to the 6.5 furlong time we saw for the Todd Pletcher winner of the first race, which I think has to be very encouraging for the debut winner we saw in today's first race. Because Zain Al Arab is a nice horse, and she crushed this field.
What do you think is in her future? How good do you think Zain Al Arab is? Again, cut out to be a very good filly, $1 million Warfront filly.
One thing about Chad Brown, he will take a shot in the stake race with a maiden breaker, as he did with Garana when she won the Acorn on the maiden win, but he'll also be patient. So he'd probably think about $1 or $2s with her. But I think the Raven Run, it's a grade 2 at Keeneland in October, is probably a race that he has circled. Whether or not there's another race for her between then, I don't know. Because in New York, I don't think we have. That's a 3-year-old restricted race. So I think that might be where he's looking, unless he's thinking of stretching her out and pointing towards a race like the Cumley at 9 furlongs. It's Aqueduct late in November, I think.
Chad Brown, you saw. 4-time Eclipse Award winning trainer on his way down to the winner's circle. Could be the first of a few trips to the winner's circle. Go back to the box, might have forgot something.
You take nothing for granted, especially in Saratoga.
No.
All of the wins are important wins. You know, I mean, he looked like in a grass race yesterday. He had the 2 overwhelming favorites. One of them ran third.
Capital
Structure did not run well. You know, she ran off on Jose. Clearly something went wrong. There were people criticizing Jose Ortiz. He obviously was protecting her at the end of the race. Something went wrong. And I think it's offensive when people jump to conclusions that riders aren't trying. He obviously something went wrong with her. That's why he wasn't riding her through the stretch. Should he abuse a horse that's backing up to the field? I mean, come on. You take nothing for granted, no matter who you are, whether you're Todd Pletcher, Chad Brown, Mike Baker, Brad, all these guys, Steve Asmussen, all the wins matter.
You look at those colors, Shadwell, you don't think everybody on the planet thought Malathot was the mortal lock of the century in the coaching club, American Oaks? Upset. We've had 7 grade 1 races at Saratoga. 7. One favorite is won. Knicks go, that's it.
Right. Chad Brown last week. How is he not going to win that race? So Raging Bull.
Raging Bull and Blowout.
And he had Blowout as the speed. She at least ran a race a little bit. She just wasn't good enough. He underperformed badly. These races are tough. It's Saratoga. They're competitive. And the other thing is everybody's pointing for Saratoga. There's nobody. There's really nobody out there going, nah, I'm going to give them one. They want to win in Saratoga. And they all matter. Chad Brown's now 2 behind Mike Baker. Close to 13 racing days left. 130-ish races left.
Getting very
long way to go.
Interesting for the Mechanicville native seeking a 4th Alan Jerkins training title. Saratoga, Zain Al Arab, impressive in the second. That filly is impressive fast. Miss Sparkles coming up next. First of 3 stakes races on the grass. The Smart and Fancy stakes racing early on the Alabama program. We'll be right back. You're watching Saratoga Live. Picture perfect day in upstate New York. Welcome back to Saratoga Live, Alabama Day. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Down to Liza in the winner's circle, winning trainer, Chad Brown.
Thanks, Lafitte. Yes, here with Chad Brown. Chad, Zano Rob winning in the last race. She's pretty lightly raced. Were you worried at all about the layoff?
A little bit, you know. She had a couple little stoppages along the way, but fortunately, you know, the Shadwell team's so patient, and we just waited until she was doing 100% and looked like the right distance and spot to get her started, and she came through. I'm really proud of her.
Will we see her stretching out a little more, or where will we see her next?
You know, I like that idea of getting her out maybe to a mile and beyond. I think that we can, you know, work on getting her to settle a little bit. Javier did a great job behind horses there, and you can see when she made the lead, she's still a little green and has some things to work on. But yes, that is the plan, to stretch her out down at Belmont.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
And here with Chad Brown, who is no stranger to the winner's circle here at Saratoga, but always excited to get a win.
No stranger, absolutely. Liza, the three-time Saratoga champion trainer. Chad, I asked you a dumb question. Not the first time, won't be the last today. I was like, what about the 7 furlongs? I didn't know how her finish going 6.5 at Churchill was. Yeah, that wasn't a problem today.
No, it wasn't. She's just better than these horses at the end of the day, and it's just a question of getting her to show up, and I think that's what Chad Brown was worried, you know. Would she come and run her best race? But the thing about Chad Brown, and he has the owners that afford him the opportunity, he does not run horses that are not doing well. He's not forcing them. There's situations, and I've heard them. I've been in the middle of a conversation where he says, we could run, maybe win, but it'll be a detriment to the horse going forward, and he's a trainer who will never. And I'm not saying other trainers do it as well. I'm not saying he's the only guy out there by any stretch of the imagination. But he will never do something that is not in the best interest of his horse.
Having owners that are that patient goes a long way, where the trainer's not going to feel that pressure. And now with Zaina Larab back, winning this afternoon impressively, and see what she does moving forward. Exciting, exciting 3-year-old filly. We have stakes racing coming up on the grass. The Smart and Fancy, only 4 of them. 2 jump off the pages. They're very quick. Robin Sparkles, New York bred. Lead Guitar, New York bred. Let's go back to the Caress. Robin Sparkles here, and Andy, she is going to run 3rd to a filly, running in a Grade 1 race tomorrow in Canada, who is one of the finest sprinters going in the game.
The argument you could make if you were defending Robin Sparkles, disappointing and blowing second at the very least, is she kind of got her heart broken in mid-stretch by just a better horse, and maybe that took a little starch out of her. I'm not sure. I was a little disappointed. I thought she should have had more fight in here. Not that I'm surprised she lost. And I'm a little worried. She's had a lot of races that maybe she's not going to run her very best here, even as the speed, and that Lead Guitar, who ran so well when she got back into George Weaver's barn last year, might just be a bit better than her right now. We'll see.
Caravel in that Caress. That's coming up next here. First of 3 stakes races this afternoon, the weekend stakes schedule. Today, Smart and Fancy, post time 2:15. That turf course listed as yielding. That's another question. Who's going to handle this softer turf course? Course Lake Placid. That's on the grass. Only 2 grass races today, the 2 stakes races. And the Alabama, the marquee event, race number 10, 6:13 post time, as we take you inside the numbers for the Alabama. 140 years of history. Starting with speed and some of the records, one of Andy's all-time favorites. Nobody faster than that brilliant filly. Go for Wand in 1990, the 1.25 miles in 2 minutes in 4/5. Most wins by an owner, Bel Air Stud. 5 wins from 1924 to 1953. All-time Alabama leading trainer, Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons, 8-time winner. I think that record's probably safe. Jockeys, stockpiling wins. Hall of Famers George Velasquez, Jerry Bailey, Mike Smith, each with 5 Alabama victories. The elusive Alabama Breeders' Cup Distaff Double, completed only once, Royal Delta in 2011. And this is why we call the Alabama a champion producer. 16 winners of the Alabama have been crowned champion 3-year-old filly. The Alabama by the numbers. And today, the 141st edition. America's Best Racing's Race of the Week, naturally. And the field. Some of the finest 3-year-old fillies in the game. There they are, 7 of them. 1.25 miles, and number 6, Malathot, even money, morning line favorite here. History of the Alabama, and that's, again, those 16 fillies that have won here and gone on to capture championships. Part of the legacy, part of what makes this event so very special.
No, these races in Saratoga, these grade ones especially, but even some of the grade twos and grade threes have such incredible history. And I think if you're an owner or a trainer or even a fan, you should take a moment to go to the NYRA.com website. Every single stake we run, especially some of the ones that have been around for a period of time, and take a look at the stakes history and look at the names. You'll see some names you might have heard of, horses with races named after them, like a Chouvi. And look some of these horses up. Learn a little bit about the history of the game every time we run one of these stake races. Find a horse, learn about that horse. For me, I can't speak for others, but I think it just improves your appreciation of this great game of ours. And there's no better place than Saratoga to look up historical horses and give yourself a perspective of some of the real greats that ran in the past. I know sometimes people over-romanticize the past, and I do it as well, but there are some great horses back there in history, and they're well worth looking up.
Yeah, not to sound preachy, but yeah, in order to really appreciate today, you do have to understand yesterday and the history of a race like this that dates back 140 years and the greats that have emerged. Just like Go for One, and a brilliant 3-year-old filly, one of her best performances in this Alabama. So who's next? We're going to find out this evening, race number 10, 141st edition of the Grade 1 Alabama. As our coverage continues on Saratoga Live, we will be switching over. FS2 coverage starts at the top of the hour. Coverage on FS2, Saratoga Live. We will see you over on FS2. And we'll kick things off with the Smart and Fancy. Horses are in the paddock. Ruby Sparkles, 3-2. Another New York bred, the current even money favorite, drawn right next door. We'll see you on FS2. Was Beach Patrol's million. Richie.
Hey, Lafitte, how are you?
Great to hear your voice. How are you, bud? This was one of those mornings, one of those special summer mornings in Saratoga Springs, New York. Rain or shine, the people are here. That long line down Union Avenue, waiting for the gates to open. And once they do, it's on. Every year, the same scene, except last year. Last year, we couldn't do this. No fans, no family and friends, no energy. And that's what makes today so exciting. Everybody's back and ready to celebrate one of the biggest days of the summer. This is Alabama Day at Saratoga. And great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. You look at this scene, gorgeous day in upstate New York. The celebration is on. They're dancing. The party continues. Nice cigar. A little warm. Nobody complaining to be back at Saratoga on one of the most significant days of the season here at the Spa. Trackside, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. This is one of those days you circle on the calendar as soon as the schedule comes out. The Grade 1 Alabama. The 3-year-old fillies that you'll be watching, some of the very best in the nation. Why so important? It's a Grade 1 race, sure. A lucrative purse, $600,000, but that's not it. It's about the championship implications. 16 fillies have won this race and gone on to be named champion 3-year-old filly. Who's next? Only time will tell. Field for the Grade 1 Alabama, 141st running. Can't wait for that CCA Oaks rematch. Number 4, Maracuja, the spoiler. Number 6, Malathot, the spoiled, I suppose, but still even money morning line favorite for today's Alabamas. I'm joined by New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling. Andy, how did we get here? Going back to the Coaching Club American Oaks and this matchup in today's Alabama, how did we get here?
You know, if Malathot had dominated the Coaching Club American Oaks like so many of us thought, would Clariere, would Maracuja come back and take her on again? Would we have new shooters like we have in this race with horses like Army Wife and Crazy Beautiful, and to a lesser extent another horse that won a race up here, Played Hard? But because she lost, suddenly she feels like she's not invincible. To me, I feel like she's better coming out of her loss than she would have out of her other races, because she ran a remarkable race in defeat. Everybody took it to her. Maracuja got a sensational ride. She took it to her early. She dropped back. She let Clariere do the dirty work in the middle. And the one who won, Maracuja, ran a terrific race to win. I take nothing away from her. But Malathot came very close to surviving everything. And I think a lot of times, especially with really good horses, but any kind of horse, you can learn more about them in defeat than you learn about them in victory. I think we learned a lot about Malathot. In a victory here, she's pretty much sewn up the 3-year-old Eclipse, another 17th champion. Maracuja beats her a second time in a row. They both won 2 Grade 1s. They're on equal footing.
Malathot, outside post today, that's key. Added distance, anticipated race shape, all seemingly favoring the even money morning line favorite for today's Grade 1 Alabama. That's much later on. We have a lot to get to. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. First race you'll see is a stakes race. The Smart and Fancy is on the grass, along with race 9, Grade 2 Lake Placid, a turf course listed as yielding. All other turf races, 5, 6, 11 are off. Alabama race 10, post time 6:13 Eastern. For all scratches and changes, visit NYRA's website, NYRA.com. Still haven't signed up? Better late than never. And today we're giving you a $25 free play to join. Join NYRA Bets now. Get a $25 free play. New members use promo code FREE25 when signing up. You get that $25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Let's get to the live racing. Field for the Smart and Fancy Stakes. Only 4 of them. 5.5 furlong sprint on that yielding turf course. All eyes on the 2 New York breds drawn inside. Number 1, Robin Sparkles. Number 2, Lead Guitar. That's the question. Is this a 2-horse race? Might be. We welcome in Liza Hendricks standing by. Liza, happy Alabama Day to you. You've been tracking these fillies, the 4 fillies in the upcoming Smart and Fancy. What are you seeing thus far, and specifically the 2 New York breds, Robin Sparkles and number 2, Lead Guitar?
Thank you, Lafitte. Yes, I prefer the number 1, Robin Sparkles, in here. She is on her toes today and looks ready to go. She's typically on her toes in the paddock and a bit keyed up, so I expected that from her today. It's pretty warm out here today, and so Bruce Brown was hosing her off. So she's not really washed out. She's just on her toes and got a bit of water on her back to cool her off. So she is looking great in here today, Lafitte.
Looking good in the paddock. Robin Sparkles, 6-5 favorite. There's a look. Lead Guitar. If Lead Guitar is going to defeat Robin Sparkles, Andy, what needs to happen?
Other than her running a better race. Robin Sparkles has the pace advantage, but Lead Guitar has enough speed, and with Luis Saez, to stay close enough. But I think she needs to hope that Robin Sparkles isn't right at the top for game, and to hope that she, in fact, is close to the top for game, and she can recapture that good form she showed late in her 4-year-old season last year. Because when she was transferred to George Weaver, who originally had her, she really just came on and was running extremely impressively. She can win with a pace advantage. She can win from behind. She was good. She had no chance with an unfair start in her one return race at Woodbine, and they declared her a non-starter. She comes back in the air, and she's got to find that form. Robin Sparkles has good form. I didn't love her last race, but she lost to a better horse than Caravel. So it'll be interesting to see the matchup. And I'll tell you what's also interesting about these two. They're both New York breds.
Both New York breds. Robin Sparkles revving her engines, getting ready for the post parade. This was her latest, that race in the Caress. Week 2 of the meet, Robin Sparkles running into a sprinting dynamo by the name of Caravel.
Yeah.
Only beaten 3 lengths. Caravel, one of the top turf sprinters in the country.
I agree, but 3 lengths is a lot in a turf sprint. And what I don't like is she didn't finish second. No problem her losing to Caravel. Maybe when Caravel goes by her, it broke her heart a little bit, and that took the starch out of her. That's always a possibility. I'm a little bit skeptical. I want to wax poetic about Smart and Fancy, the horse this race is named for. She was 14 for 28 lifetime.
That'll get it done.
25 times hitting the board and trained by Tony Dutrow, who won the Alabama back in 2015. It all comes full circle.
All comes full circle. Who was the Alabama winner in 2015?
My only good pick of that entire meeting, I think. Promise.
All that history, you remember it, all that, and not the winner of the race.
I used to like you. That's Promise in the name, I know
text,
that.
Tony Dutrow. Post parade, Smart and Fancy, Robin Sparkles, odds on.
She's the speed. She's going to go out and try to do her thing.
Lightning fast filly, the 2 New York breds. Here's Lead Guitar, the Autumn Day winner last fall at Aqueduct.
Yeah, I prefer her to Robin Sparkles. She's going to have to recapture that terrific form last year for George Weaver, who's had a kind of an unlucky meet.
Hydra, Maryland base mare, Saratoga debut.
She would have to improve dramatically off her last race, which was one of her 3 turf efforts. She's a long shot.
Piedi Bianchi, translation White Feet, second in the perfect sting at Belmont last month.
Yeah, she also was able to sort of have a good position there with speed. She's okay and probably would have been tough on the dirt. She's in a tough spot here on the turf.
Compact field of 4 in this 9th running of the Smart and Fancy Stakes. Post time in 6 minutes. Another look at Robin Sparkles. We check in with Liza.
Thank you, Lafitte. Yes, here with Bruce Brown, trainer of Robin Sparkles. Bruce, how did she come out of her last race, the Caress?
Very good. She, after the race, she kind of bounced right out of it, and she, didn't miss a note, and just has been training great. So hopefully, I'm a little worried about what the course is going to be like, but she couldn't be doing better.
So do you think she'll be okay with a little bit softer ground?
She ran pretty good at Belmont on a good course. I don't know if it was like this, but she I think she'll be okay. She just just have to kind of let her run out of there and do her thing and get comfortable.
Do you think she went a little too quick last time, and is that the plan today, to go to the lead?
Definitely go to the lead. Hopefully he can kind of get her speed back a little bit more today and save something for the end. 4 horses, so hopefully we don't get too much pressure up front. But you can't take her out of it too much because that's her biggest weapon, is her speed.
Well, good luck in here today.
Thank you.
Lafitte.
Let her rip. Robin Sparkles. Liza, thanks so much. Bruce Brown won the Union Avenue on Thursday with awesome debate. And then Lead Guitar. Number 2. Another look at Robin Sparkles. We'll get to Lead Guitar. As Andy mentioned, declared a non-starter in her lone appearance this year. That was in Canada. It literally says unfair start in the past performances. So we're going to revisit her last race that counted. Again, talking about number 2, Lead Guitar. Nice long look, Robin Sparkles. Lead Guitar, though, that Autumn Day Stakes at Aqueduct last fall.
And, that was at Aqueduct, and it was
There
very
she
close
is.
to the end of the meet in November. And she also handled a soft turf in her race prior to that when she was winning at Belmont, which I think is important to note, because more, I think, on the turf than dirt, turf condition can be helpful or harmful. There's some horses that love it with give. Some horses can't handle it all. But Lee Guitar, when she's on her game, I mean, she just hasn't run that many times, but you look at it, 11 starts, 6 wins, 2 seconds and a third. She not only shows up most of the time, she wins.
Two different styles. You know, Robin Sparkles takes a deep breath, fast as she can, far as she can. This is Lead Guitar on her best day. She's a sprinter with 2 moves. She has tactical speed, and she can finish. That Autumn Day Stakes at Aqueduct you mentioned last fall, here it is, Lead Guitar, stalking, pouncing Andy.
Yeah, and Luis Saez understands and is making all the right moves that the horse he has to beat is the controlling speed. So he has to find a way to have Lead Guitar in the game enough, but not compromise her close. And that's why a speed of Robin Sparkles is an advantage, right? Because she's the one who dictates the terms. And Lead Guitar may have to adapt to her pace advantage. So that does give Robin Sparkles an advantage. I think the best race of Lead Guitar, a race like this, is better than Robin Sparkles' race. But the pace advantage and the recency of Robin Sparkles is probably the reason that she's favored. I still prefer Lead Guitar, though, who right now is second choice. She normally would be coming the favorite, but there's been some publicity this week about the fact that we have eliminated, not eliminated, but we've stopped computer-assisted wagering from coming in after 2 or 3 minutes to post. So you don't see, we're concerned. People don't like those late odd drops, and we are trying to be proactive and do something about it. So we're not, in the past, you could look at daily double payouts and get a good idea what the final odds would be. Not the case anymore. In the past, I would say to you, she's 8-5, she's going to be 4-5, and the other one's going to be by most. Right now, I'm going to tell you there's a very good chance that that will not happen. And if you like Lead Guitar, you can be relatively confident you'll get 6-7-5 at the worst, if not 8-5. And I'm very proud the New York Racing Association took that proactive step.
In the right direction, absolutely. Lead Guitar rock solid last year, winning 5 of 7 races, and has leading rider Luis Saez in the saddle. Lead Guitar, and you just saw Piedi Bianchi, who's currently 4-1. If she's good, how much does she have to step up in order to compete with the 2 big, heavily favored New York breds?
Well, from a buyer's speed figure standpoint, her race on the turf 2 back, and that's really all that matters to me at 7 furlongs, is fast enough to give her an outside chance in here. What does she need to have happen, though? She needs, in all likelihood, Robin Sparkles to just not be able to perform to her better races, which could happen. It probably won't. She's in model consistency. And Lead Guitar, we don't know yet that she's the 5-year-old. She's not. She's as good at a 5-year-old as she is the 4-year-old.
Who was she
right.
now?
We didn't learn anything from her first start. She had no chance that day. So it's entirely possible that she won't come back and be as good, or she'll need another start. And you know Piedi Bianchi is in reasonable form, so I don't think it's the most ridiculous suggestion. And if you're getting 4 or 5-1 on that proposition, it's not the worst gamble I've ever heard.
And you touched on with the weather the last couple of days and a sloppy track. And for you as a handicapper, you don't change too much. You don't make a lot of audibles and pay that much attention to the sloppy track versus a fast track. But this, again, this is different, dealing with this type of turf course, this yielding turf course with that much given it, and which one of these fillies and mares are going to handle it best.
Right. We know that Robin Sparkles has won on a good turf, but she's never handled a deeper going.
This is different.
So that's always a bit of a concern. I think her speed's an advantage on those kind of courses. Speed often is kind of tough. Maybe it's hard to gain that momentum. But we know that Lead Guitar can handle soft turf. Believe me, that turf took a lot of rain that day. So with her, I'm not concerned. She may not show up, but I don't believe it's likely the turf condition should be the reason she runs badly.
Undoing. Liza, they're at the gate. Final thoughts?
Final thoughts, Lead Guitar looks great warming up. I really like the way she warmed up, and I agree with Andy. When she was held at the start in that race at Woodbine, I think you can just kind of toss that race out. And she was great at the end of last year. She was a really impressive filly, and I think she'll be able to handle that softer ground a little better. And moving on to the number 4, Piedi Bianchi. She is a multiple stakes winner, Aldador, who was 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf last year. So I can see her coming on and would use her underneath, but my pick is going to be the number 1, Robin Sparkles. Lafitte?
Liza sticking with the speedy Robin Sparkles. Liza, thanks so much. Robin Sparkles in, Lead Guitar in, New York Reds loaded. Hydra steps forward. Piedi Bianchi to the outside. First of 3 stakes races on this Alabama Saturday. Smart and Fancy, post time. Here's John Embrial.
There in the gate. And they're off. Number 3, Hydra, came away to an awkward beginning and trails the field. Robin Sparkles is out for the early lead. It's Robin Sparkles in front by almost a length. Piedi Bianchi runs in second, and Lead Guitar is next in third, and a break of 2.5 lengths to Hydra, who trails in fourth. Robin Sparkles leads here by a length. The gray Piedi Bianchi is second by a half length, and Lead Guitar is down on the inside in third. The opening quarter mile over the yielding turf in 23 seconds, and it is the speedy Robin Sparkles who leads here by a length. Piedi Bianchi in second, and Lead Guitar runs in third. At the back is Hydra as the field comes for the top of the stretch. It is Robin Sparkles who comes off the turn with the lead. Piedi Bianchi on the outside. Lead Guitar is next in third. Robin Sparkles being asked for more now as they come down for the 8th pole. Lead Guitar is gaining at the rail. Piedi Bianchi is moving up on the outside. Here is Piedi Bianchi now to take over. And Piedi Bianchi is going to win the Smart and Fancy Stakes, won by 2.5 lengths. Lead Guitar was second, then Robin Sparkles and Hydra, and the time was 1 minute 4 and 4/5 seconds.
Guess that's what needs to happen in order for Piedi Bianchi to take down this Smart and Fancy with Tyler Gaffalione, another stakes win. Won yesterday's Skidmore, the 4-star Dave a week ago. Piedi Bianchi in an upset, Andy, in the Smart and Fancy.
Well, we talked about how could she win. Clearly, Robin Sparkles didn't run her race. Whether it was the going, probably was the going. She didn't even have the speed we've seen from the past. This course is very deep. Lead Guitar didn't run her best race. I'll say something else about Lead Guitar. If you watch yesterday's race in the Mellon Turf Course, all the running was done outside the middle of the track. So I'm not sure coming down the inside was the best place to be. Piedi Bianchi was out there, out in the clear, and she ran a race. The other two didn't. Congratulations to Carlos Martin, huge win. Tyler Gaffalione continues this fabulous meet he's having. And we talked about it before the race. How could she win? That's how.
That's how. The gray mare, the 6-year-old Piedi Bianchi on the attack on the outside. Robin Sparkles retreating, Lead Guitar digging, but no response. You could see this unfolding with Piedi Bianchi finding her best stride. Ears pricked, ear down late, and a sharp victory in this Smart and Fancy. That was impressive.
It was very good. I really do think there's a very good, reasonable chance that the down on the inside in this course, given the rain, given how much the course is, that it was a disadvantage. I'm not taking anything away from Piedi Bianchi, but I think that Lead Guitar, you could see that the rider of Lead Guitar, Luis Saez, he wanted to get outside. He just couldn't.
Couldn't get out. Piedi Bianchi, clear running. Carlos Martin, Tyler Gaffalione, 4-2-1-3 in the first of 3 stakes races this afternoon, 9-2 at post time. Piedi Bianchi. Results, reaction when we return. And for Carlos Martin, always nice to win a stakes race on the undercard of the Alabama, and he's done just that with white feet. Piedi Bianchi in the Smart and Fancy. Reaction, results when we return. Tyler Gaffalione. The beat goes on. As we mentioned, the Grade 1 4-star Dave win got stormy. Yesterday's Skidmore and that victory. Piedi Bianchi in the Smart and Fancy. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Eclipse champion Blaine has sired 5 Grade 1 winners, including Nadal, Marley's Freedom, Fault, Abscon, and French Classic winner Senga. Recent top runners include Aga Khan stud Saidabad, a star performer overseas, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Gorgeous Alabama Saturday, as always, coverage brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app. Smart and fancy. Not the best break towards the outside with Hydra. The New York bred mares, they're going to start spinning their wheels, and Pieta Bianchi, Andy, just finding her best stride and goes to a clear, concisive win.
And Tyler was aggressive to keep her in position, too, and not leave her too much to do. And also in doing that, he was able to keep lead guitar pinned in inside. And Luis has never had a chance to get outside of that firmer ground, and he was forced to come up the rail, which in all likelihood, based on what we saw on yesterday's Mellon turf course, the outside turf course, was not the best place to be. And Pieta Bianchi took advantage of all those things and ran a good race. Robin Sparkle probably didn't handle the softer going. Not a good effort by her.
And Lake Placid on the inner turf course later this evening. A change there, not the Mellon turf course. Tyler Gaffley on other stakes win, standing by live with Liza in the winner's circle.
Thank you, Lafitte. Yes, here with Tyler Gaffleone. Tyler, an upset winner today. Did she seem to handle the ground okay?
Absolutely. You know, out of the gate, took a nice hold, was getting over the ground well, and coming in the stretch when I asked on her, she gave me everything she had. Really relished the course today.
And coming to the top of the stretch, did you think you would have the horse to get there?
Yeah, I was feeling pretty confident. I took a hold of her out of the gate, kind of let her get her feet under, and I knew the speed with a little bit of give in the ground. I thought they would come back, and everything just kind of went to plan.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Tyler Gaffleone getting it done, an upset winner in the Smart and Fancy. Lafitte.
Riding so well, Liza, is Tyler Gaffleone. Another stakes win here in the Smart and Fancy. Just getting started with the stakes racing. A little bit later on, you have the 3-year-old fillies, Lake Placid, and of course the main event, the ABR Race of the Week, the Grade 1 Alabama. And the fourth race, no stakes runners here, just a New York bred $25,000 maiden claimer. Did you like anybody here?
I
Andy
did.
In the fourth?
I did. And by the way, this kicks off a mandatory payout middle pick 5, the second of 3 on the card. I like the 11 Tangerine Dream. Her first race was at Saratoga at 5.5 furlongs, and it was a race that would probably win this race. Things have kind of gone wrong for her. She switched to Carlos Martin's barn. He'll be looking for 2 in a row.
There you go.
And I thought if she could get back to that race, she'd be tough. We'll see. The 3 Teleperfect Tail's okay. Escapology could be the speed with a scratch, could be danger, should be beyond, but I like Tangerine Dream.
Andy says Tangerine Dream in the fourth. Roll the animation. America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. As you could guess, Grade 1 Alabama, 141st running. Another look at the field. 3-year-old fillies, 1.25 miles. Number 6, Malathot, even money morning line favorite, trained by 2-time Alabama winning trainer Todd Pletcher. We welcome in Richie Migliori, standing by live at Todd Pletcher's stable. Richie, great to have you on the show. Happy Alabama Saturday. Todd Pletcher is here this afternoon, diagnosed with COVID-19 last week. How is he doing? How is he feeling?
Well, I texted with Todd earlier today, and he seems like he's doing fine. He was actually fairly asymptomatic, but did test positive, was cleared yesterday, and obviously he's on the grounds already having some success today. And you know, Todd's so meticulous, and we are here at his barn. You can just see how meticulously kept the barn is. He likes to saddle his own horses, and he's meticulous about how he puts the tack on. So I'm sure he's very happy he could be here to saddle his Kentucky Oaks winning filly, who, as a matter of fact, is right behind me with that distinctive star on her head. It's a huge white marking. She's got her little ball that she's playing with. She seems pretty calm, cool, collected. There's a nice overhead fan in front of each stall that kind of blows down indirectly into the stalls, trying to keep these horses cool on this warmer day. But she doesn't look to me like she's too worried or perturbed about anything, Lafitte. And I really think today we're going to see something special. I think the 1.25 miles, the outside draw, getting back to maybe a style that's a little more comfortable for her instead of having to make the pace, breaking from post 1, going 1 1/8. Such a different race than going 1.25 miles, and she's drawn outside. She won't have to do the dirty work. She has some speed right inside of her, and she should get very comfortable in the race. Certainly, probably as comfortable as she looks right now in her stall.
Nice and relaxed, Richie. Big filly, Malathot. Todd Pletcher for a long time has said she's elite, and we've seen that all along. Now we'll see how she responds to her first loss, Richie, and for Hall of Fame jockey John Velasquez, all-time winningest jockey here at Saratoga. How much, I don't know if easier is the right word, but how much, we'll go with easier, is this situation, Malathot, in today's Alabama versus what he had to deal with in the CCA Oaks?
Well, I think it's a much easier situation. Just the post position makes it easier. 6 of 7 as opposed to being inside with a very short run of the first turn last time in the coaching club going a mile and a furlong. This is a mile and a quarter. Very long run to the turn, being drawn outside, and particularly the horses that could show speed. I think Johnny felt pressure to have to go forward and hold that position, and he wound up having to use her every step of the way. She never got a breather. As soon as one horse dropped off, here came Clairiere, kept the pressure on. When she dropped off, Maracuja came back for more. So she was the last lady standing in a barroom brawl. She won the battle, but she lost the war. I think today a completely different setup. And I think also if you look at the way she ran in defeat, I think she gained. Her stature gained in my eyes. We learned more about her character and her tenacity in defeat than we ever saw in any of her victories, in my understanding.
It feels like that's been general consensus. Andy had the same opinion. Mig did it. Much like Zenyatta, her only loss, some would argue the best performance of her career, that Malathaat, maybe the best effort of her young career and the only loss thus far. We'll see how she responds this afternoon. Richie, thanks so much. Malathaat, and then of course Maracuja, the filly who defeated Malathaat in the CCA Oaks and trying to pull off another upset this afternoon. That was the first Grade 1 victory for trainer Rob Atras. Maracuja, here she is. And yeah, things were tailor-made for her on that afternoon, specifically with the ride from Ricardo Santana. Andy, it's going to be different today. Does she have the talent, the upside to beat Malathaat when Malathaat isn't out there fending off a relay team?
If they both run the same races they ran last time, Malathaat's going to beat Maracuja, even though she finished second behind her. But that's not to say that Maracuja can't take a step forward. And listen, you don't know. I don't worry about the distance that much. But until they've run the race, you don't know if the 10 furlongs will favor one horse over another. You know, last year, a lot's been made of Skydiver's a better horse at a mile and a quarter. I don't believe that. I think her record belies that. I think she's just as good at a mile and a quarter as she is at shorter distances. Best race might have been the Fantasy in some ways. I think it's that some horses don't like the mile and a quarter, and that could be the case here. And we'll see if there's a horse that flourishes, but we'll see if there are other horses that take a step back. For me, Malathaat went into the CCA Oaks what looked like a favorable circumstance. The rail, the shortest way to the finish line, no speed, she'll waltz in the front end. She came out after unfavorable circumstances. Going in today, she has favorable circumstances.
Outside box today, much more favorable. That's Malathaat coming up in the Grade 1 Alabama. You know, but it has been a summer of upsets. 7 Grade 1 races this year. Favorites have been defeated in 6 of them. And one of the more surprising upsets was Maracuja defeating Malathaat in the CCA Oaks. It was a memorable race and a memorable moment for her trainer Rob Atras and wife Brittany, considering how far they've come together.
Yeah, I found it. Okay, perfect.
Growing up, really, it's all I ever wanted to do was be at the racetrack. Kind of like a sponge. I wanted to learn as much as I could all the time. I didn't know if I'd be able to get the opportunity to be a trainer. I wanted to learn as much as I could all the time.
I actually was working for his vet. I met him on my very first day on the job. He had zero interest in talking to me. So of course I was interested. We've been together ever since.
She does everything. You know, she helps me out with, you know, the training to, you know, payroll, books, all that kind of stuff. So she definitely couldn't do without her.
I really like spending all day with him, which is pretty great. Yeah.
These two
He's very intellectual, but also very hands-on. He tries to tailor each horse's training to the individuals very much, especially since we have everything from bottom claimers to like Maracuja. She is a monster, I'm telling you. In her stall, she's like a quiet little lamb. She's so sweet. She comes out of the stall and she's like, I'm big and I am in charge and I'm going to run you over.
And they're off in the 105th running of the Coaching Club American Oaks. And Maracuja is out going for the lead.
You know, so many things have to go right to even make a race, never mind win a race. So every week she just, you know, she was showing us that she was going to give us a good effort.
And it is Malathaat in front here by a half length. Maracuja right there in second.
We gave her a little vacation in between the Kentucky Oaks and the CCA Oaks. She had like a minor setback, and that's why we missed the Mother Goose, and it actually worked perfect for her. She came back from the farm. She was 2 weeks on the farm. She came back ready.
And Maracuja is now making her move on the outside, so it's 3 of them across.
We're coming down the stretch, and I'm like, okay, we're gonna be third. All right, that's great. And I'm like, okay, maybe we're gonna be second. And then it was like, oh my God.
Maracuja on the outside. Now a furlong to the finish in the Coaching Club American Oaks. It is Malathon. Here's a new challenge from Maracuja on the outside. Malathon and Maracuja, they will battle on to the finish in a terrific rendition here. And it looked like Maracuja got it.
She needed every ounce of the ground to get there, you know.
It was just amazing to see what we thought she was, realized.
You know, just to have everything come together, it doesn't happen all the time. To happen in such a big race and to win that race just means a lot. It definitely gives you, you know, confidence going forward.
I would love to have some more nice young horses. When we first started, we had 7 horses. All of them are claiming horses. And we've been lucky enough to, with our success, we've received some good horses too.
When we started out, we were just happy to win races and you know, just to be here and survive. And we've grown in stable size, but you know, we've tried to do more quality over quantity. Try to lead over a contender every time is basically our goal.
A great story, Andy. I know you're not a sentimental type necessarily. How do you not pull for Maracuja after watching that?
No, listen, the other thing for me, I'm here every day. I'm at Aqueduct all winter long, and so are Rob and Brittany Atras. And, you know, they're a funny team because Rob's pretty quiet. It's nice to see him getting out of his shell a little bit, but Brittany's always, you know, very affable, and they're very nice people, and you see them a lot. So I like seeing the people that we see every day. And there are other people besides the Atrases as well, but you get familiar with them. And I think it's great to see the people that are playing day in and day out, winning in big races and getting horses, and we'll see if she's able to propel Rob's career, because the reality is, and you think of it as a two-headed monster, it's Rob and Brittany together, you know, they both deserve the credit, similar to the Terra Novas with John and Tanya working together. A win at Grade 1 at Saratoga can turn everything around for you. Think of Chad Brown, his first year, Merrim winning, and then going when she won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. I mean, that changed everything for him. And sometimes all it takes is that horse, if you have the talent to take that step forward. And we'll see if Rob does. So far, so good.
Could be a second Grade 1 and a sweep of the CCA Oaks and the Alabama a little bit later on this evening. Maracuja, can she defeat Malathon and company? Once again, we'll find out when we return. Meet the entire field for the Alabama. Crazy Beautiful, coming in hot, 2 straight graded stakes wins. The beautifully bred Stone Street filly, Clairiere. Mom and Dad were rock stars. And Army Wife, back-to-back graded stakes wins for Red Hot Connections. You're watching Saratoga Live on Alabama Saturday.
When I saw Campanelli, instantly fell in love with her. Called Barbara Banky up that night. I said, I think I found your Queen Mary winner. The breeders and consigners are bringing the best of the best from their stud farms to Tattersalls, Book 1. We will be attending in October, and hopefully we can find the next Campanelli. A lot of these horses suit our racing in the US.
Book 1 of the Tattersalls October yearling sale, Europe's unrivaled source of US graded stakes winners.
Looking for excitement? Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Just use code GET200 to start earning your $200 bonus with Twin Spires, where you can bet on the best racing from across the globe right in the palm of your hand. Plus, if you're looking for help to find a winner, check out our expert picks available on the app for every race. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
Has one club won the Del Mar Futurity. It is practical joke in the preservation. And here she comes. Holiday with a front.
If sweat is your body's natural way of cooling itself down, then condensation is a beer's natural way of saying, drink me. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer.
Resorts World Catskills, your closest casino resort experience, is so close. Stay the night and get your game on. Play live table games or thousands of slots. Resorts World Catskills.
You're watching Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Run Happy. Champion sprinter, always race medication free. Stands, install one at legendary Claiborne Farm. Horses in the paddock for today's fourth race. You'll see the updated odds. These New York bred $25,000 maiden claimers, fillies and mares. And the current favorite, Andy's top selection towards the bottom, Tangerine Dream. We check back in with Liza in the paddock. Liza, there's a long shot in here. Number 5, Banana Fanafo. 13-1 outsider. How does she look? What do you make of her chances?
Thanks, Lafitte. Yes, she was just acting up a bit here in the paddock. She reared as they tried to put the saddle on her, and they brought her out with the pony and saddled her on the walk just to calm her down a bit with the pony. My pick in here, I'm going to go with what Andy is picking, the 11 Tangerine Dream. She returns back to the dirt and adds Lasix, and she looks great out here today. And we're seeing the 7 is acting up a bit as well. They're getting a bit antsy as it is hot out here today, but they are now heading out to the track. Lafitte.
2-1 Tangerine Dream. Liza and Andy seeing this one the same way. Tangerine Dream will have riders up in a post parade when we come back. And the fourth race on Alabama Saturday. Coming up next as our coverage continues from Saratoga. We'll be right back.
Now, 500,000, well done.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Hoffberg can't get him. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside turns away the challenger. Free drop belly. No confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Horses made their way frontside post parade for this $25,000 maiden claimer New York bred fillies and mares, 3/4 of a mile sprint. Let's start with a long shot. Decreed at 38-1. There she is, Andy, off the board in 6 straight.
Yeah, she would have to improve on any one of her efforts on the dirt to be any kind of factor here.
Maria's gift number 2, 9-race maiden, and the money in 5 of those.
She's a horse, though, whose most of her on-track performances that look good are not as good as they actually look on paper, and she's had her chances.
Tell a Perfect Tale, trained by Tom Morley.
Tom's quietly having a good meet, and she's run well when she's been in maiden claiming races, not so well when she's been in maiden special weights.
Number 4, Escapology, the art of practicing escape.
I'm familiar with that and working with you. I think, as a horse I overlooked first, she could be the controlling speed with a scratch of the 10.
Insert bad predictable joke here. Number 5, Banana Foe, big class drop.
I didn't want to disappoint you. She would have to improve, but does get Lasix the first time dropping down.
15-1 Sassy Bell drops in class for her third career
The
start.
only time she ran in the dirt, she was pulled up, so who knows?
See how she handles the main track today. Know-it-all Red, a second her last pair at this level.
And her last effort makes her one of the major players in a very fair price at 9-2.
Handle the Truth. Like, I can't stumble onto A Few Good Men without watching all of it. One of those movies. I can't do it.
As a horse player, you better learn to handle the truth. Saratoga's last race really wasn't terrible. Gives her a chance at a price.
On the outside, Liza and Andy's top selection. Tangerine Dream, leading rider Louis Sai is seeking a second.
You're hoping that she can get back to her debut at Saratoga, an effort that's probably good enough to win this race. Something went wrong in her next start. She is dropping off a layoff. Are they dropping to win a race at Saratoga? Who knows? She hasn't run in quite a while. I picked her. I like her.
Little will go a long way. Graduation day for one of these New York bred maiden claimers in 3 minutes. And by the way, along with tomorrow's Saratoga program, we'll pick up Woodbine and their biggest races and their signature day of racing, the Queen's Plate, and on the undercard, the Grade 1 Highlander. That's all tomorrow on Saratoga Live. Queen's Plate Day from Woodbine, the Grade 1 Highlander, prestigious turf sprint in Toronto, featuring an absolute superstar bred in Pennsylvania. That's the field for the Highlander. Number 7, Caravel. Even money amongst this field of 8. Caravel, this was her last race in the Caress, Andy. Week 2 of the meet. Like, you can see it jump off the screen. Watch when she turns on the afterburners.
No, she just absolutely destroyed this field in here. Now, I don't want to say it's not as good as performance because we saw Robin Sparkles not run well today. It's going to be apples and oranges given the turf today. She's good. She's very good. She's trying the boys for the first time. She's also trying to win at 6 furlongs in the turf, something I don't believe she's ever done before. The good thing for her is the Breeders' Cup this year is at 5 furlongs, and we know she's better shorter. And people would say, well, she's a closer. Why wouldn't more distance be better? Not necessarily the case.
And that was a big part of the story. Caravel had been sold in part. Elizabeth Merriman bred her, trained her. The celebration with her family, familiar face, daughter Liza. Bittersweet, however, with Caravel changing barns, it was soon time to say goodbye, Liza. Looking back at that moment and with your mother, what comes to mind first? What do you remember most about that particular afternoon?
It was a very special afternoon, my mother's first graded stakes win, and up here at Saratoga nonetheless. I had never actually cried during a race, but I'll have to admit that was the first time. I had a couple of tears. It was bittersweet as she is transferred to Graham Motion after the race, but Graham and the Motions are very good family friends of ours, so we know that she is in good hands, and my mother sold 3/4 of her to Bobby Flay, so she was transferred to Graham after that race and has stayed up here in Saratoga. I've watched her train multiple mornings up here, and she looks very relaxed and has settled into the barn nicely. She put in one work up here in between her 2 races, and you can see she's very settled in this work. Her rider is her typical exercise rider up here for Graham, and he just sits chilly on her and never really asks her, which is what is typical and what she's used to when she had been at Fair Hill with my mom. The riders just kind of sit quiet on her and don't really ask her, like to have a nice even work before the race, and she galloped out well in that race, so we're very excited to see her face the boys tomorrow. Lafitte?
Don't feel bad about crying after the race. Andy and I pretty much cry after every one of our broadcasts. And Liza, you'll be there tomorrow and excited to see this Grade 1 Highlander and a chance to head up there with your family again, and has to be exciting to see Caravel perform at the Grade 1 level in that prestigious stakes race up at Woodbine tomorrow. Liza will be up there with her family. Caravel, one of the most exciting sprinters in the game.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's one of the many differences between Liza and I. I've cried during many races. During, after, before. A lot of crying.
After bad post-parade jokes.
A lot of crying in horse racing.
No crying in baseball, a lot of crying in horse racing.
I'm looking forward to seeing what she does. She's kind of a cool, exciting horse, and it'll be interesting. She's facing horses that are not generally in the same kind of form she's in right now, but there's some experienced pros. She's going up to Woodbine, so I think it's going to be interesting to see how she does up there.
Queen's Plate and coverage right here on Saratoga Live. Meantime, this fourth race, Tangerine Dream, who you like, who Liza likes. It's her debut last summer, last August, right here. Tangerine Dream stalking from the outside, just like she figures to do so today, Andy.
Yeah, and she lost to horses in Party of Pages. I think came back to win a stake at Finger Lakes in her next start, and Valentium did okay in subsequent starts. Just better horses than these. You look to these races and you're trying to find some sort of hook on a horse that might be okay, and there's a lot of horses near that haven't run that well. That race points it out. Now, obviously, she hasn't run since November. You're talking about almost 10 months since her last race, so you have to worry a little bit dropping down, but she does get Lasix the first time, and she's the worst to beat. You know, originally I did not like the 4 Escapology. I was talking to my friend Nick Tamaro, the new announcer at Sam Houston.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations to him. It was a really strong handicapper, and he made a good case for Escapology, and a horse that didn't break that well before rushing up at a pace. With the scratch of the 10, Prairie Tales, I think there's a real chance with a clean break that you see Ricardo Santana in front with Escapology. So what I've done is I've made an 11-4 exacta and made a box and pressed 11-4.
Good luck with your
Thank you
11-4.
Thank you. I wish I thought you meant that. I really do.
I do.
Nah, I don't believe it. I didn't feel a general sense of sincerity. But the good news is there will be an opportunity for me to do some crying during and after the race. So that's the beauty.
And 3 pick 5s today. This
three
one
pick 5s. This one
mandatory.
Kicks it off. Yeah, mandatory. Must pay it out. So if for some reason nobody has 5, it'll pay to 4 or 5 in that unlikely event.
See how it all unfolds with this $25,000 maiden claimer. New York breds, fillies and mares, a 3/4 of a mile dash. Final check of the tote board. Andy's top selection and Liza's Tangerine Dream, 9-5 at post time. John Embrial standing by with the remainder of the load and call. Race 4, Saratoga.
Waiting for Escapology and Tangerine Dream. They're in the gate. And they're off. Tangerine Dream and Know It All Red. And now moving up in between horses there is Bonana Fana Foe. Teleperfect Tail is there. Down at the rail is Decreed. Then it's Sassy Belle, who is racing in 6th. And she's followed by Maria's Gift in 7th. Handle the Truth is next in 8th, and Escapology is the trailer in 9th. Tangerine Dream is the leader here through a quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. And it is Know It All Red who's giving chase in second. There goes Sassy Belle up on the outside, so 3 of them across. Tangerine Dream, Sassy Belle, Know It All Red in between, and right behind is Teleperfect Tail, who sits off those front runners in 4th. Handle the Truth is next in 5th. Oh, bolting there. Bolting to the outside was number 6, Sassy Belle. The half mile in 46 seconds. Tangerine Dream is down at the rail. Know It All Red is there. And Teleperfect Tail now with an 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Tangerine Dream, Know It All Red. Here's Teleperfect Tail on the outside. 3 of them across with a 16th to the finish. Here is Teleperfect Tail. Handle the Truth putting in a late run. They're coming on for the finish. It is Teleperfect Tail and Handle the Truth and a photo finish at the end. Teleperfect Tail, Handle the Truth, noses apart on the line.
Bang, bang, finish. Teleperfect Tail, Handle the Truth, hitting the wire simultaneously in the 4th at Saratoga.
Teleperfect Tail was telling the perfect tale until right before the wire when she couldn't handle the truth. And Handle the Truth under Benji Hernandez getting that perfect trip. They were moving up front for these horses. Took a toll on both the number 7, Know It All Red, and the 11, Tangerine Dream. Felt like Tyler was sitting the perfect trip, but the perfect tail did not end perfectly. Handle the Truth getting it done, and I'll tell you something. Who was that who bolted on the turn?
6, Sassy Belle.
Sassy Belle. And there she is still on the far outside,
Look at her
right?
there.
I'm going to say if she didn't bolt, she'd have gotten it done in this race. and we got a 17 to 1 over 20 to 1. I'm going to tell you the number 8 Handle the Truth got it done. And what did we say about the possibility of nobody hitting pick 5? It just increased.
There's the start, 20 to 1. Perfect tail. Going to strike the front here. Handle the Truth on the outside. Closing in. You want me on that wall, you need me on that wall.
Good news for Maggie Wolfendale is she wasn't here to see that beat.
Maggie at a wedding, Acacia at a wedding. My guess somebody had their phone, somebody's watching.
My guess is somebody just threw a phone.
They threw a phone?
Yeah, that's a tight one. But give credit to Benji Hernandez getting his 3rd win of the meet here, just nailing the number 3 Perfect tail. And wow, that's a tough beat if you had her, but a nice job if you had the winner in this race.
You and I having this conversation as if we know who won. It looks like Handle the Truth. Still haven't revealed the results of the photo in a very tight finish. And here it is, Handle the Truth.
I know that
3,
you haven't
7,
known
6.
me that long, but let me just reiterate something you might not know. I'm never wrong.
That's gonna, wow.
Resonate.
My response, instinctively, I think you'd be able to handle the truth.
Can I just say something? If you bet on Sassy Bell, unlike Liza, you're crying for at least the first time.
She was traveling well, just completely blew the turn.
You see horses do it. I mean, one of the most famous incidents of bolting and winning a race was the great broad brush under the even greater Angel Cordero in the Pennsylvania Derby. Bolting when a horse goes for the far outside. Angel Cordero's done it can happen to any rider. And keeps on running. And in this particular case, you have to think the way Sassy Bell finished, she was going to win this race.
You sure? Because you're never wrong.
What do you think?
Positive?
I'll tell you what, if you're better, you were sure she was going to win this race. I'll tell you that.
You're convinced.
Well, did she lose this race by about a length or something for all the money?
Unbelievable. Wild finish. Driving with Handle the Truth. Benji Hernandez at 20 to 1. Picking off Perfect tail right at the wire. 8-3-7-6. Handle the Truth in an upset, graduating in her 11th career start. That's those results, reaction when we come back. As Saratoga Live continues, also, you will meet the fillies running in the Alabama Maracuja, trying for that CCA Oaks Alabama sweep. The favorite Malathot. Thought Pletcher's won with Princess of Sylmar. Stop Charging Maria. Is she next? Crazy Beautiful. Crazy Sharp. Trainer and jockey know how to win this race. That's next.
Run Up asks the question, moving to a 5-length lead, furlong and a half left to go. Good battle on for second, California Bella, I'm getting there. The inside is Vodkatini on the center of the track, prepare for takeoff, but Run Up running up the tally to a 6-7 length advantage as they're close to the Pimlico wire. Run Up and Horatio Caramanos run up to win it.
Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
My dad loves the lottery. Growing up, he was always playing, so I had the idea to create an app that lets you play the lottery on your phone.
I think that was my idea.
It's called Jackpocket. It's like having a jackpot in your pocket.
I came up with that too.
Jackpocket allows you to play official lottery games on your phone. Just choose your game and pick your numbers.
I wasn't sold until I saw the actual ticket on my phone.
Was that your idea too, Dad?
Don't be a wise guy.
Go to jackpocket.com to get your first ticket free.
Chunk, Chivalry is between horses, and Country Grammar is down at the rail. On the outside, they are heads apart for the lead. He's left the others behind. It's on to Kentucky, third in the Derby. Hometown hero.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Upset in the 4th. From the start, Handle the Truth towards the outside. Benji Hernandez, the race completely changes. A Sassy Bell way out in the middle of the track, bolting. And Handle the Truth plugging away, and just in time picks off Teleperfect Tail in the shadow of the wire.
Just gets the job done, and a very good ride by Benji, and managed to get it up. And I was saying to you, and listen, I had picked this horse. This horse is tied for the fastest last race buyer and just paid over $40.
Now you tell us.
Well, I did say in the post parade her last race gives her a chance. I also admitted to not picking her.
$43.
What more do you want
22
from
to 1. To admit that you're wrong.
Like I was wrong about this horse, no doubt.
Handle the Truth. Benji Hernandez, upset race 4. We turn the page, race number 5, off the turf on the main track. And distance now, 1 1/8, $45,000 allowance, optional claimer. New York breds, what'd you come up with here?
It's a 2-horse race on paper. It's going to be very surprising the winner isn't the 3 Tiergan or the 6 Too Early. 2 horses that met at 1 1/8 at Belmont Park, and Too Early got the best of Tiergan. The distance favors Too Early. They're both similar type horses that have the talent, but they don't win that often. But Too Early feels like at 9 furlongs, the better of the 2. Anybody else would really be an upset.
Again, just the 2 grass races today, both the stakes races, the Smart and Fancy run earlier, and the Grade 2 Lake Placid for 3-year-old fillies. Penultimate race to the Alabama. There is the field. 6 of them. Technical analysis, 6-5. Morning line favorite. Technical analysis coming off that win in the Lake George. Big reason why the ride from Jose Ortiz, the aggression, technical analysis, gathering momentum coming off the far turn here, Andy.
Yeah, getting that forward position made all the difference. It helped heat up the pace a little bit, and it put her in a position to make that move. The race ended up collapsing a bit in the late stages, but just sort of because technical analysis put away the speed with authority here. And this was probably a win that's even better than it looks in final result, because she sort of blew the race open earlier than a lot of turf races are won, and continued on to dominate. She's a very talented horse. She had the wrong trip in her prior start in the Wonder again, wide without cover the whole way. And when she's had a favorable trip, she's been impossible to beat. She's supposed to get one here. She is way the horse to beat.
We'll be pausing momentarily to welcome in new viewers. What about sometimes she will tug, sometimes she will pull and get very aggressive early on. Jose Ortiz said he thought the key on that day was a cut back to a distance, 1 mile. This is 1 mile and a 16. She has 1 at that distance, but I think just something to watch early on.
Well, you always worry about those things. Will she get rank? We'll see. I haven't seen it be an enormous problem for her. She seemed fine in here. Based on her last race, she's okay. But listen, you don't know how it's going to play out.
Live maiden in that one as well. Ego Trip.
Ego Trip's an interesting alternative for Brendan Walsh, who's won this race before, as a matter of fact, with Proctor's Ledge.
Ego Trip just needs to break this time, and that was the issue in her second career start, first here in the States, but a maiden with some upside and talent. That's in the Lake Placid later this evening. We'll take a quick deep breath, reset, welcome in new viewers. You're watching Saratoga Live, welcoming in our new viewers. Valley Sports, Southern California, San Diego, on one of the biggest days of the summer at the spa. He is Andy Serling. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We have a big, energetic crowd here this afternoon because of the Alabama. That's the main event. It's the most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies at Saratoga, and naturally, the America's Best Racing's race of the week. The Alabama, 141st running. Andy, here is the field. The CCA Oaks, fingerprints all over this one. Maracuja, the upset winner, post 4, while the favorite, Malathot, in outside post position on this afternoon, and that's key. Malathot still the even money morning line favorite.
And she should be.
Yeah.
She lost nothing. Richard Migliore said it earlier in the show. I think you agree. She lost nothing in defeat. She lost her pristine record. Big deal. She ran tremendous in defeat in her last start.
See how she responds this afternoon. Meet the field in post position order, starting with Crazy Beautiful, the Summertime and Delaware Oaks winner for Kenny McPeak.
She's 1 or 2 horses in this race that have been very well handled by their connections that are taking a step up against the leaders of the division, a step up that has not worked in the past.
Kenny McPeak seeking a 3rd Alabama in the last 4 years, struck with Swiss Skydiver, eventual champion last year. Number 2, Will Secret, Willis Horton homebred, 2-time stakes winner at Oaklawn.
Listen, her excellent 3rd place finish, Kentucky Oaks behind Malathot, gives her a chance to get a piece here. And she was down on the inside in the Indiana Oaks which may not have been the place to be. She'll run better and maybe has a chance to get a piece.
Can't sleep on Dallas Stewart in Grade 1 races. Number 3, Clairiere, beautifully bred Stone Street filly for North America's all-time leading trainer, Steve Asmussen.
I like her chances today. Made that aggressive move to try to win last time, didn't work it out. She has some excuses, but even if she has no excuse today, is she good enough to beat Malathot?
The dirty work, as you mentioned, in the Alabama. What will those tactics be today? And Maracuja, the spoiler, the upset CCA Oaks winner.
Just because the situation helped her last time out doesn't mean she didn't run very well, and she was used a bit early. She's improving for Rob Atras, and she should not be ignored.
Terrific filly, Maracuja, trying to become the 5th filly this decade to sweep the CCA Oaks and the Alabama. Number 5, Played Hard, quick filly, but again, this is a difficult spot to make a stakes debut.
She's going to be the controlling speed in here. She had everything her own way last time, and she didn't run well enough to beat this field against inferior rivals. She's an unknown. If you like speed, she's the lone speed.
Leading rider Luis Saez in the saddle, and Malathot, dual Grade 1 winner, top-ranked 3-year-old filly in the country.
She's been terrific in all of her starts. She has that ability to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat in her races. Last time out, it did not work out favorably for her in the running of the race, but she still ran a dynamite race.
Post Key drew the rail in the CCA Oaks, proved to be a detriment. Number 7, Army Wife, and she's rattled off back-to-back Grade 2 stakes wins.
Much like Crazy Beautiful, she's been impressive against lesser, and that shouldn't be ignored. And she had some trouble when she was 3rd behind search results in Maracuja and the Gazelle. But make no mistake, the competition is significantly better, but Mike Maker, his horses are making no mistakes.
Something very uneasy about dismissing anything sent out by Maker and 3 Diamonds Farms. And the colors we'll be looking at, the colors represented the owners in this prestigious Grade 1 Alabama. Andy, what should we be looking for, like, right from the start?
Well, you're going to see Play Hard go. But I think that people have to be aware that Play Hard is not so bad that she can't wire the field. And I don't think that John Velasquez should just sort of lollygag around. So he's going to find his position. He very well could be sitting 2nd in this race. We'll see how much position Army Wife gets with Tyler Gaffleone. Crazy Beautiful. They shouldn't let Play Hard just go 25, 50 and assume that she's going to fall apart. So they all have to play that game of taking her seriously enough without compromising their horses. They're the best jockeys in the world. So I have confidence that they'll do the right thing. And if they don't, I'll criticize them after the race. That's what I always do.
Because he's never wrong. Never, right. Ever wrong. 141st running of the Alabama later this evening, post time around 6:15 Eastern. And of course, a week from today, Run Happy Travers. Got to build that bankroll, and this is the last chance to do so. The Travers Bankroll Builder earning a $20 bonus for the Run Happy Travers. To qualify, bet $50 to win on one horse in the Alabama. Score a $20 bonus, win or lose. Visit NYRABets.com to opt in and get your $20 bonus to bet the Travers. Stepping aside, can a maiden win a graded stakes race today? Ego Trip, never won a race, lightly raced English filly, but talented and a contender in the Grade 2 Lake Placid.
Just know where to go, doesn't matter what you throw. Never find me running low, always here to run the show. Born and raised to be a pro, jump my hurdles in a row. Yeah, I'm here to play the part, this ain't just a cameo. It's a new way for a new king.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com.
top of the stretch. Tensky still under a hand ride as she arrives at the 8th pole, clear by 4 or 5. Migliori now shakes her up. On the far outside, Nascruz D-Like is closing, but still well behind Tensky, followed by Caveat Competitor third, and they're coming down to the finish as Tensky sprints under the line, the clear-cut winner here.
Blowout. Tensky, 98 Lake Placid, swept Lake George and Lake Placid. What technical analysis we'll try to do this afternoon. Also captured the grade 1 QE2 at Keeneland. Very talented Maryland bred, ridden by a very talented New York bred Richie Migliori. What comes to mind when you watch that race and remember Tensky's winning the Lake Placid?
Well, just how much the best she was, Lafitte. I was just a really good passenger, and she took me on a joyride there. And in between the Queen Elizabeth and the Lake Placid, we ran second in the Garden City, and I still blame myself for that defeat. So as many other athletes, I remember the losses more than I do the wins, but Tensky was a seriously good filly, grade 1 winner.
A terrific filly, and what a campaign, and made it look all too easy in that particular Lake Placid. Today's Lake Placid, there's the field. Technical analysis. Can she make it look that easy? We'll see. She's a 6-5 favorite in a field of 6. But what about the maiden? An Ego Trip, number 3. Tyler Gaffalione to ride. Gaffalione winning stakes race after stakes race, Andy. But here's what happened at the start of Ego Trip's stateside debut that can't happen today.
Should we say that Brendan Walsh is on an ego trip trying a maiden in a stake race? Can't help myself. She ran very, very well in here. And if he is, so am I, because I think she's a major player in here. And I think has a real chance. I pick her second. I don't know if she can beat technical analysis. And she obviously can't get left again. But not only did she get left, she got caught 3 wide in the first turn. So it's not like she saved ground on both turns in this race. Now, Tyler did a good job getting her inside after this. She lost a little ground going into that turn, settled her in back, and she made a heck of a run behind a horse, Rastafara, for owner Peter Brandt, for trainer Chad Brown, who is good and has potential. And Rastafara had an absolutely perfect trip in that race, and Ego Trip did not, as you've seen. This was a winning effort, and you have to ask yourself, and I don't know without asking Brendan, but maybe he and the connections were thinking, we're going to win this maiden race, and then we're going to take a shot in the Lake Placid. Okay, they didn't finish first, but they won. They ran the best race. And sometimes you're supposed to say, like Chad Brown did with Good Magic, after he lost with a horse he thought was best in his debut, I'm going to go to the Champagne like I was going to if I won that race. He finished second to Frenzy Fire. And then he went in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile as a maiden, and he won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And he ended up being obviously one of the best horses of his generation. So Brendan Walsh has taken that shot because he thought he was going to win last time, and the filly ran well enough to win. She's got the break today, and you imagine Brendan has spent a lot of time working on that since her U.S. debut.
Part of the reason she's going to get overbet, and you're talking about a European filly, and as soon as the handicappers see what the turf course is like, and that yielding soft ground, that's an automatic. You know that's automatic.
Right. And the assumption being that all the Euros want soft turf. There are plenty of Euros that come over here because they want firmer ground. We'll see.
Flincher. Yeah. First one that comes to mind. Exciting edition of the Lake Placid. A little bit later on, penultimate race to the Grade 1 Alabama. Meantime, horses in the paddock here. New York bred $45,000 allowance optional claimer off the turf on the main track. Richie Migliori handling this paddock report. Richie, what are you seeing from the favorite here? Too early, draws in main track only.
I'm seeing nothing negative. When I look at favorites or horses that look best on paper, the first thing I'm looking for is some sort of a weakness, something that tells me maybe they're vulnerable. I do not see that at all with the 3 too early. He's walking behind me here. He's strong. He's a big horse. He's a horse that carries great weight. Despite the fact that he's run some hard races, he really holds his flesh well. His breeder, Vivian Malloy Edition Farm is here sporting a Royal Ascot face covering, so she spent a little time over there enjoying racing. Horse looks terrific. Looks good on paper. Looks as good in the paddock, in the flesh. The 8 horse, good old boy, looks really good. Got hosed down when he came in. We're going to see a lot of these horses look somewhat wet from sweat. You want to see a good sweat today because it tells you their natural coolant system's working, but he also did get hosed down as he came into the paddock, and he looks good for trainer Robertina Diodoro. The horse that actually won me over in the paddock from a look standpoint, though, that would get my check mark on looks in the paddock is the 9.6% Mike Maker, having a tremendous meeting here, winning it better than 24%. His horses look good. Now, this horse is going to have to run one of his better races to handle likes of Too Early, who does, by the way, sport 2 wins as opposed to 6 seconds. So you start worrying about a horse's desire at crunch time when they start compiling more seconds than wins. But on looks, the 9.6% won me over completely. The 5 horse, and just switching up my notes here real quick, guys. The 5 horse, Maddie's Express, he won on the turf here. He was kind of announcing everybody was here, kind of hollering and making some noise. Usually it's kind of some nervous energy they're trying to expend. And the 7 horse, who I don't really think is much of a contender, Chicken Wilbur, this is the opposite of what you want to see. This horse is completely bone dry. It is a humid day. You want to see a horse sweat. This horse is too dry for my liking, and that's something that people need to keep an eye on, particularly when it comes to contenders in races. If they're very dry, it's a negative on a warm day, Lafitte.
So you don't want to see dry. What you're looking at there with Chicken Wilbur. Richie's still with us. This conversation came up yesterday with Tom. I thought was interesting. And the difference for our viewers, as you just mentioned, on a warm day, they should be sweating. And what is the difference to you? How can we tell if a horse is, okay, that's what's supposed to happen, that's healthy, they're sweating, that's fine, and profusely sweating too much to the extent where it's clearly nervous energy and often the indication of a poor performance that we'll see on the racetrack?
Well, if you don't want to see a horse lathered up. You definitely don't want to see the lather between their hind legs. You don't want to see that sweat rolling off the top of their back, kidney sweat. To me, that's excessive. But you do want to see a sheen on them. You want to see their neck a bit wet. You want to see them have a sweat on, just much like we do underneath our suits to doing these shows. We can feel that our body's emitting the moisture. You don't want to see it profusely. You don't want to see it run over the back, and you don't want to see lather.
Something to watch for on this warm, humid Saturday afternoon at Saratoga. Gorgeous day. If there's been a lot of rain, we might experience a little bit more in the weekend, but for it to be this beautiful and clear on Saturday on Alabama Day, I'll take it.
I agree, and reasonable chance we'll get through some, if not all, of tomorrow's card before rain seems to show up. Lafitte, I don't know what she's talking about. You and I don't sweat. What's the guy talking about?
Shirt's going in the trash can after the
thing?
show.
Nah, you look cool as a cucumber. Who are you kidding over there? Come on.
Hasn't stopped since we got on the set. There's a trainer who's not sweating. Having an incredible meet, Mike Maker.
Mike Maker's exactly the same when he's winning or losing. He is on as even a keel as anyone I think I've ever seen around the racetrack, Mike is a man of few words. He and I get along great. I saw him yesterday. We were joking around a little bit. He's got a good sense of humor, so I'm glad to see him doing so well at this meet. But he knows Chad Brown's 2 behind him. Todd Pletcher's lurking. Long way to go.
Closing in. So I'm not prying, but how different is Mike Maker, say, away from the racetrack and the Mike Maker that we get a chance to talk to and see in interviews, that kind of thing?
I've had dinner with him, and he's dry. I mean, he's not a man. He's not a man of many words, but he went on my radio show a few years ago, and he chatted quite a lot. So he's got a lot to say. He's a bit reserved, but listen, people have different relationships with different people. He's not exactly a blabbermouth, but I find him to be very affable.
Which I think can be a positive in a game that's so volatile. And there's so much more losing than winning, being that even-keeled. Even he was interviewed after Fire at Will pulled off that big upset in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, 30-1 for 3 Diamond. Kurt Wyckoff, Ricardo Santana last fall. And even in that moment of winning a Breeders' Cup race, he was clearly proud of the performance, happy for the win, but still very much the same level Mike Maker after a win, in any kind of race. Claiming, allowance, whatever.
Yeah, I think we all have friends and people we know that are just, I think of them as low blood pressure people that just doesn't seem like they really get flustered. And Mike is one of those guys. I don't think it means he's not intense. It doesn't mean he doesn't take things very, very seriously. You don't have the success that Mike has had and is having this game without taking things extremely seriously. He manages an enormous number of horses, but he's just that kind of guy, and it's not an act. He's just very low-key.
And by the way, one of the finest trainers in the country, period. Mike Maker, current leading trainer here at Saratoga. And for those of you watching, of course, you get involved today. Naira Bets, we have an exclusive offer to Saratoga Live. Join Naira Bets now. You get a $25 free play. New members are going to use that promo code FREE25 when signing up. Get $25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. So you just signed up, Andy. You have $25 to play with in this race. What do you do?
What do? I make doubles. I make a $10 double 3-7 from the 3 tier gun in this race, the 7, the important one in the next race, and a $15 double 6-7. And I try to make something out of it and give myself a chance to turn that bankroll into something substantial so I can play more going forward.
There it is. Sign up now. There's a strategy. $25 free play. Get signed up at Naira Bets. Horses making their way front side, moments away from a post parade. We start here with number 3, aforementioned Tiergan at 3-1, Luis Saez aboard.
Well, you have to think that Luis Saez knows what he's doing here, and that's going to the front. He's got the most early speed of anyone. He's got the inside. Can he get the distance? Being in front may help.
Maddie's Express make the rider Tyler Gaffleone.
Did great form in the turf, but the only time he ran in the dirt, he did no running. They'll take another shot in the good form he's in.
Meg loved what he saw from the favorite too early.
Yeah, he's not going to be far behind. Jose Lozano's been riding very well with the opportunities he gets. This horse has been successful. Not successful, but he's run well at a mile. It is a mile and an eighth.
A mile and an eighth.
Yeah, he's won at a mile and an eighth. He's the one to beat.
Chicken Wilbur, Luis Perez in the saddle, followed by Good Old Boy, Robertino Diodoro.
Chilton Wilbur wins. We might see that 4 or 5 winning the pick 5. As far as Good Old Boy, he's never run well in the dirt at all. They'll take a shot here.
6% on the outside, Jose Ortiz. 4, Mike Maker.
He's got back races good enough. His recent form is not good enough, but the way Mike Maker's barn is going, I wouldn't be surprised to see him outrun his odds at least a little bit today.
6%. Maker later with Army Wife in the Grade 1 Alabama. Today's featured event. Also have the Lake Placid for 3-year-old fillies just before the Alabama, but first things first. In this 5th race here, 7-5 on the favorite. Too early. 2nd place finish most recently in the slot here at Saratoga earlier this meet. Strategically, Andy, too early. Where should he be placed early on to be most effective at this mile and an eighth distance?
He should be sitting second to Tiergan, relatively close. We'll see how aggressive Jose Ortiz is trying to get position with 6%. And even Chicken Wilbur is a horse that has the potential to be a bit forward. We'll see how quick the pace is, but don't expect to see too early rating too far behind, that's for sure.
There's Tiergan. Luis Saez for Rudy Rodriguez. Rodriguez barn really heating up the last couple of weeks. Big win in that Longines test. The barn has continued, and with a live one here, I know you like going in Tiergan.
Yeah, I mean, Rudy's a trainer that just sort of wins consistently. Like a lot of trainers, he can be a bit streaky at times, but, you know, he has consistency. I learned an interesting fact about Rudy Rodriguez today from my Talking Horses partner, Anthony Stabile. He was disqualified out of his first winner as a trainer. Won by 15 lengths and got disqualified. He also got disqualified.
1 by 15?
Yeah, and got DQ'd. And I'm assuming Anthony's right. He's usually almost always right about these things, and he knows Rudy well. He also got disqualified on his 1,000th career winner.
First and 1,000th.
It's really, when
bizarre.
you think of how few disqualifications there are in the course of a year, it's really unbelievable when you think about it.
Richie's with us. Richie, we heard you tell that story last week with 4-Star Dave, and great stuff there, but how frustrating that particular disqualification was for that to happen to 4-Star Dave here at Saratoga.
I think that was an awful disqualification, and watching it over, it just reinforces my memory of that day. You know, I'm known for a very infamous incident here in Saratoga, ripping the steward's phone out of the wall. I'm amazed I didn't rip it out of the wall that day. I mean, that was a terrible call, and all due respect to any of those stewards still around, guys, you blew it that day. But regardless, let's talk about horses here now in the 5th race at Saratoga. The 3-horse Tiergan, before he got the tack on, looked good in the paddock. Rudy Rodriguez horse so well turned out, but once he had the tack on, he started actually puffing up, started to look bigger. And once the rider got up, Luis Saez, he became much more animated. And I didn't hear the instructions, but I've known Rudy Rodriguez for probably 30 years, and watching him talk animatedly to Luis Saez with his hands, it was clear he was saying, "Go, you're going to the lead. I want you on the lead." So all of that being said, and watching how animated he got and how he warmed up, I think the 3 Tiergan is going to be in front. I question Too Early's desire to really pass at crunch time, and he's going to have to run where Tiergan's already been. I'm going to go with the 3 Tiergan because I do think he's going to be in front, and they're going to have to catch him.
As he breaks cleanly, there's really almost no chance he won't be in front unless somebody goes on a mission. Any chance you, speaking of disqualifications, Richie, you look at the first race tomorrow? Because there's a horse coming in for Steve Asmussen from Lone Star named Time for Cupid that broke his maiden by 4.5 lengths his debut and got disqualified at Lone Star. That was one of the worst calls I've ever seen. Richie, the guy that got put up, he must have gone to the Richie Migliori school of acting when it came to getting put up.
Well, listen, it's all a part of it. If you can sell a bill of goods, you've got to sell it. I've gotten taken down in bad ones, and I've gotten putting up bad ones either, so I guess it evens out.
I got put up on one with Richie at Saratoga. I want to say maybe for Johnny Campo, where Richie put on one of the greatest acting performances ever.
You had to let your guys, you have to let your bottom hit the saddle when you check. You can't just stand up and check. You got to really put your body into it.
Tiergun can try to wet wire them. I still think that too early, the distance is going to get to Tiergun in the late stages. I don't disagree that Tiergun is the other horse near, but I think at 9 furlongs, the too early is just the better horse.
Love that angle. Going a mile and an eighth. The fans here, packed house for Alabama Day, and we're all set for the 5th race. Locked and loaded. John Embrial standing by.
And they're off. And they all came away to a good beginning. It is Maddie's Express who is hustled out for the lead with Chick and Wilbur on the outside. Chick and Wilbur, Maddie's Express, too early is up close. And then on the outside, it is a Good Old Boy who is racing in 4th. Followed next by Tiergan in 5th. And 6% is 6th as the field goes around the clubhouse turn. And up front, Maddie's Express is the leader here by 2 lengths. Chick and Wilbur on the outside in 2nd with Too Early down at the rail and racing in 3rd. The opening quarter went in 23 and 1/5 seconds as the field heads up the backstretch. Maddie's Express, the leader here by 1.5 lengths. Chick and Wilbur, Too Early, right together 2nd and 3rd. Tiergan is now in 4th, followed by Good Old Boy, and 6% continues to trail. The half went in 47 and 2/5 seconds. Maddie's Express holding on to the lead here. It's Maddie's Express by 2 lengths. Too Early has now moved into 2nd. Tiergan gains on the outside. Then Chick and Wilbur farther back 6%. And a Good Old Boy is now the trailer. The field goes around the far turn. It is Maddie's Express with the lead. Maddie's Express in front by 2. Tiergan, Too Early. Both of them getting a bit closer now as the field comes for the top of the stretch. It is Maddie's Express with the lead. Tiergan in 2nd. Too Early is 3rd. They head for home now. Maddie's Express trying to go wire to wire here. Maddie's Express in front with Tiergan all out on the outside. And Tiergan now draws right alongside. Here is Tiergan now to take the lead. Maddie's Express. Too Early is down at the rail as they head for the 16th pole. It is Tiergan. Here comes Too Early up the inside. Tiergan and Too Early. They come on for the finish. Tiergan is the winner by a 1/2 length. Too Early was 2nd. Maddie's Express finished 3rd, and 6% was 4th.
Tiergan and the leading rider, Luis Saez, another victory by former Preakness Belmont winner of Fleet Alex. Tiergan strikes in the 5th at the Spa, closing at 5-2.
This is one of the wackiest races I think I've seen in quite a while, maybe since the CCA Oaks. Tiergan was the speed. He didn't break badly, but he was sort of sluggish. He didn't really have any speed. So Luis Saez said, okay, I'm not getting in his way. He was close to last going around the first turn. He settled in. It felt like the 5 Maddie's Express, who didn't run well in the dirt in his only start on it, was comfortable in the front end. He's been in good form. He got a little bit leg weary in the late stages. Jose Lezcano was riding the favorite Too Early for a 1/2 mile to motivate him. You finally thought when he got through on the inside he was going to get it done. But he kind of hung a bit on the inside, and Tiergan, who we thought his best chance in this race, or only chance, was to wire the field, he outclosed them all and got it done.
Very different in the race shape in terms of what was anticipated. On the outside, Tiergan, Luis Saez, in between horses.
Tiergan didn't break. He didn't. We talked about that. If he breaks, he'll be in front, but they got to break.
But
and
thought
sometimes
that would be it
right.
if he did not break. Showing a new dimension coming from well off the pace this afternoon.
This was a quick pace, by the way. 23-33, 47-44. They were moving up front. So even if he broke, I don't know that he would have outrun the number 5 Maddie's Express. Really a wild race compared to how it. I mean, it ended up finishing how it sort of rated to finish, you know, the 3 and 6 being the 2 horses, but it was not run in a manner that you would have expected it. But interesting race, kind of fascinating.
And look, Too Early ran well, something Mig touched on earlier. All those second place finishes piling up, a 7th one.
To be fair, though, Tiergan has 3 wins in 7 seconds as well. So they were kind of brothers in the struggle a little bit.
Someone had to win. Tiergan, 3-6. 5'9", winning trainer Rudy Rodriguez, the athlete Alex Gelding, Mike Imperio, Rudy Rodriguez co-owner, and Luis Saez, a second win this afternoon on the undercard of the Alabama. Tiergan in the 5th. We'll have those results when we come back. 3-6, 5'9" in the 5th of 11 from Saratoga.
The leading sire of 2-year-olds in the world today stands at 3 Chimneys, and he's Horse of the Year, Gunrunner, who is off to an extremely promising start at stud. The sire of Wicked Halo, who won the Grade 2 Adirondack Stakes like a good horse. He is also the sire of undefeated Del Mar Graded Stakes winner, Papa Cat, a 4 3/4 length winner of the Grade 2 Best Pal. Gunrunner's yearlings lit up the board at Basic Tipton.
In the back, 850,000, thank you.
Newspaper record was exceptional, 2-year-old. The day she won the Breeders' Cup, I'll never forget. It was so impressive to win a race of that caliber with such ease. Really returned to her top form as a 4-year-old, won the Just Game. She was a very, very good horse. The first year we went over for the October 1 sale was 2017. This will be our 5th year going back. We're looking forward to it again.
Book one of the Tattersalls October yearling sale, Europe's unrivaled source of US graded stakes winners.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. At 3, he sizzled in the San Felipe Stakes. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring, and his first runners are hitting the track. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Great to have you with us. It's gorgeous Saturday. Picture perfect indeed. Painting there in the paddock. As always, our coverage, Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Down to Richie in the winner's circle with winning trainer, co-owner, Rudy Rodriguez.
Always great to talk to Rudy. I've known him for so long. Rode races with this guy. Rudy, I watched you in the paddock, and I could have sworn I saw you telling Luis Saez, go to the lead. What happened?
You know, we got the inside post. I told Luis, if you break good, take it from there. But, you know, Luis tell me the last couple of times he trying to do that. The horse really don't respond that. But, you know, this track is funny because if you know 1, 2, 3, you pretty much looking for trouble. But, you know, Luis is riding so good. You know, even the horses, they just go with the flow. So I'm just happy he ride the horse up.
Well, I mean, I think you hit on something. He's riding so confidently. The horses feed on that confidence. You as a trainer, how good does it feel when you're riding a rider that's in the zone like that?
It's unbelievable because, you know, you just let him ride their own race and take it from there, you know. Yes, he's riding unbelievable, though, you know, yes. He broke a little slow, and then he just sit there and bide his time. And, you know, when he asked him, he put Jose behind the other horse, and I thought Jose was going to come up and get us because, look, the last couple of times we kind of hanging out, but, man, he carried the horse out from the 8 pole to the finish line, so that's why he's riding that good.
Well, great job here. And one thing I got to comment, Rudy, after the races, especially on a hot day like this, so important to get these horses hosed down, but you do it yourself. I don't see you leaving that to the grooms, the assistants. You jump in and do it yourself. How important it is to have that hands-on relationship with your horses?
You know, Richie, I always do that, even when I work for Dutro, and I don't know, I just like him, you know. I just want to see the horses cool off, and I don't know if you use them in the pot. I probably give him maybe like 3 or 4 buckets of water and him, nice and cold, because he was so full of himself in the pot up. And I got to buy a couple of beers to Pepe, the pony exercise, the pony rider that he helped me to saddle the horse, because he was a handful. I'm just happy to get the horses to the winning circle, Rich.
Congratulations, Rudy. Great job. That's what happens. You get a rider that's riding in the zone, a trainer that sends out well-prepared horses and hands-on, and the result, a visit in the winner's circle.
Hands-on is right, Richie. Rudy Rodriguez. And from the start, again, Tirgan with Luis Saez, we expected him to be in front from the start. He wasn't in front at the start, but when it counted, Tirgan strikes the front, goes on to victory, 4th lifetime.
It's that final time you hit the finish line that matters.
More important.
I think it's worth entertaining the possibility the rail isn't the place to be, right down on the inside.
Okay.
I think a path or 2 off is probably okay. You know, the first winner did drift in that race, not on the inside. We saw Dial Me Up sort of fall apart down the inside in the second race. So now Rob really start running when she got off of it. You think about the favorite falling apart in the inside, the outside moves doing well. This race, I mean, I'm not trying to make excuse for too early. I'm just throwing this out there for people to consider. I'm not making an absolute statement. Pay attention to it going forward, especially when you consider that there's a very, very important race being run in the dirt a little bit later today.
Race number 10, the Alabama. This one on the main track, off the turf. 5.5 furlong dash, and this $45,000 allowance optional claimer. New York bred. Take out numbers 4, 6, 8, and 9. 6th race in 21 minutes. We've discussed the history of the Alabama and some of the great mares in the history of the sport, and Shu V and everything that she accomplished. An Alabama winner. Open Mind, Gene Klein, Wayne Lucas, Angel Cordero. Royal Delta, the only filly to capture the Alabama and the Breeders' Cup Distaff. That's next.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, and Colonel Liam, and graded stakes winners like Rushy, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
He won the Derby. He won the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's authentic indeed.
The opportunity is here to get a part of this wonderful sport, authentic in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
But Street Band is beginning to move away, and this will be a signature moment for Street Band.
Tis a magician owned by my racehorse.
Moonlight Doros. She'll win the Las Virgenes
Vertical Draft in the Steel Valley Sprint.
Got Stormy surging to the lead.
One of racing's all-time greats, Monomoy Girl wins the Bayakoa. and the field turns for home in the Alabama. On the outside, it's tricky, and Plum Pretty digs down. They're going at each other with Royal Delta coming to them. Less than a furlong to go, and Royal Delta takes the lead and pulls away, and Royal Delta goes on to win the Alabama convincingly.
Devastating performance. Royal Delta by daylight. The Alabama, only filly to capture the Alabama and Breeders' Cup Distaff.
That's incredible, by the way. I mean, that's unbelievable when you think of 16 champions. And they had kind of, you know, she won the Black-Eyed Susan. She's a horse that was incredible in her debut at Belmont. She hit some road bumps after that. She was good in winning the Black-Eyed Susan, but she didn't run again until the CCA Oaks. I mean, to meet. She needed a race that day.
5-1 that day?
She paid $13.
5-1.
I will say, I unloaded on her that race.
Royal Delta, she unloaded on that field. 16 fillies. That's why this is a champion-producing event. 16 fillies that have captured the Alabama, gone on to be crowned 3-year-old champion filly. As we take you inside the numbers, by the numbers for the Grade 1 Alabama, the history going back 140 years. You talk about the records. Who was fastest in one of the greatest 3-year-old fillies of all time? Nobody faster than the brilliant Go for One in 1990. 2 minutes and 4/5. Wow. Most wins by an owner. Bel Air Stud. 5 wins from 1924 to 1953. All-time Alabama leading trainer, Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons. 8-time winner. I think that record is safe moving forward. How about these jockeys? Stockpiling wins. Hall of Famers George Velasquez, Jerry Bailey, Mike Smith, each with 5 Alabama victories. As we mentioned, that elusive Alabama Breeders' Cup Distaff double only completed once. The terrific filly Royal Delta 2011, and why we call it the champion-making event. 16 fillies, crown champion, winners of the Alabama Swiss Skydiver last year. Sensational on that particular afternoon. The Alabama, by the numbers, one of the most celebrated races at Saratoga, and that is why, just steeped in history and tradition.
Can I add one? And by the way, Melanie does a tremendous job with those. Those are awesome. It's my absolute favorite thing we do. I love those. Peter Brandt winning the Alabama, I think it was 36 years apart. He won with Spit Curl back in like early 80s, and then he won again 2 years ago with Dunbar Road. That's a pretty remarkable accomplishment for an owner.
That much time.
Yeah.
He had Dunbar Road in the slop with Jose Ortiz. Jose Ortiz that afternoon, he had won 3 straight Alabamas, and let you know about it right at the wire. And so many recent memories, and the fillies that have performed at the highest level here. Another one that comes to mind back in 2008, Proud Spell in the 2008 Alabama. Andy Proud Spell turning the tables on Music Note on that afternoon.
And Music Note, who's turned into quite an effective broodmare, the dam of Mystic Guide. This was a really great race between 2 excellent racehorses. Music Note, I think, had won the Mother Goose.
Right.
And she ended up winning the Ballerina the next year, and Proud Spell was trying to rebound a little bit. Music Note was a heavy favorite, and man, they hooked up down the stretch. And there are a lot of great Alabamas, but I just thought this was such a great stretch battle.
Gabe Saez, the winning jockey, would talk about, like, you can't pass Proud Spell. You can't pass Proud Spell. You see how fired he was at the wire and how proud he was because of that. He's like, they could have, I know that, you kind of roll your eyes at this statement when somebody says they could have gone around again. Gabe Saez would be the first to tell you they could have gone around again. She wasn't letting Music Note by.
I will agree with that. And Music Note was a top-class Grade 1 horse, not a sort of phony who got lucky to win some big races. She was very, very good throughout her career, and she's proving in the shed. And Proud Spell's a good horse as well, but I agree. Music Note looked like she was going to get her, and she just could not get past. That was a great, great stretch run.
You see those replays, and you get that much more excited about today's Alabama, and the field stacks up like this. The America's Best Racing's Race of the Week with 7 of them. CCA Oaks, top 2 finishers, Malathat, Maracuja, but there's others. We thought the CCA Oaks was a 1-filly race. It wasn't. Well, Army Wife, drawn towards the outside, coming off 2 straight stakes victories here, Andy.
When you're owned by a man who brings a regular golf club to a miniature golf match, you come ready to play. And Army Wife's a horse that's really come along kind of slowly for the connections. You think about where she started on the turf. She didn't look like much of a racehorse as a 2-year-old, a little bit of potential, but she's really blossomed. Getting up to win by a nose, the heavy favorite at Gulfstream, but the Gazelle, where she had some trouble in the stretch. And a Gazelle that's proven to be a very, very important race with search results, with the Grade 1 Acorn win, the second, the Kentucky Oaks, Maracuja running second. And then they said, you know what, let's not knock heads, much like Crazy Beautiful. Let's go to the Black Eyed Susan. We'll go to Iowa. Was it Iowa in the next start? And beating Lessers. But she's running well. She better improve, though.
How about your Crazy Beautiful here? Again, another with back-to-back graded stakes wins coming in hot for today's Alabama.
It's not the same as Army Wife because she was running against the big girls last year. But after sort of trying the Kentucky Oaks and getting her head handed to her, Ken McPeak said, okay, I'll pick up some nice checks in different places. And he's done it. She ran her best by her speed figure last time of 91, the same number, roughly the same number that Army Wife ran last time. They're going to have to run faster to beat these horses, but today is the day for both of them to take them on in an important race like the Alabama.
Colors, the owners represented in today's 141st Alabama later this evening. Crazy Beautiful, the connections, they know how to win the race. Kenny McPeak seeking a third in the last 4 years. Jose Ortiz, 3-time Alabama winning jockey. Horses are in the paddock for the 6th. They're off the turf on the main track and have to beat that filly, Betsy Blue. Main track only. Irad Ortiz to ride 9-5, 11 minutes out. You're watching Saratoga Live on Alabama Saturday.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Looking for excitement? Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Just use code GET200 to start earning your $200 bonus with Twin Spires, where you can bet on the best racing from across the globe right in the palm of your hand. Plus, if you're looking for help to find a winner, check out our expert picks available on the app for every race. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
Monmouth Park's summer season continues with live action Friday to Sunday. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park has returned as a place to profit. Average win payout up 44% in 2020 versus 2019. Average favorite price up 26%. Races won at odds on down 22%. Looking to make money this summer? Bet Monmouth Park.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Time for the Pick 6 at Saratoga. You can fire away on your Naira Bets account. Always our coverage brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app. Field and updated odds for the 6. Again, Pick 6 starts here. $45,000 allowance optional claimer off the turf on the main track. Richie Migliori standing by with this paddock report. And Betsy Blue, Mig, the filly we're looking at here, 9-5. What are you seeing up close and personal?
Well, she looks really good, Lafitte. She's very well turned out. As 99.9% of the horses are in Saratoga, they're, trained by the best horsemen and women in the world, and their horses come over looking good. She looks terrific. She's by Tonalist, who, says that more distance might be good, but she's out of a Yana Guska mare, and I'm seeing the Yana Guska influence, kind of that more short-coupled, more powerful hindquarters where she gets her speed. I do wonder post 1 going 5.5 if it might be a bit of a detriment to her, because I don't think she's going to have the speed of some of the others, but she does look good and very hard to knock her physically or her record, because she's really never done anything wrong. Horse that really caught my attention is the 5, Big Q, coming off layoff nearly about 11.5 months since last year. She is a typical, what you would say, if you were thinking about a horse going 5 or 5.5 furlongs, gosh, she really checks all the boxes. She just is smaller, very compact, coming off the layoff, looks very fit for Tom Morley, who will be attending the Clement wedding later, but was here to saddle her. So is that a bit of a tell that kind of made sure he got here to put the tack on her? She couldn't look fitter off the layoff and looks tremendous in the paddock, and she probably gets my check mark from paddock appearance. The 7, the important one. Steve Asmussen's horses always look fabulous, and she looks fabulous. And I think she's going to appreciate getting back to the dirt. I'm not convinced that turf was everything that she wanted. I do think, though, getting back on the main track is really going to be benefit to this filly. And if things heat up on the front end, she should be in a good forward position to take advantage of it. And then the other Linda Rice on the outside, Beautiful Karen, who could potentially play out to be the speed of the speed here. I actually preferred her a little bit over Betsy Blue just in the appearance category, but that's just splitting hairs because they both look terrific.
Looking good in the paddock. Beautiful Karen, Richie, thanks so much. Currently at 7-2, big day Saratoga, big day cross country riders up here. In Southern California, Del Mar Pacific Classic Saturday, and you can earn a $20 bonus on your winning Pacific Classic bet. Qualify, go to NYRABets.com. You have to opt in to the promotion, place a $25 win bet on one horse in the Pacific Classic at Del Mar. If your ticket hits, you'll earn a $20 bonus. Visit NYRABets.com for details. $20 win bet bonus and all NYRABets promotions.
I've seen enough of the Betsy Blues and Beautiful Karens and Fair Regises of the world, and I want to find some sort of new, of course, the crew. The 7 important one has spent most of her career in the turf, and keep in mind she's been training at Belmont, where assistant trainer Toby Sheets, who handles the Asmussen horses all year, is. And you look at through her last, 8 races, 7 are on the turf. I think the best one she ever ran was at one time she ran the dirt up here last year when third behind the very improved Officer Hutchie and Spinyard in a race that was dominated up front. I thought she ran very well that day, and I've kind of been hoping they'd either enter her on the dirt or get her reined off in one of these races. And I like her chances, but I also am scared of Big Q. We'll talk about after the post parade.
You're talking about the important one.
The important one, I think, is an important one in this race.
9-2. Well, we'll see him in the post parade. Pick 6. Pool up at 270,000 plus. That'll continue to inflate, swell as we get closer to post time. And the post parade, Betsy Blue, there she is, the favorite at 2-1. You've had enough of her.
She's just okay. I don't know why she's a heavy favorite in here. She's had her chances. She runs by her figures in the low to mid 70s. She also ran 10 days ago. She's been running a lot lately. She can win. I want others.
You saw Kinky Socks, 7-year-old mare, 26 career start. Awesome Roar, Ricardo Santana aboard.
Both Kinky Socks and Awesome Roar are horses that have never really run particularly well on the dirt, and they'd have to improve. They're better turf horses.
Big Q, main track only for Tom Morley.
Well, if she is able to ever find that one best race of her career, they're all running for second, but inconsistent would be a way to describe her.
Louis Saya seeking a third on the Alabama undercard. The important one, Andy says, is an important one in this upcoming 6th.
I think important one. You should get some pace to run at. I think she's very logical in this spot.
Beautiful Karen, Eric Cancel. Mig liked what he saw.
She should be forwardly placed in here, but she's also 1 for 13 with 6 seconds and thirds.
And Fair Regis drawn towards the outside. 11-time winner, 16 runner-up finishes.
Remarkable.
Late to the scene, there she is.
Remarkable. Now, she does come out of a race where she couldn't get it done despite the favorite who won the stake race the other day, stumbling badly at the start and losing all chance. Her recent form is good enough to give her a chance, but sort of at best.
Field for the 6, pick 6 in 4 minutes. And Andy, we get caught up in the live racing. We're excited about the Alabama Lake Placid, but when you take a step back, remember what this day felt like last year without the fans. And these images, these scenics of Saratoga looking and feeling exactly the way it should on a big Saturday, on an Alabama Saturday.
I will always choose to remember only the good times at Saratoga, and I think, last year made us appreciate it even more, and it hopefully made us all appreciate a lot of things that we've taken for granted, and it certainly includes me. And this year at Saratoga has been just a wonderful experience, like the other 40-something years, almost 50 years that I've spent in Saratoga. I had friends come up from New York this weekend that had never been to the track before, never been to Saratoga. And I think we'll be seeing them up here every year after, and that's what happens at Saratoga. You come once, you come forever.
Very rare someone visits the racetrack, specifically at Saratoga, some of the bigger tracks around the country, and say, you know what, nah, I don't want to do that again.
Yeah.
Very rare.
My
Very
mom,
rare.
who's interested in racing, is her son's occupation, was sitting in the boxes with me about 5-6 years ago watching a race on a beautiful day, and she turned to me and said, I think I get it now. And Saratoga does that.
And the fans here, they get it today, and they're getting ready for this pick 6. You were just looking at Big Q. We going in the time machine here, Andy?
Well, we're going to go back to the one big race she ran, and that was the Key Sense, where she drew off and got a 91 buyer during her 2-year-old season. For Gary Gullo, who trained her at the time, and Gary's retired, if you're wondering why he's not training her anymore, he went in at 1-2 in a $500,000 race in her next start. I don't think that's happened to Gary before. She didn't run that day. She didn't handle the mud. She has never run back to that good effort, but she's had some decent enough efforts, and we'll see if she can refine that good form. I'll tell you something, there is some speed in here, but she's not a horse that needs to be in front. She broke her maiden at Saratoga in her first start closing. So I think she's an interesting horse here. I'm looking more for sort of new faces to the crew, and that's how Big Q, an important one, looked to me. And if you listened to me and played that $25 free bet, you have a $10 double going on an important one. I have a slightly bigger than $10 double going, and I'm rooting for her, and I like her chances, but I'm scared of Big Q.
$25 free play joined today, Naira Betts. Mig, Big Q, your thoughts?
I like Big Q. I love what I saw from her in the paddock. I think she looks very, very fit. You guys know I'm not big when it comes to times of workouts. I think there's too many other things to factor in, but I do like the fact that she's coming in off a very sharp gate work. I think it speaks to the fact that she's doing extremely well right now. I think she landed in a good spot going 5.5 here off the turf, and the Big Q, to me, I like horses like this that have races good enough coming off the layoff, because usually they had an issue they had to deal with, and now they're over that issue, and that fast gate work kind of signifies that to me. And the fact that Tom ran over here to saddle her before he had to go back for Charles Clement's wedding, I think that speaks of confidence. So I'm going to go with the 5. Big Q. Liked her in the paddock, liked her warm-up, liked everything about her. I think the 7, important one, also making a nice impression. I think she's going to appreciate getting back to the main track. And I do think that she can sit the right kind of trip if things heat up on the front end, particularly if the 10, Beautiful Karen, really blasts off, and her and the 5, Big Q, get hooked up. I think it helps, important one. But I'm about the Big Q. I think she just really tips the boxes for me coming off the layoff.
Tom Morley making his way back to 10 to Big Q, and now back wedding crashing.
Do we have any confidence that Tom Morley's made any good choices besides marrying Maggie?
You're looking at me like you want me to answer that question.
I'm just throwing it out there. You know, we'll see. Is that like the suit, the guy wearing the suit? You know, he came back. We'll see. Maybe he couldn't get any help. Maybe all his help is the wedding.
Somehow. that could be it. That could be it. Here to 10 to Big Q as we get ready for this pick 6, up over $360,000. And something else to watch for that you talked about, the racetrack, how it has been playing, that you were thinking maybe the rail, maybe not the place to be. Something to watch as we creep towards the Alabama, and now the riders notice these things as well. Watch how the riders are riding the race, specifically in particular area of the track they may be trying to avoid.
Some of them. Some riders are more adept picking up biases. Kendrick Carmouche, who hopefully will be returning soon at Belmont, is a rider that I always felt was very adept at picking up biases as quickly as some other riders. It's tricky. And listen, by the way, I'm not making some big definitive statement. I just think it's worth paying attention to, given what we've seen today. And Saratoga is an unusual track where I have seen a lot of days here in past years where the rail is bad and the 2-path is fine. Most tracks, I think, are sort of like an outside flow. You know what I mean? It just sort of gets better as you get outside. I've seen at Saratoga dead rails, and if you're in the 2-path, you're fine. So we'll see. Just some food for thought going forward. We've only run 4 races on the dirt.
At the 1863 Club on the first turn here at Saratoga. Great way to spend the afternoon, specifically on a day like this in an Alabama Saturday. Some rough weather the last couple of days, maybe some more inbound, but it's gorgeous right now. And for this Alabama Stakes Saturday, and John Embrial making an announcement. Who is that? The
Awesome
3?
Roar is scratched.
Awesome Roar is out. Late scratch just announced. Awesome Roar is out of this 6th race. 16 to 1 at the time of the announcement. Does this change anything in terms of race shape, Andy?
No, it really doesn't. This horse really did not figure to be a factor at all, to be honest with you. Doesn't have much speed and had never run well in the dirt. So my guess is this scratch, well, let me tell you something. These scratches are always in the best interest of everybody involved. In fact, the only people that are hurt by late scratches like this is NYRA, because we lose wagering dollars and we lose handle. But it's better for the horse, which is the most important thing, and is so far more important than every single other thing out here. But it's better for the riders, and it's better for the bettors. You don't want horses running that, for whatever reason, the veterinarian, the jockey doesn't believe is fit, whatever the case is. This is about protecting the horse, and I think our president, Dave O'Rourke, made this comment the other day. It's all about protecting the horse, and I don't always agree with Dave, though often I do. I don't think he's ever said anything that could be more true in this industry.
The emphasis is always, Awesome Roar is out, late scratch. You saw Ricardo Santana get a ride back. Has a date with Maracuja in the Alabama, and a heads up to those of you watching on FS2. We're going to be signing off. You'll be able to continue to watch Saratoga Live on YouTube, NYRA's YouTube page, also the Fox Sports app. Coverage continuing on the Fox Sports app. We'll be saying goodbye at the top of the hour. Richie, with more on the late scratch here just before post time and the start of this pick six sequence.
Yeah, Lafita, just to expound on what Andy was talking about, you know, there is a veterinarian at the starting gate, examining veterinarian. If a rider feels something underneath him that he's not comfortable with, or he doesn't feel the horse warming up properly, he goes to the examining vet, and the horse in New York is automatically scratched. Now, it could be any number of things a trainer couldn't see that a rider can feel, but again, it protects the horse, it protects the riders, and it protects the betting public, and there'll always be another day better to err on the side of caution.
Absolutely, Richie. Thanks so much. Excuse me. Awesome Roar out. Look forward to seeing her resurface. Again, coverage at 4 o'clock. Fox Sports app or on YouTube. Ball game's running long. As soon as it's over, our coverage will continue on Fox Sports 2 on the undercard of the Alabama and leading up to the Lake Placid and the Grade 1 Alabama. All set for the sixth race in the pick six. Towards the outside, some hesitation there. Now coaxed forward, beautiful Karen. John Embrial with the remainder of the load and call. Sixth race live from Saratoga.
They're in the gate. And they're off. The important one is out first. Now Big Q moves up, down on the inside. And Beautiful Karen is next in third. Betsy Blue races in fourth alongside his Fair Regis in fifth. And Kinky Socks is the early trailer in sixth. The important one leads here by almost 2 lengths now. Beautiful Karen and Big Q. Beautiful Karen in second. Big Q is racing in third. Fair Regis gained some ground on the outside, now in fourth. Betsy Blue is fifth and almost a half dozen lengths from the front. Kinky Socks continues to trail. The important one is the leader as they hit the quarter pole. Beautiful Karen on the outside. Big Q is down towards the rail. Then Fair Regis and Betsy Blue and Kinky Socks. The half-mile win in 45 seconds. The important one has opened up on the field. The important one now in front by 5. Then Beautiful Karen and Betsy Blue. But no catching the important one. Much the best here. Betsy Blue was second, then Beautiful Karen and Fair Regis.
She handled the rail just fine. The important one for Steve Asmussen, Bloom Racing, Team Midnight Bijou. The important one at 4-1. Cash in that $25 free play suggestion.
I hope somebody listened to it and did it. And, you know, I want to see the head-on of the stretch and see if this horse in the two-path, to be fair, because he wasn't riding the rail. It did seem like he dropped towards there. I mean, this horse just absolutely destroyed the field, and I think this is the last time we're going to see the important one running, or the last time was he was here on the turf. I mean, this was a joke. She absolutely crushed this field. Wow.
North America's all-time leading trainer, Steve Asmussen. Chalk up another one. 7, 1, 10, 11. That'll wrap things up for Andy and myself. Of course, looking ahead to the Alabama. Another look at the head-on here. Okay, so how far off the rail was she?
Well, she is in the two-path at this point. Let's see if she drops. I mean, I'm not trying to, you know, and listen, like I said, I wasn't absolutely sure the rail was dead. You know, I said we need to pay attention to it. She does get pretty close to it. I mean, she's not right on it. She's not scraping pain, as Gary would say, but she's down towards the inside, and I think it's, you know, like I said, it's not an absolute. Pay attention to it. We'll see.
We got not Calvin Burrell country down in there.
Right.
Literally
Right.
scraping
Exactly.
paint. Those Bloom Racing colors. Team Midnight Bisou, Steve Asmussen. 7-1, 10-11. Jose Lascano with the victory there to kick off the Pick 6 4-1 at post time. A race that looked evenly matched on paper. An absolute mismatch in the end.
No, absolutely. That horse buried the field. I've had a good time. This has been fun.
It was fun.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. And now the best is yet to come. Greg Wolf, Gary Stevens, Tom Amos.
And the racing.
I mean,
they're all coming up
some
next.
real talent showing up here.
Coverage continues. Again, as soon as the ball game is over, coverage will resume on FS2 for the time being, or on YouTube and the Fox Sports app. You get to see those two again. Throw it down once again with Maracuja defeating Malathat on that afternoon. I'll meet again in the Grade 1 Alabama this evening. You're watching Saratoga Live.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree, War of Will, standing in at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And I'm pleased to be joined in the winner's circle by Jeff Bloom, Bloom Racing, owner, breeder. Now, you've had great success buying horses and campaigning Midnight Bisou. What's it like, though, to breed one and find yourself in the winner's circle here?
I got to tell you, it's a pretty special feeling because it's such a long process and so much goes into the whole process of the weight and selecting the, the matchups. And so, especially for this particular horse, because we own Majestic City, the stallion, so it's especially gratifying to do it here at Saratoga with the filly doing it this way. It's special.
She was very impressive. Now, it's pretty much a family affair, so is everybody involved, your whole family, in naming the horse and the whole process?
The naming's a whole other situation, but yeah, everybody's involved. The family, my business partners, Chuck and Lori Allen, and it's funny when you're tasked with naming a horse, you can't think of anything. So it's like rush around and come up with one.
Jeff, you were a successful rider. You still look like you could ride. You should keep yourself in terrific shape. What's that journey been like, going from one career in the industry, reinventing yourself into a successful second career in the industry?
Well, I don't have to tell you, Richie, you know, it's like you miss getting on horses and riding races, but you realize I'm not the guy that's going to be able to do that anymore. And so it's been, you know, both a challenge and been a great adventure, you know, and certainly all those underlying skills, you know, are a great asset, a value add as you start developing tools to evaluate horses to buy them. And so it's just another sort of step in the journey. But, you know, I wouldn't be lying if I didn't say I miss riding races. You know, there's nothing like it.
Well, hard to get past that adrenaline rush, but always fun to find yourself in the winner's circle. And I got a hunch he's secretly getting on some horses, Greg, in the mornings. He looks too fit.
I'd buy that. He does look pretty fit. The important one, impressive, kicks off this pick six on Alabama Day. $10.20 to begin the sequence, trained by the winningest trainer in the history of North American racing, Steve Asmussen, the Hall of Famer. For Bloom Racing, Jose Lezcano. On board for that winning ride, 7-1-10. That started the pick six, so that means the late pick five is next. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Alabama Day here at this historic racetrack. This race itself, of course, steeped in history. Go for Juan, Heavenly Prize, Royal Delta, Songbird, of course, last year's Swiss Skydiver. All Alabama winners in the past who went on to win championship honors as the top 3-year-old filly in the country. Today, it's all about the rematch. The previously undefeated Kentucky Oaks winner, Malathot, trying to avenge the sole loss on the resume that came in the Coaching Club American Oaks against Maracuja. Pretty strong supporting cast as well, who we will talk about, but it's Malathot, again, even money favorite. Race circumstances did not line up for her on that occasion. Seems like much better scenario this afternoon. With me, Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens, one of the top trainers who had the Kentucky Oaks winner just a couple of years ago, Tom Amos. Why could today be different for Malathot?
Post position, absolute post position. She was drawn down inside in her last race, and Johnny V was kind of committed to stay inside, go to the lead, and he got attacked from all angles. He's drawn towards the outside today. He's got speed down inside of him, so look for a completely different trip today.
Yeah, plus this race has some speed in it. And last time when these horses met, there was really no speed in the race, but without a doubt, Played Hard is going to be the target up front.
Well, John Velasquez, he was forced to go from that inside post. There was not really any other speed in the race, so it sort of took her out of her game of what she wants to do. He decided to go to the front. She took a challenge from just about every single filly in this race.
He did, and you know, his hand was forced, and you see the yellow silks right there. That's Clairiere right there. She made a mid-move. We're going to take a look at it in a few moments. And then Marca Joe, she was able to capitalize on that mid-move and wear her down late.
Yeah, I think the thing there was Clairiere, you know, put pressure on her. As soon as that was over, Maracuja was right there. But the start is really key here. So this could be her all the way to the inside, Malathot, and he's going to make a decision. Johnny Velasquez is riding it. He's making a decision. He's using his hands, and now he's got to decide, what am I going to do from this spot? Do I keep my spot and try to go to the fence and make the lead? And he does. He pushes through here. He decides to make the lead. The die is cast. He's on the lead, and now this horse is in a position she hasn't been in a long time. She's usually chasing a target. Right now, she is the target, and she's going to take pressure from just about every one of these horses in the race at different times during the race. That's hard for any horse to take, even a champion.
And it was off a layoff, her first start having just won the Kentucky Oaks.
Clairiere, watch this mid-move right here. I mean, they've just turned into the backside, and this is what wins the race for Maracuja. Ricardo Santana elects to take back and says, well, I'll let you do the dirty work on the outside, Luis, and that's exactly what happened. Excuse me. That wasn't Luis up there. That was Irad Ortiz. And so that laid the groundwork for what we saw in the finish.
That's what this racetrack's known for, historic upsets like this. But I think a lot of the talk afterwards, first of all, Malathot did not lose anything in defeat, but just a masterful ride by Ricardo Santana Jr.
Oh, masterful ride on Maracuja for sure. And here's the thing, Maracuja is a very, very good horse. But Malathot, in loss, is a much better horse. It had everything go against her that day, and it really set up perfectly for the perfect storm for her to get beat. I don't see that happening today.
Here they are one more time. Down the stretch, will the tables turn this afternoon? You know, everyone's making it about this rematch, which it is. But some other pretty good fillies in this group as well. Of course, John Velasquez, he has won this race As you see the celebration from Ricardo Santana Jr. and Maracuja, first grade 1 for Rob Atras. Johnny V, the Hall of Famer, he's won this 3 times in his career, and still at this stage of his career, Gary, one of the absolute best in the business.
Yeah, listen, let's talk about strategy of what he's going to do today. To me, it's very simple on paper. He's got played hard inside. She's the speed. He does not have to commit early on. What he wants to do is get a good break away from there, not send her hard, but make sure she's standing up on her feet, get a good clean break, and he can use played hard as his stalking leader throughout the race and control the race, I believe, from the outside. But listen, he's got new respect for Maracuja, I say, going into this race, because horses gain confidence. Maracuja knows that she can win races, grind it out, and she's going to want every step of this 1.25 miles today.
Yeah, there's no doubt that Johnny Velasquez wants this past race back. He wants another opportunity to show what his filly can do and what he can do on her. There is 0 chance Malathat goes to the front like she did last time.
Here's today's remaining races presented by Claiborne Farm. Got the late pick 5 ahead. It begins in just 16 minutes. Lake Placid, part of that sequence with technical analysis. Stakes winner already at the meet on the turf, and of course the big one, the Alabama. One of the biggest races there is in this sport for 3-year-old fillies. 1.25 miles on the main track. That's coming up in the 10th. You can play it all by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. $25 free play today when you sign up as a new member. Promo code to use at sign up, free 25 to get involved. Go to nairabets.com or download the app. 15 minutes away from the 7th coming up. Let's bring in the rest of our crew. 4-time Major League All-Star, Paula Duca, JK, 2015 NHC Tour champ. Hi, guys.
How you guys doing today? How you doing today,
Good,
JK?
Paul, how about you?
I'm doing well.
It's hot outside, but I'm always hot, so what's new? I'm excited. I've been waiting for Malathat to have a chance to go 1.25 miles since she crossed the wire in the Kentucky Oaks, and today we're going to get a chance to see that.
You know, the guys are talking about the draw, and I think that's key. I mean, Gary, I think, hits the nail on the head, and both of them, Tom as well. She's not going to be the target today. She's going to have a target to run at. She can relax. She might be able to turn it into a 2-horse race and maybe put Clairiere and Maracuja farther behind in a slower pace, no?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't have a problem with what Johnny decided to do last time in the Coaching Club American Oaks. He was on the best horse. He tried to put it to them. And if it wasn't for that middle move, in my opinion, from Clairiere, I think that Malathat would have been able to hold off Maracuja. Malathat is just a talented race mare. I'm excited to watch her run today. And like I said, the 1.25 miles, I think is going to hit her right between the eyes.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I just think that she just ran too well in defeat. What do you do with Clairiere today? Is this horse obviously going to be ridden differently? Irad Ortiz Jr. in the 4-horse field last time decided I need to press the pace, try to win the race. You think they sit back and make one run today?
I think they will, and I think she's another one that will appreciate the 1.25 miles. And to be fair, I think those are the only 2 horses that can win this race, Clairiere and Malathat.
We can't wait for it. Going to be a terrific edition, 141st running of the Alabama later today for 3-year-old fillies. But coming up next, as you saw right there, our Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. It will kick off this late pick 5, going 6.5 furlongs. Everybody trying to get that first win on the resume, and a lot making their debuts. Some who've been working very sharp in the morning, including Todd Pletcher's My Prankster. 5-2 right now on the board for the 2. There he is, Expensive Son of Into Mischief, and the meet's leading rider, Luis Saez, will be aboard. Late pick 5 coming up next. Stay with us.
difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Stop Charging Maria, and those two come to the 8th pole together. It is Stop Charging Maria who's roused to the lead, spurred on by Johnny Velasquez as they come down to the line. A final try on the outside from Joint Return. They're coming down to the finish. Stop Charging Maria has won the Alabama.
2014 Alabama Stop Charging Maria, coming off a dominant score in the Coaching Club American Oaks, backed it up with an Alabama win, second straight for Todd Pletcher, having won with Princess of Silmar the year before. Mike Rapoli, those silks in the winner's circle, saying as a kid from Queens, I could have never afford to go to Saratoga. I didn't have a car that would go 3 hours to get up there. What a moment. And would add a Breeders' Cup Distaff win the following year at Keeneland. Earned over $3 million in her career. And here's a Todd Pletcher first-time starter. Colt by Into Mischief, who's our current favorite at 5-2 on the board.
Yeah, look, Into Mischief, the leading sire in our country right now. Just to get to him, just to bring your mare to him, $250,000. How about that?
And he's booked solid.
And he's booked solid. There you go. Yeah.
That was a quick look at Todd Pletcher, the newly inducted Hall of Famer, first ballot. Let's go to Richard Migliori for more here on the race that kicks off our late pick 5.
Well, yeah, just let's start off with a Todd Pletcher trainee and the 2 My Prankster, a $600,000 yearling purchase, and a really kind of precocious pedigree, very quick on the bottom side. By Into Mischief needs no introduction on how to sire in North America. Out of My Wandy's Girl, who was a Grade 1 winner in Puerto Rico before coming stateside to be trained by Michael Hushin. She won the Barbara Fritchie. A very good mare and very fast. And this filly sports some very good works, particularly out of the starting gate. She's a little bit on the smaller side, makes me feel like she'll definitely be involved, forwardly placed early, always a good thing. With first-time starters, don't have to deal with all that kickback. The 6 Seal Beach ran very well first time out, daughter of midshipman. What I look for with second-time starters is how did they react to that first effort? Do they come to the paddock and are a little more shook up because they kind of know what's coming, that they're going to go to the starting gate and have to exert themselves away? She's laid back about it. They added blinkers for this trip, but she just seems to have a very good mind on her and taking everything in the right way. The 8 Reserve Currency, trained by Chad Brown. They took her out of the saddling stalls to saddle her, a little bit on the tense side, but gosh, she couldn't look any fitter and couldn't look any better from a trainer you would expect nothing less from. And then the outside horse. Excuse me, I can't even read this right here, guys, but Cogburn, excuse me, my papers are all folded up. Steve Asmussen's horses always look like they're ready to run big first time out. They're fit, well prepared, and she's just acting so good. And that this time has been a very proficient sire with first time starters, and she gets a good outside draw going 6.5. Plenty of time to sort it out before they get to the far turn, guys.
Mig, thanks. By the way, for those who just joined us, let's show you what happened back in the race that kicked off this Alabama Day Pick 6 sequence. Back in race 6, it was the important one for Steve Asmussen. Jose Lezcano dominant against this field.
Yeah, broke on top, stayed on top, and really left this field. The important one, this race was scheduled for the grass, as a sprint on the grass. It went to the dirt with all the rain we've had. The important one hasn't seen the dirt since September of 2020. Man, was she glad to get back on it. She makes quick work of this field, 4-1.
Yeah, and listen, hats off to the track maintenance crew here at Saratoga with all of the rain that we've had all of this week, over 5 inches, and to have this track, fast racetrack, a fair racetrack. We've seen horses come down the middle of the track, down the inside, as we just saw the important one do there. So kudos to the track crew.
All right, so that kicked off the pick 6. Jonathan Kitchen, how do we play this pick 5 that's coming up next?
Yeah, I thought the first 2 legs were going to be tough. I'm going to spread in the first 2 legs. 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 here with all these first-time starters. The 2, My Prankster, the 9, Cogburn, both seem to be working well, but nothing outstanding where I wanted to leave off some of the longer-priced horses. In the second leg, 2, 4, 5, 6, 9. The 2, Galani Bridge and Identity Politics have been working together. It looks as if Galani Bridge has been working better. I thought that one was one you wanted to make sure you had on. And then on to the Lake Placid. I'm going to use the 2 and the 3. The 2, Technical Analysis. The 3, Ego Trip, the maiden. I think this horse is going to run extremely well today. I'm going to single the 6, Malathot. I've been waiting for this 1.25 miles for since all the way back in May. And then we'll wrap it up with the 12, Perfect Grace in the last.
JK, good luck. $30 play. This sequence begins right here with this Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. It's brought to you, of course, by Spendthrift Farm, home of 2-time reigning champion sire Into Mischief. And, of course, the favorite right now, My Prankster, the 2, the son of Into Mischief. For the powerful Todd Pletcher Barney, had a first-time starter kick off our card today with a win. We start things off here with Southern Sense. For Dale Romans, this is start number 3.
Yeah, most experienced horse in the field, this colt is, with 2 starts already. I'm sure they'd like to have this horse a little bit closer early on.
Here's our favorite, the son of Into Mischief, for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, this is a horse, if you look at the last 3 works, this horse outworked 112 horses 2 back, and I think Luis Saez is aboard, and this horse is going to be fast.
Son of Quality Road here with Dylan Davis aboard Triumphant Road.
Yeah, one of our first-time starters. Average work pattern. You always look to the board, look at the odds. The odds are saying, maybe not this time.
Skate to Heaven just went by the 4.
Yeah, David Cohen, Robertino Diodoro, they're 20% together, this colt by Lauban.
Here's Bellinger for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, this is another Pletcher horse, 1 of 2 in the race. He's got the favorite. He's got this 5 horse as well.
Dan produced Fat Man, a pretty good one on the track. Seal Beach for Mike Maker, start number 2.
Yeah, very dangerous. Putting the blinkers on. I thought a useful race first time out, and Gaffleone will now take the irons.
From Another Mother, blinkers on, start number 2, Ray Handel.
Another one that's making that equipment change to blinkers on. And look, first or second start, that's where you get the most improvement.
Reserve Currency, Clarvett Stables, Chad Brown, runner debuting.
Yeah, reportedly been working well in the morning. Maybe it's a product of how good this field is that you're getting 7-1 on the Son of American Freedom.
And Steve Asmussen with a first-timer on the outside, Cogburn.
Yeah, Cogburn being bet on. When you look at these Asmussen firsters, check out the works underneath and look for that G from the gate. That's where he shows his hand, and Cogburn has been very good out of the gate.
Dam won her debut sprinting as well, although it came at Indiana Grand. Late pick 5 starts here. We also have an all-stakes cross-country pick 5 this afternoon, comprised of racing for both here at Saratoga and out on the West Coast at Del Mar, including the Pacific Classic later today. Go to NYRA.com/cross-country for more information. 3 minutes to post. Let's go back paddock side to Paulie and JK.
Thanks, Greg. And you're taking a look at the 2 as, again, a good warm-up here is the Son of Into Mischief. And JK, you know, you talk about Pletcher, you talk about Aston. They're good at a lot of things, but they're very good at this, winning with 2-year-olds. And this horse has got some flashy works.
Yeah, they are. They both seem to have these horses ready to break away from the gate, which in my opinion is probably the most important thing when you're dealing with these young horses. It doesn't matter how much talent you have.
Yeah.
If you walk out of there, you can be up against it. I like that Louis shows up here. Like we've talked about before, he's the meet's leading rider. And I think a lot of times when that happens, owners, trainers, they want the best rider who's riding the best to be on their best horses. And I like the fact that Louis shows up here. But a horse, Paulie, that I was a little bit interested in was the 3, Triumphant Road. Eddie Barker is only 8% in his career with first-time starters. And I know that Tom had kind of mentioned this horse is kind of on the board at 11-1, and that is true for most trainers. But for a trainer like Eddie Barker, who's 8% with first-time starters, I think this horse is sneaky taking a little bit of money.
No, I think that worked 2 back, 48-3 breezing. They paid $475,000 for the Son of Quality Road. So The pedigree is there. Looks well on the racetrack. I'm not arguing with you there. We get to the 9 on the outside, Cogburn. I mean, it's just really tough to leave anything with Steve Asmussen is out of anything. And Tom's dead right. When they work bullets, they're doing it on their own in the Steve Asmussen barn.
I love that Tom pointed that out about looking for that gate work, because most of Steve Asmussen's horses work pretty slow. He does not have fast works in the morning. So when one shows up with a quick work, it is something you want to take note of.
Yeah, guys, looking at these guys on the racetrack, and I got to apologize. I think I was referring to them as fillies a moment ago. I was stuck in filly mode from the last race, these colts. The 2-horse, My Prankster, not a very big horse, but very efficient mover, light on his feet, very balanced individual, and I like the pedigree. Again, going back to the mother, being so precocious and quick. The other Todd Pletcher trainee, the 5 Bellinger, this is a big, imposing son of Super Saver. He checks all the boxes, and I think I could see why Todd wanted to start him at 6.5. Definitely not a 5.5 or 5 furlong type. Horse is probably going to appreciate as they go even further, and really acting well in the post parade. Like what I'm seeing from him. And then to the outside, the horse that ultimately I landed on, the number 9, Cogburn, son of Not This Time. Dam was a stakes winner, albeit on synthetic surface, but Asmussen horses are just so well turned out and so professional, and I think going 6.5, it's just an advantage to be on the outside. If you don't break as sharp, gives you an opportunity to get your legs up underneath you, get up into the race the right way. Usually Steve's horses break pretty alertly, though, and he's got his main man, Ricardo Santana, up for a horse that's got that long, steady work tab, and as Tom referred to, Steve does not ask his horses to go fast in the morning. If they go fast in the morning, it's they're doing it on their own or doing a little more than the rider wants them to. But this guy framed up nicely. I'm watching him on the racetrack right now. Impressed with the 9, Cogburn.
Well, this barn, this time of year, they unleash a lot of good ones, including a 2-year-old filly we saw earlier in the meet. Echo Zulu ran a 92 Beyer speed figure in her debut. We'll see if Cogburn's another incredibly talented 2-year-old for the Asmussen barn. Meanwhile, here's Seal Beach. So important, Tom, to have a race under your belt, and he has that.
Yeah, let's examine this race as Mike Maker would, to try to decide what he needs to do in that second start to make Seal Beach better. Only start that this horse has had, obviously doesn't break very well. Seal Beach doesn't break well. So you can believe that Mike Maker's putting that in his hat and working on how to correct that for the second start. We often talk about horses improving from their first to second start. It's because as trainers, we're watching what they do and trying to make them better at it. Turn it for home here, Seal Beach does something that a trainer is always looking to work on if it doesn't go right. And that is, Gary, this horse is starting to lay in late down the lane here, lugging in down the lane. You see they added blinkers this time around. A lot of this could be the dirt that he's taking in his face. Any number of things are making that happen. You can see him holding a lot of right rein. He's laying in a little bit. I look for this horse to improve a great deal in the second start and run a much improved race. It's experience versus obviously what we have here, a lot of raw talent that hasn't run yet. I'll take experience, and I'll take the horse that's had a start, the 6, Seal Beach.
I'll give the advantage to Seal Beach as well. I loved his first race. I like the blinkers on. Tyler Gaffleone, as good a gate rider as there is in the country. You always see him jump well with him. And for that horse to run into the muddy conditions as he did the first time out, and still looking for more. He was leaning in, but he had 2 horses in front of him, a little bit green, and I like how he was acting in the paddock.
Here we go, post time for the start of our Alabama Day late pick 5. My Prankster had been favored through most of the wagering here, the debut for this Todd Pletcher, son of Into Mischief, but it's become the Steve Asmussen runner, debuting from that outside post. Ricardo Santana Jr. on Cogburn, who's now the 2-to-1 choice.
Waiting for Escape to Heaven.
Let's send it upstairs. John Imbrial to get us started here in the pick 5.
Ready for the start. And they're off. From the outside, from Another Mother and Cogburn. It is Cogburn who has the lead. From Another Mother is a close-up second. And then it's My Prankster next in third. Seal Beach is alongside in fourth. It's a break of 2. Down on the inside is Southern Sense, who runs in 5th. Then on the outside is Reserve Currency. In between horses is Bellinger. As the field goes into the turn through a quarter in 21 and 3. Cogburn from Another Mother, they are right together. My Prankster is now gaining ground from 3rd. Seal Beach is next in 4th. Then we come back to Triumphant Road. On the outside is Skate to Heaven. The field is now coming for the top of the stretch. Cogburn and My Prankster, and now those two are right together. From Another Mother has dropped back into 3rd, then Seal Beach in 4th, followed by Skate to Heaven and Southern Sense. The half went in 44 and 3. My Prankster has now taken over, and My Prankster has opened up here. My Prankster's in front by more than a half dozen lengths. This is an impressive debut for My Prankster. Jockey Luis Saez not asking for much here through the stretch, just a hand ride, and My Prankster won by 9 lengths. Seal Beach was 2nd, and From Another Mother finished 3rd. Cogburn was 4th.
Todd Pletcher, he's unleashed 2 ultra-talented first-time starting 2-year-olds to win today. My Prankster dominant here, and another 3-win day for the meet's leading rider, Luis Saez.
Man, this was a very impressive race, Gary. That's the big white face on the outside, making the lead right here. He clears, and he just takes off from this group. When you see a horse that far in front of the rest of the field, that dominant a performance, you've got to make a note of it. You've got to look at this horse in the future as one to play moving forward. Great deal of ability here and a great future for the 2-horse My Prankster.
Yeah, this colt, I mean, he made what appears to be a very good group of 2-year-olds. A lot of hopes for them. Look just average, and they're not just average. There were some runners back behind him, but this colt, he wants further than what he ran today. He ran a fast time. This track has been fast today, but he ran 1:16 and 2. That's racehorse time for stakes horses. He gets away fairly clean right here, gets up underneath Saez, and Saez settles into a good spot, gets some experience with a little kickback, just stalking, and watch him come up underneath him here right now and just start taking him without any effort.
Yeah, he's got to love what's happening up front. He's got a challenge between 2 horses battling up front. He's sitting in what you guys refer to as the pocket right behind him, and he looks like he's loaded to go whenever he wants to. Never looked like anything other than the winner.
Dominant performance by a son of Into Mischief in our Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. And guys, maybe Witt needs to pause for a moment here. We're going to see in the hopeful likely for this barn. This is a talented stablemate here.
I don't know about you, Paulie, but every time I wake up on a Saturday at Saratoga, I hope that a 2-year-old does something like this to get me excited for the future.
No, this was very, very impressive. You know, when you look down and you see the works, we talked about Steve Asmussen, the Hall of Famer. He doesn't tip his hand, but My Prankster, that last work, no. The second and the third work, that horse worked 2 out of 114 horses. This horse is a 2-year-old. Those other 113 horses that he outworked weren't 2-year-olds. So this horse sort of tipped his hand in the morning, maybe the inside post. That's the reason why you got 7-2. And I think Gary's right. This was a loaded race, and this horse was loaded.
And Gary and Tom said it, and one thing I loved about this performance is sometimes with these 2-year-olds that do these freaky things, they just get out on the front end, they get comfortable, they get brave, and they run off the screen. This horse sat behind horses. He passed good horses. I think this is a really talented racehorse.
Yeah, I'm with you, because if you think about it, I know Cogburn and From Another Mother, they went after it a little bit, but they were way, way back in 3rd and 4th, guys.
It was a long way back to 2nd and 3rd in here. 2, 6, 7, 9. This was all about the coming out party for My Prankster here in the debut. The son of Into Mischief appropriately winning our Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. And Todd Pletcher, he's got another really talented 2-year-old with this performance. Again, 3-win day for Luis Saez. He's got 49 at the meet, and he's still got work to do coming up this afternoon. We're going to step aside for a timeout. We'll be back with more Saratoga Live right after this, and we'll talk the leader of the 3-year-old division with the biggest race of the meet still to come, the Jim Dandy winner, the Belmont Stakes winner, Essential Quality, looking to add the Travers to his resumes. We'll be back right after this.
Their track records,
Oh my goodness, look at Frosted today! And Nyquist is still unbeaten! our track record. Street Sense will need some running room at the wire. Natalia Duro wins.
Here comes the stern, and the Colt is letting rip with a big run.
It's what makes Darley, well, Darley. We've been putting the blue into the bluegrass for 20 years.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Back on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Regional networks out in Southern California. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We're underway in this late Pick 5. Gary, if Todd Pletcher, you were still riding, came to you right now and said, I'll give you choice of Witt or my prankster for next year's Derby, who you want to ride?
I loved what I saw just now. If I could give a commitment all the way through this year's Breeders' Cup, I would do it at this moment, and with the offer that I'd stick with him as a 3-year-old.
Can I move him into my barn as well if I make a choice here?
Yeah, why not?
I'll take Witt. I think Witt is a really, really good horse.
We'll see. It's going to be fun to watch both these
2 starts.
Fun to see both these two develop along the way. Pretty good start for my prankster to his career. Robert Lawanalo. How about having a 2-year-old like this debut at this meet and what's to come? It's got to be exciting. Again, our Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Home of 2-time reigning champion sire Into Mischief, and it's an Into Mischief who takes it. As we take a look at the odds for race 8 here, 7 furlongs, 35,000 claiming race, non-winners of 3 lifetime, and Chad Brown deciding he's going to drop both Galani Brigade and Identity Politics, the 2 and the 4, to try and get another win here as he's going for this training title. Both look like, at their best, they're much better than this group, but can you rely on them?
I can't.
Yeah, I mean, I think this race has some elements to it that separate from just being a regular non-winners of 3 for a claim race. Claim meaning you could buy the horse out of the race. So Chad Brown is taking 2 horses and saying, if you want to buy my horse for $35,000, here's your opportunity to do it. We've seen it go both ways out of that barn. I think there's some other avenues here to go. We'll talk a little bit more about that later.
We had a crowd behind us just a few moments ago. They've scurried because we're getting a little weather here. Rain started to come down. Hopefully it passes quickly. That could be the case in here. For now, we're 21 minutes away from this 8th and still fast and yielding on the turf. Of course, coming up a week from today, the Run Happy Travers. You will see it live on Fox next Saturday. And the 2-year-old champion, the Belmont Stakes winner, the Jim Dandy winner, and the leader of the division. Essential Quality, there's no question, he's the horse to beat going in for Brad Cox.
Yeah, and had a good workout today. He had a great workout last week, coming into the race very, very well. And, you know, he's the horse to beat in the Travers, fairly.
Let's take a look at what he did in the prep race for the Travers. He had to cover a lot more ground than just about everybody in this race, Tom.
He did, and you know, a lot of people called this race workmanlike, not that much, but I mean, he really gets packed out wide there. He ran much further than any horse in this race, going around everybody on the first and second turn. I thought it was a very, very good effort on his part, and certainly puts him squarely as the horse to beat in the Travers, in the Run Happy Travers.
He shows up every time, Gary.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of an old horse I used to ride. I won the Derby on, and Silver Charm. He's very workmanlike. He seems to know where the finish line is in every one of his races. He's not flashy when he wins, but he finds a way to win. Tom talked about the ground that he lost this day, and it was extensive. I mean, I didn't like his chances going around the far turn after the wide trip, and he just keeps grinding, keeps digging, and he finds a way to win, and I like that in a racehorse.
Well, let's take a look at what he's accomplished in his career. It's been pretty incredible to this point. 7 for 8 lifetime. The only victory in a race when he lost a lot of ground, had a tough break in that Kentucky Derby, had definitely an excuse in that loss. Champion 2-year-old, Belmont Stakes winner, 6 career graded stakes wins. And here's a look at him, courtesy of XBTV, working today at Saratoga.
Yeah, he's on the outside, and he's being asked for no speed right now, just staying with his workmate. And what he's going to do when they hit the finish line here, he'll be allowed to gallop out a little bit, but you can tell that he's not being asked. He's not a flashy workhorse, but his last 2 works, Brendan Walsh reports that he's been more into it, and right there at the wire, he joins up, and still not being asked a whole lot, saving for next week.
Yeah, you're watching them finish up there on the outside. Look, for this Brad Cox horse, I mean, he's the kind of horse, when you watch those horses down the lane, you said it, Gary, he's very workmanlike. You could see how sweaty they were on their shoulders. When you see that and you recognize that this morning was a very human morning, that doesn't bother me at all, and how they went today.
Hey,
it might be getting a little humid right here.
Well, it's actually cooled off about 20 degrees here in the last 5 minutes, and yeah, we're getting wet.
Yeah, it's like one of those NFL sidelines where they got one of those fans that's blowing nice, cool rain air.
Why does the rain have to come at an angle?
Yeah, right.
Right at our back.
We might need some umbrellas, so it's coming down pretty steady right now. Again, this just happened in the last few minutes. So we all know Essential Quality, he is the one to beat going into that Travers. Guys, who is he going to line up against, and who's the biggest threat?
I think it's Dynamic One. I think Dynamic One seems to be trending in the right direction. I will say this about Dynamic One. He got a great trip last time, but I can't write him off just because of that. I think he actually seems to be progressing for Todd Pletcher.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I just don't think any of them can beat Essential Quality. I understand if you're going to say the main threat. I thought Miles D ran a very, very good race as well. I mean, there were 1-2 in the Curlin. Dynamic One probably had a better setup. But, you know, the way that Dynamic One was handled in mid-stretch, I don't think I've ever seen a horse handled that confidently with about 1/8 of a mile to go. But, you know, he sort of grinded away, didn't really quicken, and he didn't really put away Miles D, you know what I mean? Especially the way he was traveling.
The other thing I'll say about both of these horses, Miles D and Dynamic One, is I don't feel like they necessarily have a style that can contradict what it is that Essential Quality does. They're basically the same, kind of come from off of it type horses. So if one of them was a speed horse that could get loose on the front end and kind of put Essential Quality up against it, that would make a little bit more sense to me as these guys as alternatives. The only thing I will say is that Dynamic One and Miles D have some upside. They obviously weren't nearly as talented as Essential Quality was as a 2-year-old, but that's what makes these races so great, as these horses will continue to improve later in their 3-year-old years.
My only worry, and I'd like to go upstairs to the 2 horsemen, Dynamic One carries his head pretty high. Would that be a worry going a little bit of longer distance?
Not for myself, and I like the way he finished off that race, and he was reaching, he was grinding. He looks like he wants a little further than what he had the other day. I think that stamina is his deal. I don't get too worried about the high head action if they're reaching, and he was reaching at the end.
Yeah, I'll add to that. So when I have a horse that carries his head high, either in strong exercise, like a morning workout, or in a race, my first suspicion is breathing, because they tend to reach up to try to get air. So important for a racehorse to have a good functioning airway. But for a dynamic one to finish like he did, he can carry his head any way he wants. He's going to be just fine.
Ran too good in the Wood Memorial as well. He's got beat by his stablemate, 72 to 1 shot Bourbonic, but he looks like he has improved since the Kentucky Derby. That was his first start back. Being told this is just a very short burst of weather. In fact, the rain has already let up. Lightly coming down, but should pass very quickly here. So that is great news, as can happen here in upstate New York. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back, and when we return, the story of a barn on the rise. Rob and Brittany Atras, a family affair. They proved they are major players in some of the biggest races in our sport with that win in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Tapit. His dominant reign as America's top stallion will leave an indelible mark on the breed, forging a legacy that will last forever. His impeccable resume includes a veritable roll call of champions. The only top 5 sire 10 of the past 11 years. Tapit, standing strong at Gainesway.
When I saw Campanelli, instantly fell in love with her. Called Barbara Banky up that night. I said, I think I found your Queen Mary winner. The breeders and consigners are bringing the best of the best from their stud farms to Tattersalls, Book 1. We will be attending in October, and hopefully we can find the next Campanelli. A lot of these horses suit our racing in the US.
Book 1 of the Tattersalls October yearling sale, Europe's unrivaled source of US graded stakes winners.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratiner and takes the lead.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching Saratoga Live, our program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well.
Elite has taken the lead. It is Elite coming to the final furlong in the Alabama, putting away It Is Well. Salty runs through an opening on the inside, up into third. Lockdown is fourth, and then Actress on the outside, but Elite is clear. Elite has moved away to a 4-length lead in mid-stretch. It Is Well clings to second, and then it's Salty. Elite has won the Alabama.
That was back in 2017, the homebred for Claiborne Farm in the silks of Adele Dilschneider, who co-bred this incredible mare as well. $2.6 million in earnings, and off this performance, she'd go on to beat older fillies and mares in the Beldame. Part of an incredible run for Jose Ortiz in the Alabama, won it 3 straight years. There she is on the farm. The filly by Warfront. Future Elite. Hanging with Mama. She provided some great moments on the racetrack. She was a star, and to have a homebred like that and perform like that and win a race like the Alabama has got to just feel incredible. We're getting set for the 8th, 7 furlongs in this claiming race for horses who do not have 3 wins lifetime on the resume, and there's one of the 2 Chad Brown runners, Identity Politics, who his best races, if it could somehow get back to them, I mean, they tower over this field on the dirt. Problem is a lot of second place finishes from this now 6-year-old.
A lot of the second place finishes, but hasn't seen this level of competition. And they say the best way to win races, of course, is to put them in the right spot. You're talking about a horse here that's making a drop into the claiming ranks and has faced much, much tougher in the past. Start finishing well after not breaking well. Didn't break good that day, finished up strong on the outside here.
Huge class relief, as Tom mentioned. Returning to dirt after a couple of tries on turf. Let's get a paddock report and check in with a MIG for more.
Thanks, Greg. Up getting a little bit of cover here, getting a little refuge from the rain. It's kind of lightening up, but still a little bit overcast, and you can kind of see where it's coming from the south, actually. So, but let's get to horses here. The 2, Galani Brigade, another Chad Brown drop down. Looks very well placed here. I mean, taking a meaningful drop in class, but just trying to find races where they're competitive. And, you know, Chad's horses are always well turned out. Getting the tack right now on Galani Brigade, who, you know, like Chad likes to take him out of the saddling stall, kind of do it just out in the shed row, basically give him a little bit more room to work with. The 4 Identity Politics looks terrific. And I agree with Tom. The class relief is immeasurable. And even though he has compiled several more seconds than wins, you've got to think that with the class relief that should help remedy that situation. And again, coming from a barn that does incredible work, the horses look fabulous, you can't fault them whatsoever. Horse that really caught my eye here, though, and maybe it's partly because it's a hunch play, but the 9, the Storm is Brewing. But he could not look any better for trainer Michelle Nevin. Really made a nice impression on me. A horse that kept making my eye gravitate back towards him. And I think he's very well drawn towards the outside, going 7 furlongs here, guys. I like outside posts in these elongated one-turn races, guys.
Horse is taking money, 12-1 morning line, down to 5-1 right now as we approach the 8-minute mark to post. $25 free play. If you're a new member, you can take advantage of that with Naira Bets. J.K. Pauly, how would you play it?
Well, my free play and J.K.'s free play is going to be in the same same race, race number 9, which will be the next race, the Lake Placid. I like Runaway Rumor. You know, this is a filly that won her first 3 starts. She came up here for the Lake George. She did not break well, and I thought she made up a ton of ground on technical analysis, who got a perfect trip that day. I think with a better break, and now second time over the course, I like Runaway Rumor. JK, I know you have a total different opinion.
Yeah, Paulie, one of us is going to lose. That is a guaranteed. Look, I think there's 2 horses in here that can win. I like the 2 technical analysis, but I can't get over the 3 ego trip. I wanted to try to make a little bit more of an efficient wager. I'm kind of allergic to boxes because I feel like if you're exacta boxing, you're saying that each are the same thing. So I'm going to go a $15 exacta 2-3. So I want the 2 to win, the 3 to run second. Then I'm going to come back with a $10 exacta the other way, 3-2, with the 3 ego trip in front and the 2 technical analysis in second. The reason I'm doing it that way is I feel more confident that technical analysis is going to win, but I still want to spend some money on ego trip. But I don't think that the chances of them winning are equal, so I wanted to try to weigh it a little bit. So that's how I'll spend my 25 bucks.
All right, good luck to both you two. Couple of ways to use that free play. New members can take advantage of it at NairaBets.com as we have this pick 4 coming up. $254,000 pool and growing. Gary, the track we just been told has been sealed. It's fast and it's just been sealed. What does that mean?
Well, they started sealing it immediately when this downpour started, so not a lot of moisture got in it, just enough that they could seal it. And what it means is not a lot of debris is going to kick back. In other words, it didn't get muddy. There's some water sitting on top, but there's not going to be a lot of kickback. The track is still going to be extremely fast. Look for fast times. And I would say that it's not necessarily going to favor a horse like Identity Politics, who does not possess a whole lot of early speed. His style is to come from off of it. They're only going 7 furlongs today, which he is a decent come-from-behind sprinter. But when they seal this track, any sealed racetrack, right, when they catch it early, it's going to be lightning fast as far as what I can see.
Well, that was Identity Politics, the 4. He's still the 8-5 favorite. The other Chad Brown runner, that is Galani Brigade. He, too, tackling Easer Company. He had to go against New York Traffic was pretty accomplished in his last start.
Oh, very accomplished in his last start. This is a big drop for both the Chad Brown horses. The two that we're looking at right there, Galani Brigade, and of course Identity Politics, our favorite at 8-5. The 4-horse. Earlier on TV, you watched Chad Brown walk off with both riders to give him instructions. Look, the idea is don't get in each other's way. So I don't know what Chad said, but these horses have totally different styles. Identity Politics is probably going to be a horse that comes from well off the pace in this race, and Galani Brigade, the 2-horse, is probably a horse that's going to be very close early. Nothing makes you have egg on your face more than running 2 horses in a race and they get in each other's way. And the answer to that question, you don't have to ask it on social media. Yes, I've been a victim of that.
And I'm sure you had plenty to say afterwards, didn't you? There is Chad Brown. He already has 2 wins on the day. He's just one back of Mike Maker, tying Maker Barn with 22 wins. Of course, he was the odds-on favorite to be the leading trainer at the meet. Tom, here's your late pick 4, $31.50 play.
I'm very, very spread out in this race. There are 2 horses that I really, really like today. Obviously, the 9th race, I just think Malathat is the best of her division. I think she's going to show that today. But in the last race, there are 2 horses running. One is entered for main track, only the 12. But take a hard look in the last race at our 6-horse, and that is Ingress. Ingress has run once on the grass. That speed figure is better than anything in the race, and the pedigree shouts sprint on the dirt. The dam was a multiple stakes run on the dirt. I think Ingress could be the overlay in the last number 6.
And she reportedly has a pretty strong dirt work coming into this one as well. As we take a look at the 9, there is a storm a brewing. Hunch play. It looks like it's passed here. The rain is basically stopped here, so it looks like it's moved through.
You know, and the track is sealed right now, but if this passes and gets through, they can actually cut this, harrow it, and have it, you know, back to the same track that we saw previously prior to sealing it, because all that moisture didn't get in. So if it does clear up a little bit, that more than likely is what they will do before the Alabama runs.
We spent a lot of time in the paddock for that race. This is going to be a short post parade, you guys. They're going to end up heading to the gate very quickly, and they're going to break them and see what happens.
Rad Ortiz Jr. on your screen right there in those red and white silks of Klarovich Stables. Looking for his first winner this afternoon. He is on the 8-5 favorite. As we approach the 3-minute mark to post. And we're going to begin things with Galani Brigade, one of 2 in here for Chad Brown. Chad looking for his 3rd winner of the afternoon.
Yeah, this one for DG Stable and Javier Castellano, looking for another one in. Maybe he's going to be forced, I guess his hand's going to be forced, and I think might be the speed of the speed.
Identity Politics, the other Chad Brown runner, those Klarovich Stable Silks.
A lot of second-place finishes, a couple wins out of 15 starts. If you do want to call this a wet track, and it does have a little moisture, it does have a decent race over it.
Charlie 5-0, a little interesting. He is taking money. He's coming off a big effort.
Yeah, this is a horse that did come off a big effort. That was against $16,000 claimers. Does come in off a layoff, but I like to switch to Linda Rice. She does well first time in her barn.
Welcome to those just joining us on SNY. You're watching Saratoga Live on Alabama Day here at the premier meet in the country. Greg Wolf alongside Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens, one of the top trainers in the country in Tom Amis. We're all excited for that big rematch from the Coaching Club American Oaks between Maracuja and the Oaks winner Malathat. Right now we're up to the 8th race. It starts our late pick 4, and there's El Sobra Viviante, our post parade in progress here.
Yeah, another horse that I thought actually had a long shot look here at 6-1.
American Rule 17-1.
Yeah, been 42-1, 51 and 51-1 the last 3 starts.
There is a storm of brewing just claimed by Michelle Nevin.
Yeah, I like to switch to Michelle Nevin as well. She can get a horse to run good in her barn first time out. This horse has some back numbers when they were with Linda Rice.
And the biggest price on the board outside. Here's Respect for All, Uncle Mo 3-year-old.
Yeah, last 2 efforts, the horse was lost by a combined 44 lengths, so really tough to endorse.
That's your field for the race that kicks off this late pick 4. Let's go back to Paula Duca, Jonathan Kinchin for more on one of these Chad Brown runners.
Yeah, and JK, now with the rain coming down, what do you want to do at this racetrack? What do you do?
We talked about it before. if I don't know for sure, I try not to do anything.
Yeah, right.
I just pretend like it didn't happen because I'll just make some decision and I could be wrong about it. I'm going to treat this race the same way I did before it started raining, as the really hard race that I have no clue what's going to happen in.
Yeah.
I'm going to lean with the 2 Galani Bridge. I know you're in the same space there, coming back off 111 days off. This horse has been working with Identity Politics in the morning. You see Identity Politics is the favorite. I felt like Galani Bridge was working better. That's why I sided with Galani Bridge.
Yeah, I'm sort of with you. When I look at Identity Politics, I look at those second place finishes, the drop. The last 2 races a little confusing. Now the 6th, with Louis Saez aboard, Michael Maker took this horse from Maria Pinson from Indiana Downs. The horse had a couple races that can fit here.
No, look, this is a horse that makes sense to me as well. I think this is a hard race.
Yeah.
Like I said, when I did the pick 5, I was spread all over the place in here. You get horses training, switching barns. You get horses coming in off of layoffs. That's when crazy things happen. It's not just as easy as looking down at the form and knowing who's going to run well.
It is true, because when you look at the body of this field, you do have the 8 and the 9. They both have a lot of seconds. A lot of horses like to run second in here. We'll see who runs first, guys.
All right, guys, thank you. I'm going to load here shortly. 3-2 on that horse right there. Identity Politics for Silks that win a lot of races, a lot of big races.
A lot of races and big races.
But here they're dropping this one big time in class. Maybe just trying to get another win because everyone loves to be in the winner's circle here at Saratoga. Mig, final thoughts as we get set to load here.
Yeah, I think both the Chad Brown's horses are going to be very formidable. I'm taking a little bit of a swing with the 9 horse. There is a storm brewing. The track has got a tight seal on it. I was just talking with Glenn Kozak. They're important that they got the seal on this track so the too much moisture doesn't get into it. And he was saying that according to the radar they're looking at, this is supposed to clear out within the next 15 minutes. So hopefully that is the case. We are at the foothills of the Adirondacks, so you never know exactly what the weather may do. It can be kind of fickle up here. I will say, guys, just quickly, the 8-horse American Rule, big long shot. Don't think he's a win candidate. Love the way he warmed up on this this muddy sealed racetrack. Gets a 10-pound apprentice, Omar Moreno Hernandez. And I think when you get an apprentice in situations like this, they're just so enthusiastic and so happy to be out there that sometimes horses feed on that energy. I do think this horse will outrun his odds, guys.
All right, Mig, thanks. Yeah, young rider, doesn't get a ton of opportunities. 10-pound apprentice, big price here at 20-1.
Big price here at 20-1. And to continue on with what Richie was saying, Glenn Kuzak, our track superintendent, he's in charge of watching that weather constantly. So he is always manipulating the track depending upon what the weather is. That's why it has that paved look right now, the paved look of a highway. One horse I want to mention real quick is the 6-horse who ran Indiana Grand, El Samviente, and that's a horse that 3-back ran the kind of race that would beat this group, and you're getting a good price on him.
Gary, you talked about pace being potentially dangerous. There's that 5 on a track that's sealed. He's very quick.
Yeah, he is very quick, and he's getting action. He was claimed for 16 non-2. He's in for the 35 non-2. That tells me Linda Rice likes this horse. She could have run him back for a cheaper price.
Pick 4 begins here. We're all set. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. There's Charlie 5-0 going out for the early lead. There is a storm brewing, Respect for All. Now they move right alongside, so it's 3 of them across the track for the lead. Golani Brigade is racing in 4th. On the outside, American Rule runs in 5th, followed by Identity Politics in 6th. And El Sobreviviente trails in 7th. There is a storm brewing, has come away with the lead now after a quarter in 23 seconds over the fast and sealed track. Respect for All on the outside in 2nd. Charlie 5-0 is down at the rail. And they're followed by American Rule, who's running in 4th. Golani Brigade down at the rail in 5th, about 3.5 lengths from the front. El Sobreviviente has made a move up on the outside and is now in 5th position. And then comes Identity Politics as the field comes for the top of the stretch. In between horses, Respect for All down on the inside. There is a storm brewing. Identity Politics looking to come on through. On the outside, American Rule, Golani Brigade, and El Sobre Viviente. And now they're at the furlong marker. Identity Politics is the leader now. Identity Politics is in front. El Sobre Viviente has moved into second. It will be Identity Politics, El Sobre Viviente. Identity Politics won by a length and a half. El Sobre Viviente finished second. Charlie 5-0 was third, and then Golani Brigade.
Identity Politics, the 7-5 favorite, big drop in class with the win. 3-win day and counting for Chad Brown, who has equaled Mike Maker as the meet's leading trainer.
A very logical win there by Identity Politics. Two horses we have to talk about. The number 6 horse, El Sabiente, who came from last, is the widest around this turn. He has no business finishing up and being second in this race. He ran an absolutely huge race. And Gary, down towards the inside, the 5 horse, Charlie 5-0, has nowhere to go. He finally sees his opening. He gets shut off there. That's him in the white behind horses. Never gets to run till late. He finally gets through. He runs third. Both those horses had very unfortunate trips.
Luis is very fortunate he didn't fall. That gap closed up. Whenever you get in tight like that and you're behind, it's very easy to clip a hill, grab a hill. You can bet there was some screaming go on. The relief was handed to him so he wouldn't fall. Yeah, bad trip for both of them.
3 wins there for that man, who for 4 years in a row is the leading trainer in this sport. Chad Brown, 22nd winner of the meet, guys.
Yeah, it was very interesting because Jose Lescano aboard the 5 actually outbroke the field, JK, and decided I'm going to take back, and the 5 was loaded. Very, very unfortunate. By Identity Politics, Irad Ortiz waited for that seam to open up. He actually closed the hole a tiny bit on Jose before he took off.
Yeah, Tom pointed it out. It was a tale of 3 trips there. The 6 with Luis Saez was wide, losing ground. The 5 with Jose Ortiz was stuck in behind horses, got shut off about 3 times. And then Irad slips right through the middle, untouched on Identity Politics. Trips make races.
No, it really does. I mean, in Golani Bridge, I mean, I thought a lot of horses was going to go to the front end. I did not think they were going to be outquicked by a lot of horses, and that helped Identity Politics in the end.
And class prevails. Just tackling a lot easier company here in this 6-year-old son of Into Mischief. Picks up just the 3rd win of his career in 16 starts. 4-6, 5-2 finish. And again, Chad Brown now tied with Mike Maker with his 22nd winner of the meet. And he's going to have, there he is, the favorite as well to come in the Lake Placid in technical analysis. Speaking of, here she is, Lake George winner from here at this meet back on July 23rd. There is technical analysis for Klarovich Stables. Jose Ortiz will be aboard. And Jose, of course, gonna ride Crazy Beautiful in the Alabama. 3 straight years he won it. A late Eskimo Kisses, Dunbar Road. Gonna pick up the 4th Alabama of his career on this 3-year-old filly for Kenny McPeak. Grade 1 Alabama still to come. Stay with us.
Union Rags, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making formula. A formula that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. He's a leader in his sire crop by graded stakes winners and grade 1 winners. He's a commercial standout with multiple $1 million sales and a 6-figure yearling average. And with 4 full books bred at 50 and 60,000, he has even more exciting progeny in the pipeline. Union Rags, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal: make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead. A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam dunk racing. Come win with us.
Back on Saratoga Live. Good to have you with us. Our program brought to you where you can play all the races we bring you all summer long at Saratoga. Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. Download that Naira Bets app. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Back in the 8th on the card. Identity Politics prevailing. The favorite for trainer Chad Brown with Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, the drop helped this horse, and he benefited from a very, very smooth trip, set just off of the pace, closed ground, and was the easiest of winners. Tom, was he best for sure?
Oh, it probably was. I mean, look, there were a couple horses that had tough trips, but, you know, the winner ran a good race.
36 winner of the meet for Irad Ortiz Jr., $4.80 on Identity Politics. Was this horse taken away from Chad Brown?
Guaranteed. Guaranteed. We'll look into that, but I have to guarantee it. I mean, this is a very active claiming market up here. The purses are so good up here that you can actually purchase a horse out of a race via claim and make your money back on the purchase price in the very next race if you spot it correctly and the horse is talented enough.
Pick 5 following along, 2 legs in. The pool is up and over $1 million. Favorite did not win the first leg, and here we get the favorite in leg 2. Up next, it is the Lake Placid, of course, located about 100 miles north of Saratoga Springs, part of that Tri-Lakes region that hosted the 1932 and 1980 Winter Olympics, and that's where Eric Heiden, right around there, won 5 gold medals, speed skating, and the miracle on ice when those college kids and amateurs beat the USSR in hockey. What a moment.
I was bringing home some laundry from college to wash back in New Orleans from Baton Rouge and was listening to that on my radio. They showed it that night on TV, of course, but live it was earlier in the day.
I was at Portland Meadows
Look, it's funny, right?
trying to make a living.
Everybody knows who they were for that game. That was awesome.
One of the all-time great moments in Olympic history, no question. Lake Placid is next, and Chad Brown looks like he holds a strong hand in this one. Technical analysis. He had a bunch of horses in that Lake George. Somehow this horse skates at almost 8-1 in that race and won convincingly.
Yeah, one thing we should talk about for the people that haven't been watching all week long with the amount of rain that we've had. This turf course is listed as yielding. We just had some more rain. They've taken all of the races off the turf today except for the third race today was a stakes race, and obviously the Lake Placid is still on, but they've tried to stay off of it all week long, and it just received some more, and a lot of times you don't necessarily know how some of these horses are going to handle it, but technical analysis has raced on a yielding course as a maiden, performed all right that day.
Yeah, you know, a lot of times when you look at one of these races and the turf is going to be soft like it is today, you are in a situation where these foreign-bred horses, these European-bred horses, those family lines are successful because they're successful running on soft turf, which they get oftentimes in Europe. So when you're looking at the racing form and a horse is bred overseas, they will put the country the horse is bred in right after the horse's name. So there's one horse that has an overseas breeding, and lo and behold, it's technical analysis. Irish bred, advantage to the Irish bred horse here on the soft turf.
And 3-2 right now. We knew it was just a matter of time. It's already happened. Chad Brown has broken out today with a 3-win day. We'll see if he can add a fourth here with the favorite coming up in this Grade 2 Lake Placid. Then, of course, it is the Grade 1 Alabama. This is the field that will line up 3-year-old fillies. 1.25 miles. Kentucky Oaks winner Malathon coming off the first defeat of her career in the rematch with Maracuja. And of course, this racetrack, it has seemingly everything, although it did not have flower blankets. Susan Garrett, who owned a flower shop in town, noticed that. For the Travers, there was no flower blanket, felt it deserved it, so contacted Naira, and ever since, her creations have continued to bloom here on the New York circuit.
I had a flower shop next door to the Wishing Well called Susan's Flowers back in 1990. And about 93, I started thinking why we didn't have a flower blanket for the Travers race. So I called New York Racing Association and what do you think about it? And they said, why don't you make one? Holy bull. So I was in the winner's circle with the blanket, which was this big 7x3 rectangular blanket that we made with mini carnations instead of standard carnations to make it different, and then of course red and white for the colors of Saratoga, which were the old awnings. One of the things that we really tried to work on, shaping it, making it look better. You know, we now have an emblem where before we had that big white T, and that was just basically because those things were not available back in '94 when we were trying to put something together. It would have cost, you know, thousands of dollars to have an emblem made like we have now, which, you know, they can do because it's computer generated. I think doing the replica blanket for Will's Way for his birthday celebration was special. Doing a sash for a retirement horse that was an Olympic gold medalist. Justify, obviously. My first Belmont blanket ever, and it's a Triple Crown blanket. So that, to me, obviously, is very special. Mike Smith throwing those flowers up in the air, that's something I'll never forget. I am, first of all, honored and so blessed to be able to make these blankets, starting out with that one and then working on developing it and making it light and making sure the horses don't mind it on their backs, you know, trying to shape it so that it fits the horse better. It took a lot of trial and error, so I'm very blessed to be able to be here in Saratoga and be able to do blankets from here to be sent to Belmont. It's an ideal job to have. There's no better honor than having your handiwork put on the back of a champion.
It's a great story. It's added a lot to these prestigious races, and this is a look at the Alabama flower blanket arriving earlier today. That is precious cargo right there.
I have a question.
Yes?
Why do they have to make the colors red and white for the Alabama? Is it because the Alabama football team? Just tell me right now if that's the reason.
What do you think?
Jeez.
LSU guy right here.
You got
Not
to
a
simmer
fan.
down.
875. I have some more for you right here.
Yeah. Can you hit me with them?
For the Tiger.
You want to hold them?
One for each of you. 875 of these go in that blanket. And Susan Garrett, she plans it weeks in advance. And she is busy
Fresh.
now. Does it for all these big races here. There's a lot of great ones at this meet.
Yeah, look, I mean, she made a business out of it, right? Made
Yeah.
a cold call, and here she is. And I think it's a great addition. I'm not really fond of the colors, but to have these blankets for these big races, I think it's very appropriate.
You know you'd love to win the Alabama.
Heck yeah, I
What
would.
would you do? You just
Heck
request
yeah.
different color flower blanket.
No,
we're going to take a break.
I'd take it with honor.
That is still to come. Lake Placid, of course, that is next. And there is technical analysis. Chad Brown looking to take the Lake George and Lake Placid with his daughter, a Kingman. She's the one to beat. Stay with us.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of emerging sire of sires, Dubois, standing in Kentucky. His picture-perfect pedigree includes 9 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. Dubois and his sons and grandsons at stud have established stars on both turf and dirt. Now his first foals have arrived. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is the best way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post every Saturday and Sunday, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
This gleaming chestnut wins by 6 on debut, with the promise of bigger things to come. Justify, he's on a dizzying ascent to greatness.
What do you do when the experts compare you to legends?
Justify has won the Kentucky Derby! He's unstoppable! He won the Preakness! Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner!
You justify it.
Looking for excitement? Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Just use code GET200 to start earning your $200 bonus with Twin Spires, where you can bet on the best racing from across the globe right in the palm of your hand. Plus, if you're looking for help to find a winner, check out our expert picks available on the app for every race. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
And Rushing Fall makes her move for the lead as they come toward the top of the stretch. Going by Go Noni Go, and Dina Del Sur comes wide. Daddy is a Legend, Capla Temptress on the far outside. Significant form behind a wall of horses with a furlong to run. Rushing Fall in front. Rushing Fall's got a 3-length lead. Capla Temptress is taken second on the outside. Daddy is a Legend is third. Significant form, and Andina Del Sur, no match for Rushing Fall. Rushing Fall wins the Lake Placid by 3 over Capla Temptress.
That was a 2018 edition of the Lake Placid. Rushing Fall was so fun to watch her do her thing. Grade 1 winner at 2, 3, 4, and 5.
E5 Racing.
Bob Edwards.
He knows how to do it, man. She was a thrill to watch. I loved watching her. Poetry in motion right there.
Man who'd been in the sport for a very short amount of time and has had just tremendous success. Well, this year's edition, that man has had incredible success. Chad Brown, 3-win day today. He's tied as the meet's leading trainer right now, 22 and counting, and he's got the filly to beat coming up in this Lake Placid. Let's go back to technical analysis's victory in the Lake George when she went off at almost 8-1.
You know, in this race, Gary, technical analysis was really aggressive coming out of the gate. I thought she was hard held, finally got cover, and it really helped her to finish up well on the outside here in those red and white Klarovich silks.
Oh, I mean, Jose Ortiz, he had his hands full down the backside. He was perched up on her, and she was pulling, but she wasn't ranked, meaning that, you know, she was getting upset with what he was asking her to do. She finally agreed to it, and then when he cut her loose, and look, Runaway Rumor, she was in there. She had a lot to do. She made up some ground. She's got another 1/16 of a mile to work with today, but it's going to be a tough act for her. She's going to have to try and figure out something early on to get in the game a little more, and if you take her out of her game, will she finish like she did last time to at least pick up a piece of it?
She's got one of the best turf pilots in the game, Jose Lezcano, who will hop aboard today. Time for a paddock report. It's brought to you by My Racehorse. Let's go back to Richard Migliori.
Thanks, Greg. And just a little bit different this time. I mean, these are all graded stakes type fillies from world-class trainers, so they all look good. And I think me digging into their physicality is basically a moot point. They are all very well turned out. But I did have an opportunity to speak to most of the trainers about their charges, and you know, we'll just go through the field. The one, Iliogami, getting back to turf. I could see why she ran well on the turf in her first 2 starts. Got that huge, big, flat foot. Very well turned out daughter of Tappet. Rusty Arnold having a terrific year, winning it better than 17%, and she's drawn inside. She wouldn't show any really much speed on the dirt, but has shown better speed on the turf, and I think that's the question about this race. Pace, where does the pace come from? The 2 technical analysis, one with an absolutely perfect trip last time in the Lake George, talked with her trainer Chad Brown about the lack of pace in here, or seemingly. He said that, you know, she's as quick as anybody, that they're not going to get in her way. Whatever comes easy, they're not going to take away from her. They're going to allow her to get comfortable. So maybe she'll find herself on the lead if she's doing it properly. Talk with Brendan Walsh with Ego Trip, maiden. So, you know, Brendan, you're running a maiden, a little bit out of character for you in a stake. He says he likes her very much. Chad Brown was standing next to him. He chimed in that the filly that beat her last time, Rastafara, he liked a lot, thought was one of his better fillies. So she's coming out of a quality race, but she still has yet to find the winner's circle. But Brendan Walsh, a guy that feels like she belongs, and I couldn't question him. He's a guy that usually is a little bit more conservative when it comes to that stuff. The 4 Runaway Rumor looks terrific. Talking with Jorge Abreu, he said last time she didn't have the greatest trip, kind of caught wide, got in a bit of a fight with Ricardo Santana, and thinks she's training better into the Lake Placid than she did the Lake George. Just little subtle things, he said, have changed, and he really loves the way she's coming in this race. Jose Lezcano does have experience with her. Love Struck for Billy Mott. Asked about him. the reason for Bill taking the blinkers off this Tapit filly. He said last time she was just a little keen, pulled a little bit too much. He feels like she's going to be close because of the lack of pace, probably laying 1, 2, 3, but he just wants her to do it more settled. And the idea about taking the blinkers off is to get her to do it properly. And then the 6-horse Spanish Love Affair for Mark Casse. Mark says one thing about her, they're not going to send her. In a perfect world, he'd love to get a stalking trip, but she's also a filly that resents restraint. If the rider gets into a fight with her and she gets to pulling too much, she just doesn't like it, and she tends to pin her ears and resent it. He said, so we're not going to get in her way. Wherever she is naturally, whatever comes easy. So it's all about pace, guys, and tactically how this race is going to play out. Paul and Jonathan, you guys got any ideas about who you think could be setting the pace here?
That's a good question, Mig. It really is, because he brings up some good points. I would think it'd be Spanish Love Affair, maybe on the outside. Now we're going to take a look back at the Lake George, where Technical Analysis and Runaway Rumor ran against each other. We're going to go back to the Wild Applause, excuse me, for Runaway Rumor. This is a good race for this filly, but has she improved, JK?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. She's really good, and she's a New York bred. They're going to make a lot of money with this horse. I just think these waters might be a tad too deep for her. She's going to have an absolutely perfect setup in order to combat, the horses like Technical Analysis and even the Maid and Ego Trip. So although she's really talented, I just don't think she's quite good enough to overcome any adversity like we saw last time. In the Lake George, she was wide around there a little bit, and it just didn't work out for her. I wouldn't be shocked if she won, but I do think she's in tough today.
So are we thinking too much into Technical Analysis? Oh, this horse had the best trip. But you know what? I said something to somebody earlier. You know what? Stop dismissing a horse for always having the best trip, because the horse puts you in the right position. Now, the 3 Ego Trip ran a really good race last time out, first time in North America. And usually it's first time in North America, a horse that comes over from overseas, they usually have gate issues because they're not used to having a handler in the gate with them. And usually they'll have a tendency to break slow, and that's what happened. And it sort of cost Ego Trip the race. She ran giant after this, JK.
Yeah, that card probably cost her about 2 to 3 lengths to start. And then, in its own right, that's a bad trip, starting like that. But then when you parlay it with the fact that the pace was extremely slow, now she's trying to close into a slow pace after spotting them 3 lengths.
Yeah.
And you'll see as they turn for home, she really picks up the bit and is flying late. She's last when they're turning for home here. And like I said, the pace held together here. It was not a fast pace. And here she comes, and she's absolutely loaded in the white face with the number 9 saddle cloth and the white silks with the blue hat towards the outside. I know she's a maiden, but I think she's very, very talented.
No, I think she's talented too. You could even tell on the first turn that she was a little bit unsettled. Tyler got her to settle finally, and then she came with that big run. Yeah, this race maybe rolls through the 2, 3, and 4, or does the 6 have a little bit of a look in here, Spanish Love Affair?
Look, I think she will be on the lead for a couple of reasons. One, Ricardo Santana, typically known to be more of an aggressive rider. And the only other horse I think that could go to the front would be Love Struck, but she kind of ran off last time. I can't imagine Johnny's going to ask her away from there and try to set her off. Spanish Love Affair has run some really nice races, but she's one of those that's just not quite there from a pace standpoint, a speed figure standpoint. Now, obviously, she ran into Santa Barbara going 10 furlongs. Santa Barbara might be the best turf horse, female turf horse in North America, not only 3-year-old, so I don't hold that against her. She does have a pace edge in here, and I think that would be the only way she could get lucky to win this race is by wiring this field.
She's 7-1. She's got some excuses. That race may be just too long. Again, JK mentioned the incredible company she was tackling. Santa Barbara just beating older company on Arlington's big day. You can earn a $20 bonus on your winning Pacific Classic wager. To qualify, go to NYRABets.com. You got to opt into the promotion. Then place a $25 win bet on any horse in the Pacific Classic at Del Mar. If your ticket hits, you'll earn a $20 bonus. Go to NYRABets.com for all the details on the $20 win bet bonus and all NYRABets promotion. So, Gary, we're getting set for a post-parade here coming up, and Technical Analysis still our 6-5 favorite with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, and I think the guys made a good point. Don't complain about, well, she had the best trip. Horses make their own trip, and she consistently makes her own trip. You like to have that good tactical speed. She was held up, and she sprints home. And will she be able to do that on this yielding turf course? Well, she did it in her first out. She was third that day, but she did handle it well enough to pick up the check that day, so she will handle the turf, I believe.
Here comes our post parade. We'll start with Iliogami for Rusty Arnold. First 2 starts of her career came on grass. Now she finally gets back on it.
Yeah, those are the only 2 starts of her career on the grass. You have to make a case that she might be better dirt than grass, but here she is getting ready to run on the turf.
14-1. Hasn't tried the turf since back when she was a 2-year-old. Here comes our favorite, technical analysis, the Grade 3 Lake George winner here at the meet.
Yeah, she did get a good trip, but she worked out that good trip because she's tactical. She's actually a tactical racehorse for Chad Brown on the grass. A lot of his come from out of it. She'll be close as she needs to be.
Ego Trip, still a maiden. That troubled trip last time out, it was a winning effort, even though she wound up second.
Yeah, the only other European bred in this race, another Irish bred, Ego Trip, a maiden in this race, and bet down to 5-2, second choice.
Here's the New York bred, had a much wider trip than technical analysis in that Lake George.
Yeah, she didn't have a great trip last time. I still worry she's just a cut below these.
Love Struck. Blinkers come off for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott.
Watch this one. This one's going to leave the gate. It's going to be in front. It's going to control everything up there. Could go gate to wire.
And Spanish Love Affair, Mark Cassie, Ricardo Santana Jr. at 7-1.
Uh-oh. Looks like me and Tom are going to disagree from pace. I'll be a lot nicer than usual, though. I think the 6 is going to be on the front end. I don't think they want to set off Love Struck. They're trying to get her to relax. Asking her away from there could be detrimental.
So let's go back to the one Tom thought could potentially be in front here. She really started off her career on a high note, Tom, back as a 2-year-old. Back-to-back wins, including a stakes victory in the Tepin.
Yeah, I think the blinkers off. I mean, I understand what the game plan is, but as a trainer, you know, when you take those blinkers off and you're saying, hey, we'd like to relax, try to get a little bit more finish out of our horse, you also have to recognize what the pace is in a race. And Bill Mott is a Hall of Fame trainer. I think he entirely sees the race for what it is. And if he doesn't, he has a Hall of Fame rider on his back in Johnny Velasquez. I think they see a real opportunity to control this race.
Well, Tom, I mean, so you think the 5's going to go to the front end, and where does the 6 lie? Is the 6 the horse that can lay off that horse? Because it seems like earlier in her career, yeah, but as they go a little bit farther, maybe the mile and the 16th will help her a little bit more. You think she can lay off the 5 is what you're saying?
Yeah, look, in fairness, Ricardo Santana is on the 6. That's a change of riders from Tyler Gaffleone. He tends to be aggressive out of the gate, but this is a horse that's coming off a lot of distance races, and to use that speed on the 6 horse early would kind of take her out of what I think is going to be her style. Because, yeah, she shows speed, but that speed is at marathon-type distances as opposed to Love Struck, who to me can show speed at shorter distances.
Tom, Gary, I guess the question that I had, because I've never sat on one's back, nor have I ever given anyone a leg up, I guess I'm curious as to, with a horse like Love Struck, who was a little bit aggressive last time, they've taken the blinkers off to try to get her to relax. Is there a little bit of a red flag, or is there a little bit of concern that asking her away from there could set her off again?
I agree with you 100%. I don't think that he'll ask her leaving there. He may not have to ask her. I think, sure what Billy Mott told Johnny V, look, don't get in her way. Try and settle her going to the starting gate. Put her to sleep as much as you can. I'd prefer not to see her on the lead. Maybe they'll go with Spanish Love Affair, but don't get in a fight with her. If you leave there and they give you the lead and you can just gallop along, she's got her ears up, go ahead and do it. He's not going to tie another Hall of Famer's hands going out there, but I do not believe that Johnny's going out there with the attitude that he's going to necessarily absolutely put her on the lead. I know Johnny well. He's not that type of rider in a race like this. I think that if he does slap her down the shoulder leaving there, that he'll send her on her way, and they defeat the whole purpose of the lesson that's trying to be taught today. And don't think that there's not lessons that are taught in these graded races, because sometimes that's when they learn their best. It's unfortunate there's not other speed in here. I think Spanish Love Affair will be on the lead, to be honest with you.
Yeah, look, in fairness, we're not in the paddock. We don't know the pre-game instructions that the trainers are giving these riders, and it's going to be about intent. You're going to know as soon as that gate opens, you're going to look at the 2 outside post positions, who is, you know, using, if at all. But I don't think Love Struck has to use, and I still think she's going to be on the lead. So we'll see how it plays out.
All right. Meanwhile, the even money favorite, those KS Red and White Silks of Klarovich Stables. Let's check in with Mig again for more.
Yeah, guys, just to follow up on the 5 Love Struck, I mean, it just seemed clear talking to Billy Mott in the paddock that the intention with her is to have her settled, no matter where she is, whether she's on the lead or laying second or third, just to have her doing it kindly. He just doesn't want her pulling. So I do think Johnny will leave the gate quietly and allow her to get into a rhythm. Johnny's not a rider that takes anything away that comes easy, but I would be very surprised if he asked her away from there at all, because I think the fear would be that she'd jump into the bit, pull a bit too much, and defeat the purpose, exactly what he was talking about, trying to just have her more settled off the bridle. I wound up landing on the 4, Runaway Rumor, for a couple of reasons. I like the fact that her trainer, Jorge Abreu, thinks she's coming in the race better than last time. I thought she had a compromised trip last time. And also, this course has some give in it, not just because of the little bit of rain we had earlier today, but we've had a lot of rain over the past week. The course is less than pristine. It's less than firm. And she's a very smaller, lighter framed filly that I always felt gets over this kind of ground better. And at 6-1, I think she's worth the play, the 4, Runaway Rumor.
Gary, and you look at her right there, that's Jose Lezcano aboard. Did he study that race last time out and say, well, I have to save ground today?
Yeah, I'm sure he did. I mean, he's an excellent turf rider, and he got to know her. You know, he's ridden her before. He won on her before, so he knows.
Yes, but he's making that transition from 1 turn in all those starts to 2 turns in the last start. So saving ground is also dependent on the horse understanding that she has to make that turn for the first time in her career. She didn't handle it very well.
Even money favorite. Technical analysis, it would be a 4-win day for trainer Chad Brown. There's the New York bred. Gets the rematch against Technical Analysis. That's Runaway Rumor with Jose Lezcano. We're set for the grade 2, Lake Placid. Let's send it upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off, and a quick start for Technical Analysis, and she's right on the lead with Ego Trip running in second, and from the outside, Spanish Love Affair now ranges up. Technical Analysis, Spanish Love Affair, they're 1-2 with Ego Trip just behind in third. Iliogami down at the hedge runs in fourth. On the outside is Runaway Rumor, and Lovestruck is the trailer in sixth as the 3-year-old fillies go into the clubhouse turn. And it is Technical Analysis with the lead over Spanish Love Affair. The opening quarter over the yielding turf in 24-3. So it is Technical Analysis and Spanish Love Affair. Now they are right together. And they've got 2 lengths on the maiden, Ego Trip, who sits in third. Runaway Rumor on the outside in fourth, and at the back, the 2 grays, Iliogami and Lovestruck. They're midway up the back stretch. Technical Analysis, the favorite on the inside, and right alongside is Spanish Love Affair, the half mile in 50 seconds. They now have 2.5 lengths on Ego Trip in third. It's another 2 to Iliogami, who's on the inside of Runaway Rumor, and Lovestruck is at the back. They head for the far turn. Technical Analysis now gets clear from Spanish Love Affair. Technical Analysis by almost a length. Spanish Love Affair runs in second. Ego Trip is third. It's 2 lengths to Runaway Rumor, Iliogami, and Lovestruck. They are at the top of the stretch. Technical Analysis went wide there on the turn, but is holding on to the lead. Now Runaway Rumor, Ego Trip, Iliogami, they're all giving chase to Technical Analysis, who is still in front. Technical Analysis by 2.5 lengths. Then Ego Trip, and down on the inside is Runaway Rumor. It's going to be Technical Analysis with a front-running victory in the Lake Placid Stakes. Runaway Rumor was second, then Ego Trip and Spanish Love Affair.
Not sure if Jose Ortiz was listening to the show or not. He put this one out in front. Technical Analysis goes back-to-back into Lake George and Lake Placid.
I mean, it was a gift. The lead was a gift for this horse. You can watch Jose on this horse, particularly in the turn, and he's going to reach and really grab her. Something's not right here, Gary, and her head's a little bit cocked, and you recognize what that is when they turn for home. She absolutely is having difficulty making the turn on this inner turf course, and Lily gets out very, very badly, but she's just so much the best. She can give up that spot and still come home first.
Right, this is the first time that she's been on the lead. She doesn't have a horse to follow, and a lot of times they'll get lost, especially if they're traveling easily, which she was going into that turn, wanting to do a little bit more. And look, Jose was trying to restrain her back and keep her from moving too quick. And a lot of times when you do that, that bit will get offset in their mouth, maybe hang up a little bit, and then they get in panic mode a little bit. look, she was so much the best to come out of that turn and straighten out that turn pretty much, coming to the stretch 6 wide, and he did a good job getting her back over and getting her back about her business, but much the best
And
today.
we got to talk about the early pace. I mean, technical analysis broke well from the 2-hole. Nobody wanted the lead and just was able to walk the dog early. That's what gives her that big finish on the end. She didn't use any energy early in the race, had plenty of energy late in the race.
That is the third winner. Apologies, had it wrong earlier for Chad Brown today, so now he equals Mike Maker with his 22nd win of the meet. But what a filly to be able to have so many different styles here and to win on the front end as well, guys.
Yeah, and credit to Runaway Rumor, too. She ran a big race, and so did the filly, the maiden, Ego Trip. Just gets nailed for second by Runaway Rumor. But this filly, I think she's better if there is a pace in a race. Listen, Chad Brown, he got beat some tough beats early on in the meet. All the seconds he's had, he's finally caught fire. Things have turned around, but it's been situations like this where there's been a lack of pace, whatnot. They took advantage of it today.
He's the odds-on favorite to be the meet's leading trainer before it began, and now he took him a little time, and he's even with Mike Maker. 22nd win of the meet. Technical analysis, guys. Back-to-back graded stakes wins.
Paulie, it's not often that you see a Chad Brown horse on the turf, on the lead.
Yeah.
But when they find themselves there, they're usually tough to beat. Rushing Fall, Newspaper of Record come to mind. This horse is really nice.
They're also tough to beat when you let a even money shot go out there and go 115 for 6 furlongs. Let's be honest. I mean, they gave the horse the race. Spanish Love Affair, Ricardo Santana Jr. I'm a little surprised. He's usually a more aggressive rider. They were never beaten technical analysis in this race, but the race was over a quarter of a mile in, and I'm going to give you credit. Right before they get in the gate, you said, you know what? I think technical analysis is going to go gate to wire in this field.
Well, I said I wouldn't be shocked if she went to the front end. I thought it was going to be Spanish Love Affair from the outside with Ricardo, but when I looked down again, I thought, well, maybe she, you know, if no one else goes, which we've seen happen before, she's tactical enough that she could just end up there.
No, and it's true. You know, what Gary says and what Tom's saying, like, I think she wants the target, too. I think she was lost a little bit out there. She was throwing her head around, looking at the crowd, and she was just so much the best. I think there's more left in the tank, guys.
Jose Ortiz, maybe believing he was just on the best in the race. Don't fool around, just go in front and take it to him. Did just that here. Technical analysis, winner of the Grade 2 Lake Placid, still to come. Kentucky Oaks winner, Malathot, coming off the first defeat of her career, beat by Maracuja, the Coaching Club American Oaks. Biggest upset we've seen this summer. Chance for revenge. Coming up in the Grade 1 Alabama next.
Run Up asks the question, moving to a 5-length lead, furlong and a half left to go. Good battle on for second, California Bella, I'm getting there. The inside is Vodkatini out in the center of the track, prepare for takeoff, but Run Up running up the tally to a 6-7 length advantage as they're close to the Pimlico wire. Run Up and Horatio Caramanos run up to win it.
Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
We're back on Saratoga Live, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Will the outside horse go? Would Love Struck the 5 go? No, the favorite technical analysis under Jose Ortiz puts her on the front and goes gate to wire for the win here in the Lake Placid.
Yeah, look, I mean, they really went slow early in this race, and you know, we talked about it right after the race. This is how you win races, save energy. If you can save energy on the lead, it makes it really difficult for everybody else to catch up to you.
3-win day for Chad Brown, now tied with Mike Maker as the meet's leading trainer. Let's go to Mig for more.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Here with Chad Brown. Really nice performance from technical analysis. Spoke to you in the paddock before the race. We talked about potential lack of speed, and you said, well, if she goes to the lead, that'll be fine. She got very comfortable. You had to be happy down the backstretch.
Yeah, it really was, and that was the plan. I don't want to take anything away from her. Jose really gets along great with her. She's a work in progress, this horse. Like you said, we still have a few things to work on. That last turn there, she got a little quirky and got out a little bit, but Jose straightened her out, and she finished her race off well, and I'm just so proud of her development.
When she kind of did spread the turn there, turning for home, came wide, was that her looking around, do you think, or is this kind of a habit she has?
It's really not. Jose just thought I probably had a little bit too much hold of her because I just wanted to wait for the stretch drive, and I think that's all it really was, because she's never done that before, and she feels pretty good. So we'll just keep an eye on it moving forward. But again, I'm just so proud of this horse, and when young horses like this just keep on developing and taking to the program and keep getting better, stronger, and faster, it makes for a happy trainer.
Well, Chad, earlier in the meet, horses were running well, some unlucky bounces, just not getting it done. How frustrating is it to watch that from the grandstand? Because once you turn the horse over to the jockeys, it's up to them.
Yeah, and you know what? A lot of them are good rides, too. It's just unlucky. You know, I've said before in interviews, it's like golfing in a major. You know, you play a lot of holes, and sometimes the ball just bounces the wrong way a few times, and you just got to keep your head on and go to the next hole. Really, the best way I could describe the Battle of Saratoga for a trainer. And fortunately, I have a great staff and lots of nice horses, so we're just going on to the next hole every day, and today was a good day for us with 3 wins.
Well, I would say he definitely kind of eagled this hole. What do you think, guys?
I think we've just put way too high expectations on one of the best trainers we've seen in this game. I mean, he was still having a tremendous meet, but everyone thought, oh, he's not the leading trainer yet. What's going on? He's been that good.
I think the longer you're in this business, as a jockey, a trainer, and an owner, the great Ralph Wilson of the Buffalo Bills ownership, before he passed away, we had a ride where we didn't get it done, and he said to me, he goes, Tom, in the end, it all evens out, and I believe it does.
Our ABR race of the week, Grade 1 Alabama, one of the most prestigious races there is for 3-year-old fillies in this country. And Malathot, the Kentucky Oaks winner, opens up at 3-5. Well, it was during the Aqueduct Winter Meet back in 2019 that Rob Atras decided to take the leap and go out on his own. Although it wasn't really on his own, wife Brittany is a big part of the operation. They had a tremendous start, 5 wins from their first 9 winners, but that primarily with claiming horses. Now this barn is proven with that victory in the Coaching Club American Oaks with Maracuja. They can win on the big stage too.
Yeah, I found it. Okay, perfect.
Growing up, really, it's all I ever wanted to do was be at the racetrack. Kind of like a sponge. I wanted to learn as much as I could all the time. I didn't know if I'd be able to get the opportunity to be a trainer. I wanted to learn as much as I could all the time.
I actually was working for his vet. I met him on my very first day on the job. He had 0 interest in talking to me. So of course I was interested. We've been together ever since.
She does everything. You know, she helps me out with, you know, the training to, you know, payroll, books, all that kind of stuff. So she definitely couldn't do without her.
I really like spending all day with him, which is pretty great. Yeah.
These two
He's very intellectual, but also very hands-on. He tries to tailor each horse's training to the individuals very much, especially since we have everything from bottom claimers to like Maracuja. She is a monster, I'm telling you. In her stall, she's like a quiet little lamb. She's so sweet. She comes out of the stall and she's like, I'm big and I am in charge and I'm going to run you over.
And they're off in the 105th running of the Coaching Club American Oaks. And Maracuja is out going for the lead.
You know, so many things have to go right to even make a race, never mind win a race. So every week she just, you know, she was showing us that she was going to give us a good effort.
And it is Malathot in front here by a half length. Maracuja right there in second.
We gave her a little vacation in between the Kentucky Oaks and the CCA Oaks. She had like a minor setback, and that's why we missed the Mother Goose, and it actually worked perfect for her. She came back from the farm. She was 2 weeks on the farm. She came back ready.
And Maracuja is now making her move on the outside, so it's 3 of them across.
We're coming down the stretch, and I'm like, okay, we're gonna be third. All right, that's great. And I'm like, okay, maybe we're gonna be second. And then it was like, oh my God.
Maracuja on the outside, now a furlong to the finish in the Coaching Club American Oaks. It is Malathaat. Here's a new challenge from Maracuja on the outside. Malathaat and Maracuja, they will battle on to the finish in a terrific rendition here, and it looked like Maracuja got it.
She needed every ounce of the ground to get there, you know.
It was just amazing to see what we thought she was, realized.
You know, just to have everything come together, it doesn't happen all the time. To happen in such a big race and to win that race just means a lot. It definitely gives you, you know, confidence going forward.
I would love to have some more nice young horses. When we first started, we had 7 horses. All of them are claiming horses. And we've been lucky enough to, with our success, we've received some good horses too.
When we started out, we were just happy to win races and you know, just to be here and survive. And we've grown in stable size, but you know, we've tried to do more quality over quantity. Try to lead over a contender every time is basically our goal.
What a moment for the actresses to get a win like that. First Grade 1 win of their careers. And Maracuja, can she do it again? Coaching Club American Oaks looking to go back-to-back with the Alabama here. And Rob Atras sticking to the format that got him the win, not getting dressed up fancy for a Grade 1.
I like it. I like it. I'm just as superstitious, and she is not only a very good filly, but she's an up-and-coming filly, and you tend to see improvement from race to race on these kind.
Yeah, when they get their confidence up, they build on it, and I'm looking for another battle today.
Gonna be fun to see the rematch coming up. It was a rider's race in that Coaching Club American Oaks. Ricardo Santana Jr. on Maracuja, springing the upset, a masterful job. Can he do it again? Well, the all-time winningest rider in the history of this track, Johnny V, the Hall of Famer, a chance of redemption.
Charlatan now a quarter mile from Arkansas Derby Glory, and he leads by 4 lengths. Basin continues to run in second. Governor Morris is third. Then to the outside and Anno Door, final furlong. Left-handed whips for Charlatan. And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet and win the Arkansas Derby. We will see you in September, young men.
Wins by 6.5. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
So the November sale has become literally a Star of Stars sale.
Horse for horse, it's probably incomparable with any other sale in the world.
Whether you're a consignor, you're a buyer, or you're just a fan of the sport, it's the one you want to be watching. The best mares foaled to the best stallions. I think it's really one of the highlights in the industry.
The leading sire of 2-year-olds in the world today stands at 3 Chimneys, and he's Horse of the Year, Gunrunner, who is off to an extremely promising start at stud. The sire of Wicked Halo, who won the Grade 2 Adirondack Stakes like a good horse. He is also the sire of undefeated Del Mar Graded Stakes winner, Papa Cat, a 4 3/4 length winner of the Grade 2 Best Pal. Gunrunner's yearlings lit up the board at Basic Tipton.
In the back, 850,000, thank you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
It's
It's one of the oldest races in existence for fillies in this country. It's also one of the most coveted. A win in the Alabama, and you're instantly a front-runner for a year-end championship. Last year, Swiss Skydiver proved best, a prelude of what was to come in the Preakness.
Swiss Skydiver looking to make Preakness history. Another filly bounding toward the 16th pole. Swiss Skydiver!
In 2016, Songbird entered undefeated, becoming one of just a handful of three-year-old fillies to begin her career a perfect 10 for 10.
Songbird, this magnificent filly, winning the Alabama. She is a perfect 10.
This year's running is a rematch of the biggest upset of the summer so far at Saratoga. Can Maracuja reproduce her winning effort from the Coaching Club American Oaks that ended an undefeated resume for Malathot? Or will the Kentucky Oaks winner get back to her winning ways and reclaim leadership of the three-year-old filly division? It's the 141st running of the Alabama, next on Saratoga Live.
We are 14 minutes to post in one of the most prestigious races there is in this sport for three-year-old fillies. And there was the Kentucky Oaks winner. Went into the Coaching Club American Oaks, Gary, undefeated, and it was one of the biggest upsets we've seen in a while here at this racetrack.
Yeah, she had everything up against her. A bad draw. She's got a great draw today, and as Tom said earlier, that's one that Johnny V would like back. I can't fault his ride any whatsoever. I would have done the same thing. Rode her the same way, victim of circumstances, and she still fought hard, and I think she comes out of the race better than she went into it.
Those two battling and dueling as hard as they did, is there any concern maybe it took a little something out of them?
Well, you know, seasoning is a great equalizer in time between races. Both of those horses, I think, have got a lot under their belt. But I really think, in talking about that battle down the stretch, the advantage to Maracuja, who ended up winning the race, and being able to watch the big favorite, Malathot, just get softened up all the way around there. Just take a punch from this horse and a punch from that horse. I mean, at some point you say uncle when you keep getting punched. And for Malathot to fight all the way to the end, I thought it was a huge race. I don't see her on the pace today. I see her running this field down the end. She is the best three-year-old filly in the country, in my opinion. And nothing against these other horses. There's some really good ones in here. But I think our 6-horse makes fast work of this group today.
Well, there's the filly that sprung the upset and handed Malathot the first defeat of her career in that Coaching Club American Oaks. For her, too. I mean, she was coming off the bench. That was her first start back since the Kentucky Oaks.
No, it was indeed. I mean, and I mean, a lot of times these horses are on such a hard campaign leading in to the first Friday of May to make these races that the breather they get tends to improve them when they come back, which was definitely the case with Maracuja.
Well, we talked a lot about what John Velasquez is going to do, Gary. What is Ricardo Santana Jr. going to do after that crafty ride last time out?
Well, you don't forget, she broke very quickly from the starting gate. She was actually head-and-head with Malathot going into the first turn. So I wouldn't be surprised if she's right up 1, 2, 3 going into that first turn today.
12 minutes to post in our Grade 1 Alabama. Let's send it upstairs to John Imbrial for our jockey introductions.
And we have a field of 7 in today's 141st running of the Alabama. And right now, let's meet the riders. Riding number 1, Crazy Beautiful, Jose Ortiz. Number 2 is Will Secret, and her rider, the ageless John Court. Leaving from post position, number 3 is Clariere. Erod Ortiz Jr. is the jockey. Number 4, Coaching Club American Oaks winner Maracuja. The rider, Santana, Ricardo Santana Jr. Leaving from post position number 5 is Played Hard. The rider, Saratoga's leading rider, Luis Saez. Coming out of post position number 6 is Malathot. Her jockey, Hall of Famer, Johnny Velasquez. And rounding out the field, number 7, Army White. The rider is Tyler Gaffleon.
Those the riders for this 141st edition of the Grade 1 Alabama. As we get set for this field of 7, we'll have the post parade coming up momentarily. 3-5 favorite on Malathot, the Kentucky Oaks winner. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. I'm here with Johnny Velasquez. Johnny, last time in the Coaching Cup American Oaks, wound up on the lead. I could sense your frustration after the race. Is that one you would like to have the opportunity to do over?
Well, that was the plan from the beginning, obviously. There was no speed in the race. We didn't think it was going to be a fast pace like the way we did. You know, every time hindsight is always, take it back. Yes, absolutely. But it's nothing we can do. We planned it. It didn't work out for us, so today's another day.
Johnny, she seems a little difficult to ride, like a bicycle. If you're not pedaling, she's not running. What's the biggest challenge riding? What's the biggest challenge riding Malathot?
Well, to tell you the truth, she's not that difficult. She's just a one-pace horse. You have to give and take, give and take. You can't let her sleep too much because then she won't give you much. But, you know, when you ask her, she's there for you.
Johnny, go get him. Best of luck.
Great stuff from Mig there with Johnny V. And I would think he's going to be in a better spot here today, JK. Like he said, listen, sometimes you get put in a spot where you have to be. And I think that maybe Johnny just could not get out of that spot. He was committed, and he probably thought Malathot was much the best that day and just got beat on the wire by Maracuja. But I think today's going to be a different scenario.
Look, I think that's what he had to do in that situation.
Yeah.
I think in racing sometimes horse players, horsemen alike can all be a little bit too results-oriented. For me, when he drew the one on the best horse, the best 3-year-old in the country, in my opinion, you have to go to the front.
Yeah.
Take it to them. Don't get stuck in a situation where you're 3 wide, you let someone get loose on the lead, you got the best horse, let's go. And here's the thing. It was the right decision right now.
100%, because there's no way in the back of your mind that you can think, can we please make this tape please roll? There's no way in the back of your mind that you can say that Clairiere is going to make a backstretch move and challenge you for the lead. So to me, I think it was the right move, because watch right here, watch the 4 make this complete backstretch move, and now completely quickens up the pace, and now Ricardo Santana is able to drop Maracuja back because Clairiere at the time was second choice, and I think that at the time, okay, the 1's the only horse I got to beat, and Ricardo Santana made the right move by pulling back.
Yeah, look, if Clairiere doesn't do that, Malathot stays comfortable for a lot longer, and the battle we're about to see in the stretch just doesn't happen. It was one of the most interesting races we've seen.
Somebody's is dead.
There were so many things going on.
So there is the Kentucky Oaks winner again. Let's look at this battle that came to be here in the stretch. It was a throwdown, and Malathot again. We've said it time and time again, but she took pressure from everybody in the race.
She did. She just finished taking it from Clairiere right there, who's back in against her today. Gary, what happens after that?
Well, there's just no quit in her, and there was no quit in Maracuja either. But she was a benefit of, like I said, that was a picture ride, a Hall of Fame ride. He set back, let Clairiere do all the dirty work early, and guess who was getting it done to her? It was Malathot, and she never gives in. Look, most horses would have backed up at the 8th pole, and that's why I love her at the 1.25 mile distance today. And you asked me earlier what Ricardo Santana is going to do today. Look, the shoe's on the other foot right now because Malathot has the upper hand with the draw, and Ricardo Santana's going to have to make a decision what he's going to do with Maracuja because she is quick leaving there. He's not going to want to lose position, but if he gets boxed up back behind, then we're going to have a little bit of an issue. She's going to lose position, so it's still going to be a jockey's race.
Going to be fun to watch what happens after that Coaching Club American Oaks jockey-wise in this race. Time for our slam dunk of the day. Let's go to Paula Duca.
Well, guys, I've never been able to slam dunk on a regulation basket. Maybe an 8-footer down the road from my house when I was a little kid, and probably an 8-footer still to this day at age 49. But I'm going for the slam dunk exacta in here. Cold 6'3" for me. Malathaat, to me, is the best filly in this race. I think she's going to love every part of the distance. I think she gets a great draw. I think a lot of people are forgetting how huge Clairiere ran with that backstretch move. No one has given her any credit at all, the 3 Clairiere, and I think she sits back, makes one run, and she picks up the pieces for second. So a slam dunk, 6'3", Mr. Wolf.
Paulie, good luck. That, of course, brought to you by Slam Dunk Racing. As you look at the Kentucky Oaks winner, just left our screen. There's the one Paulie's going to use in his exacta, Clairiere, who is going to get a 3rd try against Malathaat. As we have our post parade here coming up shortly. It's the final week of the Travers Bankroll Builder, and your last chance to earn a $20 bonus for the Run Happy Travers. To qualify, bet $50 to win on any one horse in the Alabama and score a $20 bonus. Win or lose, go to NyraBets.com. Got to opt in. Don't forget to do that. Get your $20 bonus to bet the Travers. I think you may have answered this question, Gary, but I want to get both your guys' comments just because how gamely Malathaat dug in that last race. But the 1.25-mile distance, it's an unknown for everybody in here. Who benefits the most with the extra ground?
Well, listen, he was thinking about running Malathaat in the Belmont Stakes. That should tell you, that tells me something. When a Hall of Fame trainer, Todd Pletcher, was thinking about the Belmont against the boys, and so 1.25 miles should be no effort for it all today. As far as distance goes, the competition might be. I think not.
Here comes our post parade as they come down Champions Way. You heard John Imbrial say the ageless John Court. There he is on the left-hand side of your screen. 60 years old and still going strong. He's been the regular pilot on Will's Secret, including a Grade 3 win in the Honeybee at Oaklawn this year.
Yeah, I mean, Will's Secret may be a long shot in this spot, but has had a great career. That's what brings this kind of race together, this small field of 6. These are really, really special 3-year-old fillies.
We'll begin with Crazy Beautiful. Kenny McPeak, he has won 2 of the last 3 editions of the Alabama. Swiss Skydiver, of course, last year. Eskimo Kisses in 2018. Jose Ortiz rides.
And he's got Crazy Beautiful, the one horse, coming into this race the right way. Winner of the Delaware Oaks in her last start. Never hit with the crop at any point, positioned well, and just kicks home and clears everybody.
Here's the ageless wonder, John Court, on Will's Secret for Dallas Stewart.
This horse has been 3rd at 26-1, 3rd at 4-1 behind Malathaat. I mean, at 20-1, Dallas Stewart has a knack to have these horses running the money.
3rd in that coaching club, American Oaks. Here's Clairiere.
Yeah, I think that this was a ride that maybe Irad Ortiz would like back in Clairiere. Look for her to position and maybe not challenge the leaders too early.
Biggest upset we've seen this summer, Maracuja, that victory over Malathaat, the coaching club, American Oaks.
Yeah, and hindsight is 2020, like Johnny V was saying. Maracuja just loves going around 2 turns and might even love the 1.25 miles.
Played hard, went by, should be alone in front.
She will be alone in front. She's the speed in this race.
Todd Pletcher, Johnny V with Malathaat.
Yeah, the horse to beat in here, by far, the filly right now at 3-5.
And Tyler Gaffleone, he won this race last year on Swiss Skydiver. He's on Army Wife.
Army Wife, winner of the last 3 of 4 this year, 3 of 4 in 2021. And that win in the Iowa Oaks, her last start, again, the easiest kind of win as she steps into this race.
So the odds-on favorite, all eyes again will be on Malathaat in here. Who could potentially spring the upset? Let's go back to the paddock.
Well, JK, when you look at Malathaat, we've talked about some other horses in here. We both think Malathaat's going to be a bear to beat. But we also agree that Clairiere is the main danger.
Yeah, look, I think 2 horses can win this race, and that's nothing against Maracuja. I thought she was fortunate last time, the way that everything unfolded for her. Crazy Beautiful, obviously, for Kenny McPeak. Well named, too. She is a gorgeous horse.
Right.
But, look, I just think she's a cut below these in terms of speed figure standpoint. And, you know, usually when you look at the Alabama.
Sorry, we're having a little technical difficulties with JK's mic. I'll take it over from here. As you can see, head to the front here is Crazy Beautiful in the Delaware Oaks. And she's very, very good right now. She's 5 for 10 lifetime. She carries her racetrack. Like, Kenny McPeak is just not scared. And same thing with Swiss Skydiver. He's not afraid to take his horses to different places. Been training up here at Saratoga, Tom, and she's been training well. And here's the thing. is she fresh legs? Because, you know, those other 3 horses ran very, very hard in their last race.
I think you make a very good point there, Paul. For Crazy Beautiful, the one horse, I mean, you can't win any easier than she won. And it's such a confidence builder mentally for a horse that is just as important as having the physical talents and the physical skills on the track.
Meanwhile, here's a look at Army Wife for Three Diamonds Farm. Co-leading trainer at the meet, Mike Maker. And the jockey who won this race last year on Swiss Skydiver, Tyler Gaffleone. She's won 3 of her last 4, including back-to-back graded stakes wins coming in.
You're going to think you're looking at Crazy Beautiful, but that's not her. That's Army Wife that's going to win the same kind of way in the Iowa Oaks. This is just a hand rod to the wire, clears this field, runs away from the rest of them. I mean, these are the kind of races you want to produce, even though they're against lesser competition, when you're stepping into the arena with the likes of Malathat, the 6 horse.
Dominant performance. It was a grade 3. She's going to get the test of her life here coming up on this spot as we're set in just a moment or two here for this grade 1 Alabama. Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, just watching these horses warm up, and the 7 Army Wife with Tyler Gaffleone, he left the pony. She got very strong, very aggressive, really jumped in the bridle. And the tendency I see when horses warm up like that and really pull on the rider, they leave with intention. They leave on their feet. They leave a bit more aggressively. The flip side of that was the 6 Malathat went about the pony with Johnny Velasquez, which is very kind, very laid back. Johnny works her all the time. He's ridden her in most of her starts. So I think they have a very good rapport. And kind of like Johnny was saying, she's a little bit one pace and kind of steady, keeps going. That's why I think the 1.25 miles will play into her strength, if you will. But I think at 7, Army Wife is going to put herself really in the game from what I saw in the warm-up.
All right, Mig, thank you. Yeah, we saw Malathat go right behind us, and Johnny V giving her a pretty aggressive warm-up.
Yeah, he warmed up the same way in the CCA Oaks, and he knows this filly, like Richie was saying, and that's a comfortable filly. When you know one, you trust him, and he obviously trusts this filly. And I like that Johnny said she's not difficult to ride. She's just one that's one-paced, and I've ridden that type before. She does have that high cruising speed. She breaks well. She's still only raced a handful of times. She's still learning, and she's a big filly, and I give her full credit, and I think she's still a work in progress. I don't think that we've seen the best of Malathat. Even though she's a very good 3-year-old, I think she's going to get better with age.
She's a big filly. As you said, we watched her warm up behind us. She's got a giant stride. I mean, she takes a lot of ground with each stride.
There's Todd Pletcher looking on, the newly minted Hall of Famer. Mask on. He was diagnosed with COVID-19 just last week. Went through the quarantine process and all good. Glad to hear with him. Kept in touch with the barn while he had to stay away. And now back on the track. Can that filly right there get back on track as the leader of this division and get revenge for the first defeat of her career in the Coaching Club American Oaks? Let's go upstairs for the Alabama to John Imbrial.
And they're off in the 141st running of the Alabama. And Played Hard will go out for the early lead. Will Secret down on the inside, and Army Wife is on the outside as they come under the line for the first time. It is Played Hard with the lead. Will Secret runs in second, and then it is Army Wife on the outside running in third. Maracuja is in between horses. Clariere is down at the rail, had a steady there a bit, passed by Malathat, and the early trailer is Crazy Beautiful in seventh. The opening quarter over the good going in 23 and 4/5 seconds, and Played Hard is the pace setter here, leading here by a length. Will Secret runs in second, and on the outside is Army Wife next in third. Maracuja is in fourth, and right alongside is the favorite Malathat, who's in fifth at this point, 4.5 lengths from the lead. As the field moves up the backstretch, it is Played Hard showing the way here, 3/4 of a length. Will Secret, Army Wife, they are heads apart, second and third. Maracuja remains in fourth. Malathat is in the clear on the outside in fifth. Then comes Clariere and Crazy Beautiful. The half in 49 seconds. Long shot Played Hard is the leader here by 3/4 of a length. Will Secret running in second, and Army Wife is next in third. Now Malathat is asked to pick it up. Malathat now moves into fourth. Maracuja down at the rail back in fifth. Then Clariere and Crazy Beautiful. 3 quarters went in 1:13-1, and Played Hard is the one to catch as the field comes for the top of the stretch. Will's Secret, Army Wife is now gaining on the outside, and Malathot follows that move. Clairiere has moved into 5th as the field heads for home in the Alabama. On the outside, it's Army Wife with Malathot. Then Clairiere, Played Hard is down towards the rail with Will's Secret. And now there's an 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It is Army Wife and Malathot has taken the lead with a 16th to the finish. Malathot, Army Wife, Clairiere, Malathot back in the win column as she takes the Alabama. Then it was Clairiere and Army Wife, and the final time for the 1.25 miles, 2 minutes, 2 2/5 seconds.
Redemption for Malathot, the Kentucky Oaks winner. Back in the winner's circle and adds a prestigious Grade 1 Alabama to the resume.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Johnny V rode this filly flawlessly. There was a lot of pressure on him today, if you want to call it that, coming off that last one. He wanted this race. He rode it with a ton of confidence, ground him down, and congratulations to the man downstairs for the slam dunk of the day. LaDuca, 6'3" cold.
6'3" cold. And for our winner, Malathot, this was great redemption. Watch the start of this race, you guys. Johnny Bless is going to sit as quiet as you can sit on a horse out of the gate on the 6 horse. And there's no goosing or trying to keep position. And he's actually going to, oh, she stumbles a little bit there as well. He's actually going to be last out of the gate here, but he's got enough time before this first turn to position her on the outside and get back into the race and get an outward position. Now, look, she loses ground on both these turns, on both the first turn and the second turn. I'm talking about Malathot, but she's such a good filly that she can overcome it against this group. She's the best filly in the country, make no doubt about it. She's just stamped herself as that today.
Yeah, and he has so much confidence in her. He's not going to take any chance of getting her trapped in behind horses early on. He's going to give up that ground just to keep her out and let her use that big grinding stride, and it's beautiful when she gets into full flight, and that's what you saw the last 1/8 of a mile. Congratulations, Johnny.
There's her trainer, the Hall of Famer, Todd Pletcher. Toyed with the idea, as Gary mentioned, of putting her against the boys in the Belmont Stakes. Ultimately passed on that. And Tom, never good to break like that, have to drop back to last, but she showed how much ability she has.
And she's very athletic. She got back on her feet very quickly, and I think it helped that this race was 1.25 miles after stumbling from the gate, because she was able to get back into position after that and get a good spot, albeit on the outside. But when you're riding the best horse in a race, you're willing to be outside and give it up a little bit. Look how tightly bunched that group is, Gary. When they're that tightly bunched, they're not going fast early, and she just showed her dominance despite the pace being pretty slow.
Yeah, and he got outside of Maracuja around going into the backstretch, and Ricardo Santana knew he was sort of in a spot, started to move, and then he sat again, and I think he recognized, look, I don't want any part of this 5/8 of a mile out. Let's just sit and wait and see what happens. And look, good run from Clairiere today. Totally different ride. She was back out last early on, finished second there with a big run as well.
Saw Todd Pletcher there. And guys, hard to argue that he does not have the best 3-year-old in the country right now.
Oh, absolutely, Wolfie, and that's one of the best mic malfunctions ever, because we got to get Paulie to do the slam dunk. I was just going to tell you that Malathot couldn't lose.
We called an audible because when JK's mic went out, I heard Brady played 6'3", so JK goes, "Can you do the slam dunk of the day?" I said, "Yeah, why not? I'd never slammed a basketball before in my life." But I tell you what, this was, when you're going 1.25 miles, Clairiere is a very nice filly. When she stumbled out of the gate, I looked at you, I go, oh no, she stumbled. But Johnny V, being that Hall of Famer, did not panic, kept her too wide, kept her within, and you kept on telling me her stride is so big, she's going to wear this field down.
And here's the thing, is this is similar to what happened in the Kentucky Oaks. She didn't break particularly well there either, and Johnny didn't panic. He didn't take her back. He just kind of put her into the race, let her find her stride. Like Tom mentioned, she's got an unbelievable stride. That's why I felt like going 1.25 miles was going to be ideal for her. I wish that we could see her run at 1.25 miles all the time, because I don't know if there's any horses in this country, at least female horses, that could beat her going that distance.
Let me ask the guys upstairs. After that race, Gary or Tom, if you train this filly, time to take on the boys at some point?
You're the trainer.
Well, I don't know if the opportunity exists right now. I mean, the Travers is a week away, but I mean, maybe this is early in the year, you consider it. But I think she's got a clear path to the filly and mare distaff against the older mares in the Breeders' Cup in early November. And
Absolutely.
I think that's got to be the goal.
I think she's ready to take on older fillies and mares, and the time moving forward that's when you do it.
Winner's Circle lead-in. It's brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Tuesday, November 9th, after the Breeders' Cup. Sellers, nominate your stars today. If she does go on that path to the distaff, you would have to think that's the way she's going. May not have to face one of the main players in the division who we're going to see next weekend. Latruska, they're thinking about potentially going in the Classic.
That would be an interesting matchup because they have very contrasting styles. Latruska likes to go to the front, and Malathat would have to run her down. Her heart gets big on the front end, Latruska's does.
Malathat, Kentucky Oaks winner, back to her winning ways. And the Hall of Fame trainer likes what he sees. We'll be back.
Performer is closing in and running on by. And it's a big performance from Performer to win the Discovery.
Performer, new for 2022 at Claiborne Farm.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, and well, we're in the winner's circle. There's a rainbow out. We found the pot of gold with the Alabama winner. I've got winning trainer, Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, winning jockey, Hall of Famer John Velasquez. Johnny, the first step, she kind of bobbled, didn't break very clean, and you were a little bit further back maybe than you had anticipated. How did you feel when that happened?
Yeah, the first thing when things happens like that, the first thing you think, hopefully she didn't pull her shoe up or grab her quarter badly, you know, and after 3 or 4 jumps, I could feel it, she's okay. After that, so I make sure I get her position I wanted to go into the first turn. Once I got to the first turn, I was wrapped behind those 2 horses in front of me, and she was going pretty comfortable. By the time I got to the backstretch, I know she takes a little bit to get going, so I make sure she keep her mind and running, and then she was giving it to me. By the 3/8 pull, I definitely had to get, okay, Mama, we got to get a little busy because she takes a little bit to get going. But as soon as I got to the horse in front, man, she was too quick there. You know, I was like, oh, man, now I'm too soon. But, you know, that's the way she does things, and I appreciate it, really.
Johnny, I noticed right before you turned for home, you took a peek over your right shoulder. You knew you had Tyler Gaffleone on Army wife there. how do you have the presence of mind in a pressure-packed situation to be already conscious of you got to be looking for what's coming?
Obviously, I mean, I'm thinking that the Irad horse is going to come from way back, and I thought, you know, that's the weight. I was expecting it. She was in the last race. Obviously, she was not there today, close to the pace. So I'm thinking in the back of my head, that's the only horse that can come from way back over there. So you have to always watch out for it, though. You know, I picked inside and I picked out the outside. Once I knew she was getting going to the 16 pole, I left it alone.
Okay, well, thank you for doing the interview. I figured you were out of breath as hard as you had to ride her for as long. I know you ride the last, I'll let you go.
Yeah, I'm old and fit.
Congratulations. Todd, how did you feel when you saw that bobble at the break?
Well, it certainly added some drama to it. I was just, you know, obviously hoping she'd get away cleanly. I didn't instruct Johnny too much. You know, today we had a better post. We could just let her run her race. And so when she stumbled, it made me a little nervous, but similar to when she didn't get away well in the Kentucky Oaks, she recovered quickly and put herself in a good spot going in the first turn.
How does it feel watching her? Because she's not a filly that travels in the bridle, and Johnny's kind of got to start riding her. Is it hard to kind of ascertain how much horse he has underneath him?
Well, I wasn't sure a couple of times watching. I could see kind of ask her to improve position, and she would, and then she'd kind of come off the bridle. She's an extremely intelligent horse, and she loves the game. I think she kind of likes playing with horses. You know, she kind of identifies a target, and once she gets to that target, then she kind of thinks, you know, next game. But she's as good as we've ever had, and you know, to watch her train in the morning, some of the stuff she does, she gives you a lot of confidence.
That's very high praise. Now, just quickly, the relationship that you and Johnny Velasquez have, both of you helping each other ascend to the heights of our game, induction in the Hall of Fame across the street. Just how good does it feel to team up with him in a situation like this?
Oh, it's great. I mean, I think Johnny's as good as there's ever been, and he shows today, you know, in the big money situations, he's still got it.
Todd, you've still got it. A lot of more winners to come in your way as well. Guys, class act, Hall of Famer, 2 Hall of Famers for the price of 1.
And that is saying a lot.
I just wrote it down.
One of the best that I've ever had. All the great ones he's had in his barn over the years. Our program, of course, brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa, who stand, of course, the great Curlin. And we see a daughter of Curlin dominant here. She is the leader of this division.
She's as good as we've ever had. Think back to the history of the Todd Pletcher horse that put him in the Hall of Fame this year. That is high praise. And you know what? I watched today's race. I'm in agreement. She's really good.
I am as well. Rags to Riches, who won the Belmont Stakes, beat the great Curlin. And, yeah, that is high praise, but I'm in agreement. Love watching her run.
Goes off at 1-2, and she exacts revenge for that defeat in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Now 6 for 7 in her career. And to do that, too, it's got to make your heart drop as a trainer, not to mention Johnny V stumbling like that out of the gate.
I got a question. With what we just saw and with what he just said, could he be thinking the 1.25 Mile Classic as well?
You know, Paul asked the same question. I mean, he didn't ask it the same way, but I know that's what he was asking. I mean, I really think that keeping her in her division and just showing that she can beat the older mares is all she needs to do. She's such a special horse.
You're going to have to beat some good ones, too, just to win that race.
Oh, yeah.
Swiss Skydiver.
Yes.
We don't know what Latruska is going to do, who we're going to see next week. Personal ensign. They've talked about going to the Classic, as I mentioned. But some incredible runners still that are going to be in that race. We will find out what the next step is. Probably one more race we see before Breeders' Cup for Malathaat.
Oh, I think so. I think that's exactly what you're going to do. I have no idea what he has in mind for her. Maybe even something at Keeneland, but we'll see.
Nightcap coming up was scheduled for the Turf main track now, and now it's at 7 furlongs. It's a maiden special weight. Everyone trying for that first win of the career. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, it's well known in this part of the country, the waters here, they have healing powers. We'll take you inside Big Red Spring on the grounds here at the track when we come back.
Newspaper record was exceptional, 2-year-old. The day she won the Breeders' Cup, I'll never forget. It was so impressive to win a race of that caliber with such ease. Really returned to her top form as a 4-year-old, won the Just a Game. She was a very, very good horse. The first year we went over for the October 1 sale was 2017. This will be our 5th year going back. We're looking forward to it again.
Book one of the Tattersalls October yearling sale, Europe's unrivaled source of US graded stakes winners.
Chuck Chivalry is between horses, and Country Grammar is down at the rail. On the outside, they are heads apart for the lead. He's left the others behind. It's on to Kentucky, favorite in the Derby, Hometown Hero.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Health, history, horses has been the slogan of Saratoga Springs for nearly a century, and the Big Red Spring is the perfect representation of this phrase. Long before the racetrack opened in 1863, Saratoga Springs was a popular resort destination. Its famous mineral springs were believed to treat a wide array of medical conditions. Introduced in 1975, the Big Red Spring was named after two of the sport's most legendary chestnuts, Man o' War and Secretariat. In addition to their immense talent, the two stallions also shared the same nickname, Big Red. For the last 46 years, people of all ages have sampled the Big Red Spring as a part of their racetrack experience. It is a tradition that establishes Saratoga as the most unique racing venue in the world.
Right on the grounds here, and Tom, I'm convinced if you had some of those waters, it would get your mind right. Have you tried them?
I have a confession to make. Right before the meet started, I had a little drink from the Big Red Springs. In the first 2 weeks I had here, I was like, man, I need to drink from that fountain all the time.
They're spread out all throughout town, and there's one well in the middle of town with the fresh water, and every summer I load up before I go back to the city.
Really?
Absolutely. We got the nightcap coming up, move to the main track, 7 furlongs. One horse especially, guys, taking a lot of attention right now on the board.
I got to be honest, Paulie, I don't really drink much water. I'm in Saratoga.
What's going on there? You've been eating too much pasta and wine. That's your problem. That's Zaliba. What do you do with Perfect Grace? By the way, we all know her mother, Harv de Grace, who was an unbelievable racing mare. Her and Blind Luck had some unbelievable challenges way back in the day. And listen, Perfect Grace lost 80 cents on the dollar. This was her last race over a wet racetrack. I thought this was a good race, and they're all going to have to beat her.
Yeah, look, she's got some back races that can win this race by 15, 20 lengths if she finds that. More Moonshine came back and didn't run particularly well. I think it was yesterday, but I think that Perfect Grace has everything in her favor. I like the fact that she has Tyler Gaffalione. He stays on. He knows her well enough. She'll be involved in this race early because the only other horses in here that you can even come close to, you have to be a little bit creative in coming up with them, and one of them is the 6 Ingress, who looks like a turf horse to me.
Yeah, I understand looks like a turf horse, but you look at the progeny of Medaglia d'Oro, they like the off track. The horse has been working well on the main track, and I think that's why she's taking money. I know there's a lot of scratches in here, but she's the second choice in all the exotics.
Yeah, and I do think that she probably will appreciate the 7 furlongs. They tried her at the mile on the turf first out, which gives me the idea that they don't want to sprint her. And so I think getting that 7 furlongs, that elongated sprint, it should kind of help her right out. But at 8-5, I want absolutely nothing to do with that. I thought the 3 Epona Bay was one of those horses you could be a little bit creative with for Kitty McPeak. This horse has been working on the dirt. He makes the decision to keep her in when it came off the turf.
Yeah, and McPeak, guys, is a guy that a lot of times, mostly probably about 70% of the time, he debuts a lot of his horses without Lasix.
That is Epona Bay. John Velasquez will be aboard. He is riding high right now after that win in the Alabama. There she is, Epona Bay, daughter of the Triple Crown champion American Pharoah for the Kenny McPeak barn. We'll be back. The nightcap on this Saturday card from Saratoga coming up when we return.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
'Tis the law is gonna win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's gonna win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law. New to Coolmore, America.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby as Authentic takes them around the far turn. 'Tis the Law's making his move now, and they're into the stretch. These two stride for stride. Authentic, 'tis the Law. Here's the buyer. Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
Back on Saratoga Live here on Alabama Saturday. We have our finale on this card coming up. Move to the main track at 7 furlongs. And our favorite at 4 to 5 on the outside. There's John Velasquez, of course, adjusting those goggles. Just won the Alabama on Malathot. Stumbled out of the gate. Did not matter. 6th win in 7 career starts. She is something special. That was fun to watch. We'll see if that Hall of Famer can take the late double here on the card. And we'll kick things off at our post parade with good talk. Blinkers go on, first time on dirt.
Yeah, and showed speed last time on the turf. We'll see if it transfers to the dirt. Castellano aboard.
There's Johnny V on Epona Bay for Kenny McPeak.
Yeah, this horse has been working on the dirt and is a half to Collected. A very good dirt horse.
Yeah, it was a Pacific Classic winner. Ingress. Yeah, 2 to 1 here for Bill Mott.
Yeah, you'll know if this filly's interested very early. Needs to get out of the gate because the favorite on the outside possesses a lot of speed.
Rombeek for Bobby Robato, daughter of Ghost Zapper.
72 to 1 last time and ran a decent 4th. Not getting 72 to 1 today.
And here's the one out of Havre de Grace. Perfect Grace, Tyler Gaffleone.
Thanks for joining the post parade, JK. Perfect Grace here at 3 to 5 on the morning line is 4 to 5 and the filly to beat.
Can't control the math.
Let's go back to Epona Bay for more on this filly. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, here with trainer Kenny McPeak, Epona Bay, royally bred daughter of Triple Crown winner American Pharoah, half to Collected. Very imposing filly, very strong looking filly here in the paddock.
Yeah, Three Chimneys, Runnymede, and Peter Callahan are all partners on this filly, and I believe they own the mare together, and I'm not sure if they full shared here or how that worked, but she's done everything right. She's been a really easy filly to be around. We've really had her ready since early July, and she got caught up in the quarantine and wasn't able to run in late July, and then we waited, and we were hoping to try our mile grass today, but I think she'll perform well today.
Kenny, you've got such a great eye for young horses. I can go through a litany of horses that you've bought for bargain basement prices that have gone on to do amazing things. It's a little different situation, a homebred. But what makes you such a good judge of young talent?
Well, I trained a lot of average horses when I was young. I think you learn from that, and I also learned a lot about pedigrees when I was young. I think you can put 2 and 2 together when you go to an auction, and I like the challenge of it. As a young trainer, I used to watch people like Lucas and Woody Stevens and the long list of guys that had all the best stock, and you start taking notes and you learn things, and then if you want to compete at that level, you figure away, and I think I've been figuring away.
Been figuring away a long time. Crazy Beautiful just ran in the Alabama. What do you think of her performance?
We were disappointed, but you know what? I think we did a good job placing her all year. She hit some good spots. Her race in the Gulfstream Park Oaks, we were kind of thinking that she wanted to come from off of it. We may have made a mistake taking her a little further back, and that was my call. But she was right next to the eventual winner and the second place horse, and they went on, and she didn't. But we're proud of what she's done, the Delaware Oaks, and then the race she won in California, and she's had a great season. You don't make $700,000 and be a bad horse.
Not at all. Great job. Congratulations. Best of luck here. And guys, a guy who knows a thing or two about finding the value in horses.
No question. Found Swiss Skydiver for $35,000. She's become a superstar. He's the one who found Curlin as well.
Yeah, no, Kenny's got a great eye, and he's proven that through the years at the sales. That's where his emphasis is. His emphasis is at the yearling sales and trying to develop these horses.
Here's one who is going to debut here, as Mig mentioned, daughter of the Triple Crown champion American Pharoah. 6-1 with Velasquez in the irons. Meanwhile, here is Ingress, daughter of Medaglia d'Oro for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. He debuted her on the turf. This was supposed to be on the grass, but she has some pretty big dirt drills in the morning coming in.
Yeah, it's a significant switch when a race at a mile distance gets changed to the dirt here at Saratoga, but then becomes a 7/8 one-turn race on the dirt. And so the advantage goes to the horses that are, put in here as main track onlys. There's only one perfect Grace, the 10. But when you look at the 6, Ingress, and you dig deep into that pedigree, her mom, 13 Arrows, was a multiple stakes winner sprinting on the dirt. It was all dirt. When you look at Ingress's first start, which was a 2-turn grass start, she ran a significant speed figure. If that speed figure translates to the dirt, and pedigree says it will, she's the one to beat, not Havre de Grace's daughter, the 12 horse.
I'll even add to that pedigree a little bit more. 13 Arrows, Daddy, Indian Charlie. Guess what distance I broke his maiden on?
I'm going to take a wild guess. 7/8.
7/8 of a mile. And had it been sloppy, it was on a sloppy sealed track as well. So that even adds to it better.
9-5 right now on Ingress. Take advantage. New members, $25 free play. That's the promo code to use. Free 25. Get signed up, started, play with Naira Bets. Here with us on Saratoga Live all summer long. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As you look at these beautiful historic grounds at the premier meet in the country here in upstate New York. 4-5 favorite remains Perfect Grace. As we take a look at the Pick 5 wheel page, we had a lot of favorites come in. So to the favorite here, wow, smallest we've seen in a long time.
I think that's the rider of the 8 horse that's off his mount there. I don't know where she is exactly.
Jalon Samuel waiting to hop back aboard Rambeek.
Yeah.
Gate open to try and help get her in. She's acting up a little bit for Bobby Robato. Biggest price on the board at 17-1.
Gary mentioned earlier in the race we were covering, as well as Mig, sometimes they run that first race and it's all new to them, and they recognize it in their second start. Rambeek, there she goes. She's in the gate. All good here. Typically, when horses take a long time to get in the gate, they're usually first out of the gate.
Well,
I don't know why that is.
They knew about this filly because they brought her up first, so they were expecting this fully. They got her in locked and loaded.
Hector Soler, starter in this gate crew, one of the absolute best in the business. They know all the tendencies of all these runners. Johnny V stepping in on Epona Bay. We are set for this finale on this Saturday card on Alabama Day. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And a good start from the outside for Perfect Grace. Ingress now moves up, and down at the rail is Good Talk. And Good Talk goes on with it to take the lead. Ingress is running in second. Perfect Grace is on the outside in third. Then Rombeek and Epona Bay as they race up the backstretch. Good Talk steps away here to lead by 3.5 lengths, with Ingress running in second. And the favorite, Perfect Grace, on the outside in third. The quarter was 22 3/5 seconds. Good Talk is the leader here. Good Talk in front, 2.5 lengths. Ingress and Perfect Grace, they are right together, second and third. Rombeek had to steady there, is now at the back of the pack along with Epona Bay as the field goes around the far turn. It is Good Talk, the leader here. The lead is now about a length. Perfect Grace on the outside of Ingress. The half went in 45 4. Here comes Perfect Grace on the outside to challenge Good Talk for the lead. Then comes Ingress in third. The field is at the 3/16 pole, and it is Perfect Grace who is confidently ridden here by Tyler Gaffleon. Perfect Grace in front and clear. Clear by 5, clear by 6, clear by more. It is Perfect Grace to take the nightcap, and did it by 7 or 8 lengths. Rombeek comes on to get second. Ingress was third. Then Good Talk and Epona Bay.
Daughter of Tappet, as easy as could be, the one with all the dirt experience here, convincingly in the nightcap under Tyler Gaffleon.
I don't ever think he moved his hands.
He did not.
Tyler broke sharp. He let that Good Talk go to the lead. She's shown that she stops on the front end. Tyler's looking underneath his shoulder right there, Gary. That's a real positive sign if you bet on this horse. Daughter of Hob de Grace. Looked like her mom today.
Yes, and he's just kind of letting her do her thing. He never squatted down on her all the way. He's not asking her. He's just letting her do what she's enjoying out there. Got her ears pricked up, a lot left in the tank. That was impressive.
4-5 in the end. And Rombeek, by the way, at 17-1, winds up second, 12-8-6-2, guys.
Yeah, 4-5, and I think Jonathan hit the nail on the head. This is almost a gift, Jonathan. You thought this horse was going to be 1-5, no?
I've never been so disappointed to not bet a 4-5 shot in my life. This is value, and I don't know what I was doing. This is proof that when there's a horse that's 4-5, there still can be value.
Yeah.
You don't have to bet 7-1 shots all the time because this horse was never getting beat in here. And, man, she was impressive. She ran really well. And it's always nice when you have a horse with this kind of pedigree that can show up and prove it.
Yeah, and the light bulb might come on for her, too. And she's, listen, with that pedigree, she can go onwards and upwards. One thing I want to mention, guys, Epona Bay, the first-time starter, she was trying to make a move up the rail, and Johnny V got really pinched out of it and steadied out of it. And looked like she had some runs, so maybe look at her next time she runs.
JK makes a good point in terms of value in this guy. It's shocking she went off and actually floated up to 4-5 late in here.
She won easy, too. And you know what? Whisper Hill Farm owner, Mandy Pope, I introduced you to her at Keeneland a long time ago. I don't know if you remember that. We were working together at Keeneland. This is going back when we worked for another network.
Yeah, yeah. Good to see these connections win, no question. And an impeccable pedigree. And we'll see now, sometimes it takes a few starts to get going, maybe on to much bigger and better things for this Daughter of Tappet out of Havre de Grace. Tyler Gaffleon, 26th winner of the meet for that young man. We'll be back to wrap up this nightcap with prices when we return and look back on an incredible day on Alabama Saturday. Stay with us. More Saratoga Live on the way next.
Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
Global Campaign is not done. He is resilient on the inside, and he wins the Monmouth Cup.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
If sweat is your body's natural way of cooling itself down, then condensation is a beer's natural way of saying, drink me. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer.
Resorts World Catskills, your closest casino resort experience, is so close. Stay the night and get your game on. Play live table games or thousands of slots. Resorts World Catskills.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie Preservationist, Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKenzie's in front.
McKenzie, they've done it. McKenzie has it by 2. It's McKenzie in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We're back on Saratoga Live. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you by Naira Bets. Go to NairaBets.com, download the app, play with us all summer long here on Saratoga Live. Nightcap goes to the one with the dirt track experience, the pedigree, and it was the odds-on favorite.
Yeah, remember these letters, MTO. Entered for the main track only. She was entered to be in a sprint race. The rest were entered for a 2-turn turf race. She took full advantage of that. Ran a really, really nice race. Hopefully this gives her a good start on her way. Congratulations to Whisper Hill Farm and Mandy Pope.
Even with a 4-5 on top, you get a 17-1 shot there in second. Pick 5. We had a lot of favorites come in today. Just $40, 12 cents coming back. Pick 6, $321. On a day that started with so much hope of upsets. Pick 5 follow along. $40 return, the biggest price in the sequence. My prankster, who through most of the wagering was the favorite in that race until the last minute or so. Saratoga Showdown Contests. Jax Murphy creates a $112 bankroll. Your winner today, well done. You can play that contest each and every day on the program. It's free to enter, and then you're competing for real prizes as well. Let's take a look back at some of the stakes races from earlier today on the card. It began earlier on in the day with a Smart and Fancy, and an upset here. Pieri Bianchi's not got a lot of opportunities on the turf. Looks like she should get more.
And you know, her last race on the grass, although a bit further in distance, indicated that she would really take to it today. That's an Indiana bred you're looking at coming up here and taking these guys to task.
She liked that swampy ground.
Yeah, she did indeed.
Very impressive.
6-year-old mare by Overanalyze, who had been 0 for 4 on the turf. Now gets a stakes win here at Saratoga on the resume and beats some pretty good ones. I mean, Robin Sparkles, lead guitar. These are some accomplished turf fillies and mares she beat.
No, she did. She just beat them, Greg. I mean, she laid off the pace and just took off down the stretch. I think they may reconsider how often they're going to run her on the grass. I think it was only her second time.
Lake Placid, meanwhile, part of a 3-win afternoon for the meets now co-leading trainer Chad Brown. Source sent to the front, surprisingly, and go to gate to wire for the win.
Gate to wire didn't turn too well there, Gary, but got back on track and showed that she was the best in there. This race was won simply right out of the gate when no one wanted to go to the lead, and she just put them all to sleep.
Yeah, and Chad said that she's still a work in progress. He was very happy with the race. Felt like maybe They were taking just a little bit too much hold of her. She was wanting to do more than Jose Ortiz was wanting her to do going into that far turn, but impressive performance, lightly raced and going the right direction.
Back-to-back graded stakes at the meet for this 3-year-old filly by Kingman. Quarovich Stables, Chad Brown, and not handling that turn all that great, but still winning. Wrapped up late in that performance. And then we still had the big one to come in the 3-year-old filly division in the rematch of the Coaching Club American Oaks. Malathot, Kentucky Oaks winner, first defeat of her career in that race. She got redemption here.
She did indeed. Man, she was wide on both turns. Gave up a lot of ground, but positioned well after stumbling slightly from the gate. And just showed as the race went further and further, the distances got further and further. This last eighth of a mile, this last furlong, Malathot showed that 1.25 miles is not only well within her reach, it is in her wheelhouse and something she enjoys. That big stride and her stamina comes to light here.
Yeah, for as big a filly as she is, she's a great athlete as well. She stumbled at the start of the race as she did in the Kentucky Oaks and recovered from it quickly. That's a sign of an athletic horse. So she's big, she's got that big graceful stride, she covers a lot of ground, and she's just toying with these horses today.
We know she's the best 3-year-old filly in the country.
Here you go.
Is she the best 3-year-old in the country? We're going to see the leader of that division next Saturday in the Travers on Fox, Essential Quality.
Yeah, I don't think so. Although they have the same style, right? They both like to kind of grind it out and use their stride.
Interesting. That's coming up next Saturday. This was really the fillies edition of the Travers. It's prestigious in its own right. What a performance. Stumbling out of the gate as well from Malathot, overcoming that, and John Velasquez getting redemption. So, huge performance. Next weekend, it just gets bigger and better. We've got the Travers coming up. What do you guys expect with Essential Quality?
I expect him to run another bang-up race. You know, he's getting older. He's trained well up here in Saratoga. He's looked great on the racetrack. I look for a big effort from him.
I do too. I expect that, and I expect after the race, as in any Travers Day, you get a hall pass, and we'll be going out that evening.
Sounds good to me. Back on SNY tomorrow, beginning at 2 Eastern time. FS2 coverage kicks off at 1 Eastern. It was Malathot back at the top of the 3-year-old filly division after her victory in the Alabama